He and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor,
The Bills able to beat the Steelers after a lackluster start by a score of 26-7. With the win, they're 8-4, remain the 7th seed in the AFC playoff picture. James Cook had an impressive day, tallying 132 yards on 32 carries, and was also the leading receiver for the Bills with 3 targets and 33 yards. Joey Bosa, impressive play, forced a fumble that Christian Benford returned for a touchdown. which turned the momentum for the Bills' favor to start the second half, where things got going. And Josh Allen had one passing touchdown to Keon Coleman, also scored a rushing touchdown on the day, where he claimed the record for most rushing touchdowns by a quarterback in NFL history with 76, surpassing Cam Newton. The Bills now gear up for another AFC North opponent in the Bengals this coming Sunday. The Sabres had a weekend. You could say it was quite a microcosm of their season so far. They got shut out 5-0 against the Devils on Friday, only to win in exciting fashion over the Wild 3-2 in a shootout on Saturday. Up next, the Jets take on the Sabres tonight, KeyBank Center, with puck drop set for 7:30. And the Bandits, their start, shut down the Swarm the other night, 15-11 in their home opener in sold-out KeyBank Center. They have some time off as they gear up for their next matchup at home with the Halifax Thunderbirds on December 13th. Around the NFL, some scores from yesterday. The Dolphins outlast the Saints 21-17. Texans beat the Colts 20-16. The Jets beat the Falcons 27-24 in a nail-biter. The Panthers upset the Rams 31-28. And the Chargers beat the Ravens 31-14. And last night, the Broncos beat the Commanders in a close one, 27-26. Tonight, the Giants are in Foxborough, taking on the Patriots with kickoff set for 8:15. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's all Bill. WGR Sports Radio 550.
Happy Victory Monday, Buffalo Bills fans. Good morning. Jeremy and Joe back together for a full week here as we rock on Victory Monday on WGR Sports Radio 550. Bills beat the Steelers, and I started to, but didn't go all the way in, guys, on watching Pittsburgh radio, listening to Pittsburgh radio.
Oh, that was
Pittsburgh
such a move
YouTube.
last night.
Yeah, I saw one of their big influencers. I only say that because I don't know who this person is, but they have a lot of followers. And, one of those walk out of the stadium, give a speech.
Yeah.
And it's Fire Tomlin, start it all over again.
Yeah.
Which, it
was juicy.
Yes. I always enjoy that from fan bases that have won a lot, accepting their lot as current losers.
Yep.
The New England run for that might be over, but the Steelers' run for that is very much alive. You are a winning franchise that is very much losers now.
Steelers Twitter was amazing to observe last night.
Yes.
Whether it was how mad they all were that they played Renegade while getting their butts kicked in the second half.
It got booed.
And apparently that was the first time it ever got booed.
Oh.
From a couple of Steelers beat reporters I saw that said, I have never heard Renegade get booed.
Wow.
And yesterday it happened.
Lines have been crossed.
And I don't know that they've ever done this, but the Fire Tomlin chants in the crowd, there's video of it, and they weren't that quiet.
Yeah.
And Tomlin got asked about the Fire Tomlin chants. He's like, I'm frustrated too, whatever. But I don't know that they've ever had Fire Tomlin chants in that crowd. They finally reached their breaking point, and it was the Bills just running the same play over and over and over and over. TJ Watt mad about that. Yeah, it was awesome.
The same play. The same.
It really was the same play.
Yeah.
And by the way, we could play the audio later. TJ Watt said after the game, I've never seen a team run the ball, or not even run the ball. He said run the same play over and over and have it work that well.
Yep.
4 weeks ago, the Cincinnati Bengals did the same play to Jamar Chase 5 times in a row on the Steelers, and everybody pointed it out. It was on a night game. Like, this just happened to you a month ago. Yeah, they just ran the same play. You didn't adjust. That's the Steelers. That's the Steelers.
That's the Steelers. My favorite comment was something to this point where Seth Rohrbaugh, who covers this Pittsburgh sports for the Tribune Review, tweeted, Mike Tomlin will say something like, we can't eat soup with forks. We need spoons. And the Steelers will sign a 2018 Pro Bowler to the practice squad.
Yes.
There you go. That's the Steelers. And
also, Aaron Rodgers now folded into all of that, and he's out after everybody. He called it a poor practice week. He said that there's receivers not running the right routes.
It's accountability, and he said, I'm sure Jonnu Smith is sick about that when referencing that he didn't run the right route. Flat out
Did he named Jonnu Smith?
He said Jonnu Smith.
I didn't see that.
And on the play where he threw it to no one because Jonnu Smith broke out and he was thinking he was going to break in, he said, I threw it in, he threw it out. I'm sure he's sick about that. There it is. There's the guy that has garnered even more respect in the Pittsburgh locker room after playing through a hand injury.
Which he really should not have played through.
Probably not.
Right? He was ineffective.
Probably not. So anyway, the Bills win. It's a victory Monday. We'll talk about it with you here on WGR. 803-0550 is our phone number. I would say that there have been plenty of times where the Bills win a game, and I'll speak for myself here. I think, woof, not happy. That wasn't good. How could anyone take joy from that? It was so ugly. And I anticipate there will be some people that do that today, but I am certainly not one of them. On pregame for me, Joe, my thought going in was any win will be a good win given their injuries. And you might have plenty of things you want to take out of this game, but any win's a good win considering their injuries. And for me, it's partially that. And the other part is they didn't just eke it out. They played a stupid first half like they often do.
Yep.
The reality is if they weren't hurt, you kind of wouldn't have known it. They looked like the same team.
Yep.
And that's not to say Deion Dawkins and Spencer Brown are not important, but what'd they do? They made a couple of nice defensive plays. This might have been one of their best defensive performances. But offensively, what'd they do? They ran relentlessly and effectively.
Yep.
And they couldn't throw it really all that effectively. And that's the 2025 Bills. So it kind of looked like a normal game, like the Carolina game, where you blow out a team that doesn't have what it takes and you look great. So, chalk up wins, stack wins, stay in the division race. Job well done.
Yeah, it's not a game for what did you learn. Right? We didn't literally learn anything, did we? Other than maybe
Brandon
we learned.
Cooks can run a 13-yard stop.
We saw that. The other thing we might have learned is that the Pittsburgh Steelers are the best matchup you could possibly imagine in the first round of the playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
If you were going to end up the 5 and they win their division, that is, give me that right now, all day. So other than that, they had a game they've had multiple times this year.
Yep.
They're at their best offensively when they're running through your face, and you can't stop them. And that was with 2 running backs for the first time yesterday. Ray Davis doubled his season yardage in one game on 9 carries, and Cook obviously had a career high by 5 with 32. So they definitely ran the ball at will. I don't know how many teams they'll play that they can do that to, but when they do play a team like that, no Derek Harmon, I think, also hurt Pittsburgh, by the way.
Yep.
He's maybe their best run defender on the defensive line, and he was not available. And without him, they couldn't do much stopping the Bills. They didn't adjust to it. I don't know how many teams you'll play like that down the stretch, but same. Stay in the division race, the 1-seed race, even maybe to a lesser extent, and give yourself some breathing room from wondering if they're actually going to make the playoffs. Because if they had found a way to lose that game yesterday,
it would have been tough.
Today would be about, are they going to find a way to squeak in? And now this is a real fight on their hands. Houston would be tied with them and having the tiebreaker. Now it's much more comfortable. Their odds went up to 89% yesterday. I think you can keep your eyes set on, all right, I'm still live for the division a little bit. You might need a Giants win tonight.
Which I am picking.
You are picking
I'm picking that, yes.
Even without Kayvon Thibodeau playing?
Oh, I didn't know that.
He's not playing
All
tonight.
right. Well, that's not great.
But Jackson Dart's playing.
Half the reason I'm picking it is because of the Patriots losing their left tackle and the Giants being able to rush the passer.
And they don't have Thibodeau.
Well, we'll see.
They might still be able to. So I don't just win is a win, and I hope they get to play Pittsburgh in the playoffs.
They probably won't. Pittsburgh is a big, long shot to win their division. Pittsburgh will probably miss the playoffs also because their schedule remains kind of difficult from here.
They're tied with however many games to go, and they still have 2 games against the Ravens.
Yeah, which maybe they could win. I no longer want to treat anybody playing the Ravens like they're in for a loss, but the Steelers do play the Lions and the Browns still, and they could definitely lose to the Lions.
I think the Ravens is tougher, though. The Ravens go... Their 2 games with the Steelers. Their other 3 games are at the Bengals, home against the Patriots, and at the Packers.
All right, so the Ravens...
So Baltimore's is tougher.
Boy, you would love... Teams should be lining up to play the Steelers in the first round.
Yes.
It would. There'll be a...
I'll go there. I'll go there.
Sure.
Fine.
Right.
We're just going to chant Fire Tomlin.
The good news is if you have to line up for that, they're probably the low division winner, which means you'd win to get it, not like tanking a game to try and get to that spot.
Right.
So anyway, plenty to talk about. 803-0550, the Bills win. They run for more yards in that stadium, in Acrisure Stadium, than anybody has run in that stadium since it opened. So that's a punch in the face, I guess, if you want that. Josh Allen looked to me to kind of go into a little bit of bleep it mode, where he wants to run, wants to get hit, wants to get up. Plenty to talk about that Hayward incident where Hayward wants to fight him.
Yep.
He claims that Allen kneed him in the stomach. Allen did not get a call on a slide there, which I'm ready to talk about that as well. I'm not nearly as mad as a lot of people probably are. That's just because of my own personal thoughts on the state of the quarterback slide. So we'll mix that in as well. Keon Coleman, welcome back.
Keon.
Welcome back. Brandon Cooks, welcome to the team. Khalil Shakir, where'd you go?
Yeah.
I mean, Shakir's completely disappeared in the last
Nothing
couple
for
weeks,
him.
which is a bit odd.
Ty Johnson led the team in targets yesterday.
Listen, the 2 leading receivers in this game, right? You know who the Steelers was Darnell Washington. Because at the end of the game, he gets 45 yards and catches, and he ends up being their leading receiver. So,
and the Bills, Cook. Got to be careful with that now. There's a Cook and a Cooks. It went Cook, Knox, Johnson.
Right. Running back, tight
order.
end, running back. And for the Steelers, it was similar. It was tight end at the top, and then Metcalf, but then Gainwell, Warren, Jonnu Smith. It was not a game for receivers. And if there's one thing you might say about this exact game, doesn't the Pittsburgh offense look like the Bills on a bad day? It's the worst version of the Bills offense is the Steelers offense. I mean, the quarterback is obviously much worse, but what are they? They're a team that can't throw to a receiver to save their lives. Like, there's nothing. There's absolutely nothing in that Pittsburgh offense that scares you. Freiermuth, remember him? He's on that team.
Does he even play anymore?
Who knows?
Is he the 3rd-string tight end? He was the only tight end without a catch yesterday.
He does not really. He's not a factor in their passing game. So.
Well, in the Metcalf part of it is, I think if you look at Metcalf's numbers, like he's become completely ineffective in the last month and a half. And what's happened in the last month and a half in Pittsburgh? The ball is coming out in like a second.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's all quick game. It's all short, around the sticks. Like Rodgers being a game manager. What is DK Metcalf? He is a downfield, like longer developing plays, and that's when you're going to get his best. You put him in a quick game offense, it doesn't make any sense. So it's no surprise. He hasn't had 50 yards in a game, and this is now 5 games in a row. He hasn't cracked 50, and there's a game in there with 6, 35. Yesterday was 32, 22. Like, you're just not getting anything from him. And that would almost be doubly frustrating. You know, if you feel like you have a guy at that position that you know is really good, and it's still not happening. The Bills, like, just don't even have a guy like that. So in that way, it's different, but their offenses look similar. The Bills are definitely a more physical running team also.
Yep.
I think the Steelers are a pretend smash-mouth run team. They think they are that, and they really haven't been. They haven't been an elite running team since Le'Veon Bell was their running back.
If there's one criticism you might have of the Steelers, or that their fans might have today, there's probably a lot of them, it's they probably should have tried running the ball more. Because even though the Bills did a decent job, just keep trying. The Bills are defensively usually ready to give you a 50-yard run somewhere.
I thought yesterday was a little bit of a test for me of, like, the Bills' run defense has been bad all year, but I always feel like on some level, if you really want to stop the run, you can stop the run. At any time. Yeah. Like, if you really want to commit to it, anybody can stop the run.
And because there was no threat of pass, they could really commit?
That's the thing. It's how afraid actually are you of the pass? Because if you are at all, then this is the Bills' mantra kind of through the years is, go ahead, run it. We're not going to let you pass on us. When you play a team where you do not care at all about their pass attack because you're not afraid of it, and now it becomes, all right, well, now we could sell it to stop the run. A lot of base yesterday. You saw a ton of plays with Shaq Thompson, Dorian Williams, and Matt Milano all on the field at the same time. Like, all right, you're going to run out your Arthur Smith 2-3 tight end sets. We're just going to go heavy. and we're going to sell out to stop the run. And, oh, look, they held them to 3.2 yards per carry. I think if they really wanted to do that to running teams, I think they could do that. It's just how much do you want to keep back there to defend the pass?
Can you do that to the Colts? Can you do that to...
You might not want to do it to the Colts because you're
more
afraid of Daniel Jones killing you with play action than Pittsburgh would.
Right. Can you do it to Cincinnati, who you'll be deathly afraid of the pass as opposed to the run?
Taron Johnson might play every snap next week.
Right.
So I think that was a test. Like, you're thinking they're going to run all the time. Maybe they should have ran it more. But again, 3 yards a carry, 18 carries for 58 yards. I'm not sure that really would have worked had they done it.
803-0550 is our phone number. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday and a Victory Monday. Football Monday brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Sets up a big game this week against the Cincinnati Bengals, who look like they have a little bit of life. Mo in New Jersey leads us off on this Victory Monday. Mo, good morning. Hang on, Mo. We'll get you up.
Beautiful Monday.
Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Beautiful Victory Monday. Not a beautiful offensive performance, I would say, on the passing side, but I'm going to say, all right, I don't make apologies for when we lose, and I'm definitely not going to say, terrible win. But at the same time, the whole game, I just felt like the passing offense just never got into rhythm, whether it's because they played, whatever style defense they played. I'm not a coach. I'm not exactly sure. They played two safeties or whatever it was. Just, I felt, I saw the first half the Cooks. I got excited. Like, ooh, maybe we have a legitimate receiver on our team. Never saw him again. Didn't hear Gabe Davis' name mentioned after the first interception. But anyway, I'm really happy for the way the team played, especially the offensive line. Like, deep down inside, I'm an offensive lineman. And when I heard Dawkins and Brown were out, I thought we were doomed, to be honest. I just thought we were doomed after that performance against the Houston Texans last week. But I'm really proud of the way the offensive line, the way they played. I don't think Allen got sacked once. He did get hurt maybe a couple of times, but generally speaking, they dominated that game. It's the reason we won, and the defense as well. After that fumble return for a touchdown, which completely changed the complexion of the game, I think Tommy woke up as a whole and just dominated. The way they dominated that third quarter, I don't think I've ever seen us dominate a team in that fashion. And obviously, by the time the fourth quarter came around, it was just a matter of, how much. I'm talking like how many more minutes in real time before we just win this game. So, proud of this win. Huge game coming up against the Bengals. I hope we get our guys back. And let's go Bills.
Thanks, Mo. Yeah, the Steelers, have you ever seen a team, the answer to this is probably yes, but it's been a while, with less fight in them than the Steelers in the
totally quit.
Second half of the third quarter and fourth quarter, that game was over.
Totally quit.
They had no interest. Nobody wanted to play.
They've done that before, by the way.
Yeah.
They ran in the second half a total of, I believe it was 18 plays. Let me double check that. But they just couldn't get on the field at all in the second half. That's the other part of it. Alec Anderson, Ryan Vandemark, them being able to run the ball the way they did. I don't think Pittsburgh would have done much more with more possessions anyway, but you didn't even give them a chance at it, right? They just couldn't get the Bills off the field at all. They went on drives in the second half of 4 minutes and 27 seconds, 8 minutes and 14 seconds, and 9 minutes and 4 seconds. By the way, had they gotten that last 3rd and 2, they would have broke the franchise record for time of possession in a game. They couldn't get the ball away from the Bills.
Yeah. So all around, very strong performance. Yards per play, Bills at 5, and the Steelers at 4 yards per play. Passing, Aaron Rodgers, 108 yards passing.
Yep.
10 of 24. I shouldn't say just Rodgers. That's Mason Rudolph, too. 10 of 24 as a team. Woof. That's a bad team that has found its way to miraculously get 6 turnovers and win. Maybe my favorite part of the game was when the Bills had already very obviously won the game, and Tony Romo started talking like prime Aaron Rodgers had just emerged from a cryogenic chamber. Here comes Rodgers. Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Here comes Rodgers. This game is over. You're pretending that this game is still in
He's coming out with a giant cast on his left arm.
Here he comes.
His nose is all beat up.
Still a 2-score game.
He's 42. Look, this guy trotting on the field, just a non-threat.
It was nuts.
Total non-threat.
Yep.
Rodgers yesterday.
Non-threat. And
I also can't believe he came back in.
He wants another season. He's got to be done. It's over, man. It is over.
I know. Maybe it's over in Pittsburgh. Minnesota might need a quarterback very soon, and he wanted to go there before the year.
If he wants to go kill another season, maybe he can do that for Minnesota.
It probably goes better there than it's going in Pittsburgh. But right, I don't think there's much left for that guy. He is a game manager, and that's it.
803-0550. A great day from James Cook, even though he had the one fumble, which is a bit of bad luck there. He just dropped it, and then looked like he recovered it, and then dropped it again.
I think his own knee hit it.
Yeah,
his own knee kicked it out of his arm.
His knee had been watching a lot of the Peanut Punch videos, and just punched it right out of his arms. So the Steelers, they get the early lead. I don't know.
Defender's going to watch that now and do some UFC flying knees into the ball. That's an idea.
Did you think when it was, trailing at halftime, they were in trouble?
Yes, I really did.
I
really thought they were in trouble. And it just was, how many points were they going to score? I didn't know what they were going to get to. When it was 3 at the half, and we've seen halves like that before, and them not really manage to come out of the gates very strong in the second half either. I was worried just that it was going to be one of these Steeler games. These dumb Tomlin games where that's not a good team, and they get their couple turnovers, which they got in the first half, and it was going to be, the Steelers, how did the Steelers beat the Bills? 15-12 today in Pittsburgh. I really was worried it was going to be one of those games. But the moment Benford ran into the end zone, I thought the Bills were going to win the game. That's how quick it flipped for me.
Yep.
Suddenly the Bills have the lead, and now Pittsburgh is back on the hunt. I didn't think there was going to be much chance for a team to come back in that game. But credit to the Bills. Once they got the lead, they were able to sit on it. I thought they were in trouble. I did.
I did not.
You were confident they were going to get enough points?
Yes, but I tell you all the time, in games, I'm confident they're going to win all the time. I thought they were going to come back and beat Houston. I thought they were going to come back and beat Miami until very late, like the Allen tush push fumble. I always think they're going to come back and win because they usually do. And
they had one good drive in the first half.
That's right. But to me, it
was the last drive.
It felt a little like the Atlanta game, except not being down by as much. And by that, I mean, if they're going to go in the locker room and they're going to say, listen, we're just going to run that same play 30 more times and score a bunch of points. And the defense got out. That defensive score helped a lot because that kind of makes you feel like you can do it even more. You got your positive game script. You can lean on it. But the Steelers. Well,
also, the Steelers came out throwing after that, and then that's how the interception happens.
Right. So I thought they'd win the whole time. I did not know what to expect with the backup offensive lineman, and thought, with Vandermark and Alec Anderson, how will that look? And it didn't even really look bad in the passing game. I didn't think Allen was endlessly under duress. I know they did throw the ball quickly, but
TJ Watt had one pressure in this game, and it was on a play that he was unblocked.
There's what happened to that guy?
Nothing from him.
$40 million.
Urbig got through a couple times, I think, but Allen was not under pressure.
Allen had a good day evading the rush. He had a good day extending plays. He had a good day getting away from pressure.
Yep.
And the Bills win. So it's a victory Monday. And next up, the Cincinnati Bengals, which it's going to be a good one. That's going to be a good test for this McDermott defense, this Bobby Babbage defense, because Burrow in two games and a quarter, because we have the first quarter of a Hamlin game, Burrow has not been stopped by the Bills.
Correct.
That's it. He's played 9 quarters, and it's never been tough for him. The one game that was close, he threw for 350, 2 touchdowns, no picks. The Bills lost that game by 6. So I'm eager to see what they can cook up. And on the injury front, we have to watch, I feel like we say this every week, Joey Bosa, who left the game with a hamstring. So
Burrow, who, by the way, has also won 8 games in a row that he started.
Not bad.
He's won 8 games in a row.
And you'd think T. Higgins will be back. He was out this past week because of concussion protocol, but that's a short week. He's had another week and a half to kind of get ready for it. So Chase and Higgins and Burrow and
no Lou Anarumo anymore.
That's right. He was key. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday, a Victory Monday here on WGR. It's brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Wide open phone lines, Bills fans. If you want to say you're concerned, you are nervous, that's allowed. We're not going to get mad at anybody. You can say what you want here. But it's a win, and the Bills really needed it, of course. So join us at 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 on WGR.
Back to pass is Rudolph, looking left, and it's intercepted. Picked off by Benford. It was intended for Darnell Washington. He overshot the 6'7" tight end, and Benford has his second takeaway of the game.
I don't know that they've ever done this, but the fire Tomlin chants in the crowd, there's video of it, and they weren't that quiet.
Yeah.
And Tomlin got asked about the fire Tomlin chants. He's like, I'm frustrated too, whatever. But I don't know that they've ever had fire Tomlin chants in that crowd. They finally reached their breaking point, and it was the Bills just running the same play over and over and over and over. TJ Watt mad about that. Yeah, it was awesome.
The same play. The same.
It really was the same play.
Yeah.
And by the way, we could play the audio later. TJ Watt said after the game, I've never seen a team run the ball, or not even run the ball. He said run the same play over and over and have it work that well.
Yep.
4 weeks ago, the Cincinnati Bengals did the same play to Jamar Chase 5 times in a row on the Steelers, and everybody pointed it out. It was on a night game. Like, this just happened to you a month ago. Yeah, they just ran the same play. You didn't adjust. That's the Steelers.
Yep.
That's the Steelers.
That's the Steelers. My favorite comment was something to this point where Seth Rohrbaugh, who covers this Pittsburgh sports for the Tribune Review, tweeted, Mike Tomlin will say something like, we can't eat soup with forks. We need spoons. And the Steelers will sign a 2018 Pro Bowler to the practice squad.
Yes.
There you go. That's the Steelers. And
also, Aaron Rodgers now folded into all of that, and he's out after everybody. He called it a poor practice week. He said that there's receivers not running the right routes.
It's accountability, and he said, I'm sure Jonnu Smith is sick about that when referencing that he didn't run the right route. Flat out
Did he named Jonnu Smith?
He said Jonnu Smith.
I didn't see that.
And on the play where he threw it to no one because Jonnu Smith broke out and he was thinking he was going to break in, he said, I threw it in, he threw it out. I'm sure he's sick about that. There it is. There's the guy that has garnered even more respect in the Pittsburgh locker room after playing through a hand injury.
Which he really should not have played through.
Probably not.
Right? He was ineffective.
Probably not.
The Bills able to rally against the Steelers after a lackluster start to win by a score of 26-7. With the win, they're 8-4 and remain the 7th seed in the AFC playoff picture. James Cook had an impressive day, tallying 132 yards on 32 carries on the ground, was also leading receiver for the Bills with 3 targets, 33 yards. Joey Bosa also forced a fumble that Christian Benford returned for a touchdown, which turned the momentum in the Bills' favor to start the second half. Josh Allen had 1 passing touchdown to Keon Coleman, also scored a rushing touchdown on the day, where he claimed the record for most rushing touchdowns by a quarterback in NFL history, surpassing Cam Newton. The Bills now gear up for another AFC North opponent coming up later this next week with the Bengals. The Sabres had a weekend that was a microcosm of the season so far. They got shut out 5-0 against the Devils on Friday, only to win in exciting fashion over the Wild 3-2 in a shootout on Saturday. Up next, the Jets take on the Sabres tonight at KeyBank Center with puck drop set for 7:30. The Bandits shut down the Swarm the other night, 15-11 in their home opener in a sold-out KeyBank Center. They have some off time as they gear up for their next matchup at home with the Halifax Thunderbirds on December 13th. Last night, Sunday Night Football, the Broncos beat the Commanders in a nail-biter 27-26. And tonight, the Giants are in Foxborough taking on the Patriots with kickoff set for 8:15. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Kelly for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Allen fires into the end zone to Keon Coleman for the 1-yard touchdown reception.
Highlights of the game brought to you by Northland Workforce Training Center. Train for what's next. Bills win. Keon Coleman back in the end zone. All this talk about wide receivers not being good enough, guys. I got a guy with a touchdown catch in back-to-back games that he appeared in.
Yep.
So just making plays. Jerry Ostrowski had the line that he's Chris Carter. All he does is catch touchdowns. At least the last 2 games he played. So Coleman out there for, they kind of forgot to cover him. A little improvisation from Josh Allen to make it happen. Another Josh Allen hat trick. Interception, rushing touchdown, passing touchdown. The Josh Allen hat trick. And
he's done it, they said on the broadcast, like 49 times now or something.
That's just the rushing and passing.
Yeah. Oh, right.
This is with the interception.
The interception,
might be like 40 times.
Yeah, a lot of them.
Got no problem with it. No problem with it at all. Anyway, he becomes the quarterback in the NFL with the most rushing touchdowns and
all time
and counting.
That's what. Where does that rank on Bills records ever?
To have the NFL quarterback with the most rushing touchdowns
all time. Like how many all-time records would they even have?
4 straight Super Bowls.
Sure, right. Does an individual Bill have a more prestigious record? One, there's an obvious answer. I know it if you're yelling it in your car right now. Bruce Smith has the all-time sack record.
Right.
I'm aware. That's number 1. Is Allen with the all-time rushing touchdown record for quarterback number 2? I don't know of another Bills individual that has a record that's good.
Bills player has a record. It's probably
OJ doesn't have records anymore, right? Like those are all good for NFL at least. Those are all gone. Does Thurman have something like receiving for a running back? That's probably done. I don't know who else would have something. I think this is probably number 2.
Yeah. The thing about Allen is, of course, he's going to continue to add to it because he's got a long way to go. I mean, OJ was the first 2,000-yard season, and that held up for a long time.
Right. Yep.
But that's since been bested and will continue to.
A couple times, I think, right?
Yeah. He's been beaten 8 times. Now, every one of those guys had longer seasons, right? Other than maybe Eric Dickerson, who in 1984.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, Peterson, Lewis, Sanders, Derrick Henry, Terrell Davis, Chris Johnson, and Saquon Barkley, all 2,000. So, but that's not a record. Yeah. He held the record, but it's since been passed.
Yeah.
So Allen gets a rushing touchdown. He is the all-time leading rusher of touchdowns.
I'm also glad.
Quarterback.
I'm also glad he did not do it on a push.
Right.
Although he was pushed,
but he did it
after the fact.
He did it on a play that he called his own number. That was not a run play. As he's describing that, he said he noticed the coverage.
Yeah.
And Ty Johnson made an adjustment, and he said I'm just going to run behind him, and then the line pushed him in. So it was not exactly like a called draw play. One other thing that happened for Allen in this game, and the Bills have credited the hit from the Steelers, was Patrick Queen who hit him, and that turned it around. Like, it kind of woke up Allen. They felt like there should have been a flag. Can I give you a semi-controversial take? Are you ready for it?
All right.
I think Allen is less and less likely to get those calls because of his theatrics. He's a flopper, guys. Did you see earlier in the game he tried to flop and got held up by his offensive lineman?
No, I missed that.
Okay.
That was in the first half?
It would have been, I don't even think he would have fallen to the ground, but it might have been like somebody gave him a little push, and he starts to do the, whoa!
Yeah.
And it might have been Vandermark there. He's like, oh, I got you.
Yeah.
I think Allen's, his theatrics, trying to, let's be real, imitate headshots, he does that a lot. He did that last week when sliding, somebody brushed his helmet, he shot his head back. Officials know.
Yeah.
And not to say that you don't get those calls, but I think one of the reasons maybe he won't get one is because he's begging for him.
That's probably one reason. Doesn't it seem like, though, in the league they're calling that less this year? The QB slide.
Like they're giving
player committed.
more leniency to the defenders?
Yeah. And Queen maybe didn't commit. The broadcast was making it sound like he committed way after the slide. I think it was pretty close. Bang, bang. I think they're calling that less in the league this year because they know that quarterbacks are trying, and maybe this is part of the Allen point because Allen's one of the people that's probably doing it. Quarterbacks are trying to suck you in to throw that hit when they slide.
Absolutely.
To get the penalty.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of evidence of that.
I agree fully with the idea that quarterbacks have weaponized the slide.
And I think that's part of why they're not calling it as often. Like you're just trying to get a flag out of me. That's all you're doing. Now sometimes guys are like when Stroud got hit a couple weeks ago. Sometimes guys are hitting so hard that you kind of have to throw it.
Sure, but even in that spot, like that's when Lawrence got hit last year. I thought like it's his fault he got hit like that.
Right.
Like the slide actually puts you at risk more than diving forward.
Right, your head gets slammed back on the ground. Yeah.
So anyway, that's my semi-controversial take is that I think Allen's own actions might lead to a little less.
And also it could have been worse. Like maybe the makeup there was immediate in that the Bills players, like linemen, went after him, Queen and the other guy that was involved, and they kind of threw him on the sideline, and they never got a 15-yard penalty. So sure, you want the 15 yards there on the late hit, but also your lineman went over and fought the dude, and they didn't get flagged either. So they at least made it up on that, I think.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Welcome to the team, Brandon Cooks. One catch on the first drive on a third down. Did anyone think he was going for 100 right in that moment? Like, oh, look at this. Just do this all day. The Steelers' secondary is very bad. But Cooks doing a thing that the Bills have needed receivers to do on a very basic level, and that was enough. So credit to him for showing up and, I don't know, playing. Well, they went to on a third down early. That's got to say something on who they trust. So anyway, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us here on the Buffalo Bills Football Monday.
The other thing I was just looking up, just doing some numbers on. So Shaq Thompson started yesterday at middle linebacker. Bills had a great day run defense, right? Like, hey, we stopped the run. We proved we could stop the run.
How do you have like splits of Bernard against the run?
I just looked it up.
Shaq Thompson against the run.
Games that Thompson started, and I split the Atlanta game because Bernard got hurt in the second quarter, and then Thompson played the entire second half at middle linebacker.
Sure, and in the second half they were much better.
Right. So in the games that Bernard has started at middle linebacker this year, plus the first half of the Atlanta game, which I guess he did start, 267 carries for almost 1,500 yards. Shaq Thompson, in the games he started at middle linebacker in the second half of Atlanta, 59 for 221. So it's 5.5 yards per carry when Bernard is in there, and it's 3.7 when Thompson is in there. I'm at a point where I almost feel like we have enough evidence. It would be malpractice to put Bernard back at middle linebacker at this point. How can they possibly see this season the way it's going, and Bernard being banged up on top of it, if you want that, and think that it is a good idea for here on out, if Bernard gets healthy, to think that he's a better option for them right now at middle linebacker? What would tell you that that's the case other than you paid him? Other than you paid him, why would he play middle linebacker?
I think the only other way you would say it is because he gets the defense lined up, right? He's your green dot.
Is that a problem though with Thompson?
I don't think so. But
McDermott is talking about Shaq Thompson this week is the guy that's getting up in the locker room and giving a speech. Like, the guy just got here, by the way, and he's a veteran, right? He's been around a long time,
Right.
so maybe it's not stunning that he would do that.
He wants the defense to play nastier, to get meaner.
Sure. If he was like a 6th-round rookie that was playing really well, and you wanted to tell me about green dot and communication and getting guys lined up, like, all right, I would listen to that. But this dude has been in the league for a decade doing this. So I'm not sure, like, if there are any problems with him doing all of that. So maybe. I think it would be amazing if they put Bernard back at middle linebacker. They probably will. Wouldn't you expect they will?
I'm not sure. I mean, I thought he would not go back at middle linebacker, and then there was a game or two where, oh, look, now you can tell he's healthy. All right. He has trouble.
Right.
He definitely has trouble staying healthy.
Right, like the side-to-side ability across the field might not be the same because he had that ankle thing. So health is a part of it, too. I don't know how you couldn't think Thompson is giving you everything you could possibly want right now.
Yeah.
And if your problem you think is, I'm not that great at stopping the run, this is the guy that is more of a fit for that. Downfield, physical. He's making physical plays. He throws DK Metcalf back yesterday on one play. Like, he's a dude out there. I just would not want to see them take him off the field.
I saw you tweet that Trey White made a business decision on one of the Darnell Washington plays.
He definitely did.
Which
is fine. I'm not even criticizing him. That probably is smart.
It's probably the right thing to do. You're up 16 points at the time.
Yeah.
Like, nobody needs
Here
to
comes the freight train.
Do not lay down in front of Darnell Washington. It's fine.
Trey White's got an injury background, too.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I mean, as far as
but
I'm
he
concerned,
definitely stepped out of the way.
Somebody else get in the way. I don't want to do that.
Washington said on a podcast last week that he's playing right now with 315 pounds.
And running.
And Trey White got out of the way a little bit. Yeah, like maybe not the worst idea.
I mean, it did look like they maybe should have thrown to him a little earlier. No? Like,
Maybe.
Should he be their running back? Should he be their...
I don't know. How much do you want to build your offense around that, though? Like, that's where you're at? It's like, oh, I better throw the ball more to that guy.
What are my other options? Calvin Austin?
That's the thing. Like, their other options might not be that strong. So, yeah, I don't know where they go from here.
803-0550. Bills win. Victory Monday. You can give us a ring. We have wide open phone lines. Nothing to complain about. People say we're the only ones that complain. We complain all the time, huh? No, there's nothing to complain about. Nobody's calling.
I mean, the pass game was still not
rough. It was still rough.
Great. Did they ever try, though, to do anything in the pass game other than dump offs and screens? How many times did they try a real
down
passing
the field?
play? Yeah.
Probably not much.
A couple times?
Yeah, I haven't looked at Josh Allen's passing chart on Next Gen Stats. I'm trying to think of the deepest throw down the field.
He threw the pick to Gabe, right? He threw the pass to Cooks early in the game. Like, second half, I don't remember anything. We got another tunnel screen that didn't work.
That's right.
To Shakir. That play is on the books for everybody. They know that play is coming every time. There was a nice little Ty Johnson play at one point out of the backfield, but there wasn't much. There wasn't much effort given to trying to do it. Allen said that as much. He got asked about not being able to pass. Like, we didn't really need to.
Yeah.
Which is fair, but...
His deep... they didn't need to. His deepest pass attempt went 15 yards.
Okay.
That was it. And only 2 of his attempts went over 10 yards.
Okay.
So
they didn't feel like they needed it.
No.
I'm not sure they would have been able to do it had they needed to in the first place, but that's maybe part of people's problem with the Bills is yesterday is kind of their game, which is, they play at their best when they don't need to throw the ball more than 10 yards.
Right.
And you might be frustrated that reality has set in.
And
that they've built a team that at the moment you say that and it's like 100% correct. Like, they're at their best when Allen doesn't have to play quarterback.
Yeah, if they did not have to throw a pass of 20 yards, could they win the Super Bowl? Maybe.
If they didn't have to?
If they didn't have to.
Yeah.
But if they have to, they might have a problem. So anyway, 803-0550. Allen, 15-23, 123. His completion percentage over expected was a -9. He missed a couple throws. Kind of short-armed a few.
The one to Knox.
Left one in the dirt.
There was like a designed play to Knox where he threw it like way in front of him.
Yep. 803-0550. Sal comes up at 7 o'clock. We'll chat about this game with him and with you and the updated AFC standings, how things look if the playoffs started today. The Patriots and the Giants tonight with I'm picking New England to lose. They've been playing with fire. They will get burned tonight. That's my red-hot prediction or something. Anyway, we'll see. If it happens, it would be very good. Be good for the Bills. 803-0550, our phone number on WGR.
don't know that they've ever done this, but the fire Tomlin chants in the crowd, there's video of it, and they weren't that quiet.
Yeah.
And Tomlin got asked about the fire Tomlin chants. He's like, I'm frustrated too, whatever. But I don't know that they've ever had fire Tomlin chants in that crowd. They finally reached their breaking point, and it was the Bills just running the same play over and over and over and over. TJ Watt mad about that. Yeah, it was awesome.
The same play. The same.
It really was the same play.
Yeah.
And by the way, we could play the audio later. TJ Watt said after the game, I've never seen a team run the ball, or not even run the ball. He said run the same play over and over and have it work that well.
Yep.
4 weeks ago, the Cincinnati Bengals did the same play to Jamar Chase 5 times in a row on the Steelers, and everybody pointed it out. It was on a night game. Like, this just happened to you a month ago. Yeah, they just ran the same play. You didn't adjust. That's the Steelers.
Yep.
That's the Steelers.
That's the Steelers. My favorite comment was something to this point where Seth Rohrbaugh, who covers this Pittsburgh sports for the Tribune Review, tweeted, Mike Tomlin will say something like, we can't eat soup with forks. We need spoons. And the Steelers will sign a 2018 Pro Bowler to the practice squad.
Yes.
There you go. That's the Steelers. And
also, Aaron Rodgers now folded into all of that, and he's out after everybody. He called it a poor practice week. He said that there's receivers not running the right routes.
It's accountability, and he said, I'm sure Jonnu Smith is sick about that when referencing that he didn't run the right route. Flat out
he named Jonnu Smith?
He said Jonnu Smith. I didn't see that. And on the play where he threw it to no one because Jonnu Smith broke out and he was thinking he was going to break in, he said, I threw it in, he threw it out. I'm sure he's sick about that. There it is. There's the guy that has garnered even more respect in the Pittsburgh locker room after playing through a hand injury.
Which he really should not have played through.
Probably not.
Right? He was ineffective.
Probably not. Anyway, he becomes the quarterback in the NFL with the most rushing touchdowns and
all time
and counting.
That's what. Where does that rank on Bills records ever?
To have the NFL quarterback with the most rushing touchdowns
all time. Like how many all-time records would they even have?
4 straight Super Bowls.
Sure, right. Does an individual Bill have a more prestigious record? One, there's an obvious answer. I know it if you're yelling it in your car right now. Bruce Smith has the all-time sack record.
Right.
I'm aware. That's number 1. Is Allen with the all-time rushing touchdown record for quarterback number 2? I don't know of another Bills individual that has a record that's good.
Bills player has a record. It's probably
OJ doesn't have records anymore, right? Like those are all good for NFL at least. Those are all gone. Does Thurman have something like receiving for a running back? That's probably done. I don't know who else would have something. I think this is probably number 2.
Yeah. The thing about Allen is, of course, he's going to continue to add to it because he's got a long way to go. I mean, OJ was the first 2,000-yard season, and that held up for a long time.
Right. Yep.
But that's since been bested and will continue to.
A couple times, I think, right?
Yeah. He's been beaten 8 times. Now, every one of those guys had longer seasons, right? Other than maybe Eric Dickerson, who in 1984. Mm-hmm. But, yeah, Peterson, Lewis, Sanders, Derrick Henry, Terrell Davis, Chris Johnson, and Saquon Barkley, all 2,000. So, but that's not a record. Yeah. He held the record, but it's since been passed.
Yeah.
I mean, he's one of the, if not the best back in football. The way that he can grab the ball and hit the hole as fast as he can, the way that he can move, shake the first guy. He's very, very rarely tackled by the first defender. So, he makes our offense go.
James Cook. That's Josh Allen on James Cook. Bills win. Big day for Cook in the win over the Pittsburgh Steelers as Buffalo moves to 8-4 and gets a much-needed win. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. And Locker Room Audio is brought to you by Reimer Home Services. Homes rely on the Rhino. We'll get some calls in, and we'll talk with Sal, at the top of the hour, his arrow up, arrow down, and all that good stuff. Glenn in Florida. Glenn, good morning. You're on Buffalo Bills Victory Monday.
Hey, guys. Just calling because you said nobody was really calling to complain, but of course I have one complaint. Since when is 2nd and 2 or less a running down? Because it seems like I don't think they've passed on that down all year, and I think yesterday twice they run. They're so predictable, and it used to be a shot play every single time on 2nd and less than 2. But I don't understand what's happening with this offense because it's such a great opportunity play, and they just pass it up every time.
So to that point, thanks, Clint. I'll actually give you the numbers on this, on what the Bills do on 2nd and short versus the league. Mm-hmm. So 2nd and 1 or 2, right? They have started to throw it a little bit more because their pass rate over expected has been pretty low in the league. 2nd and 1 or 2 is actually one where they've leaned a little bit more into the pass. This game, I mean, I just feel good about the run. Wouldn't you? I know it's 2nd and 1 or 2. Like I don't like running on 2nd and 1 when its main goal is to make sure the other quarterback doesn't see the field. I hate that. But if you're playing Pittsburgh and it's just like, listen, let's just not mess this up because that team over there is so bad that we can keep running the ball. Yeah. I get what your general criticism is, and I've had the exact same criticism when they play the Chiefs, the good Chiefs. But in this game, I didn't think about it too much.
They were predictable, and I think in other games maybe that can get you in trouble. You played the team yesterday where predictable isn't a problem, right? They knew the play was coming, and you were going to beat them on it anyway. So maybe that in a different game is going to be an issue. If you want, because that has been a thing that, I mean, even yesterday, Romo doesn't even study anymore, and he's calling out things that the Bills are about to do before they happen. And we saw that happen with Collinsworth earlier in the year. Like, you got guys on TV that know what's happening with the Bills before the play, let alone the other coaches. But again, you play Pittsburgh, and Pittsburgh knows what's coming a lot, and they still don't stop it.
The spot the Bills are the run heaviest is actually 3rd and 1 or 2.
3rd and 1 or 2.
Yeah. On 3rd and 1 or 2, their pass rate over expected, in this case under expected, is a -20.
Do they tush push
which is
every time?
Yes, huge number. It's 3rd and 1 or 2. They are going to run the ball. They're very predictable in that department. 803-0550 to join us in 1-888-550-2550. Like they pass it. They run it 3/4 of the time on 3rd and 1 or 2, and the league is generally 50-50 on what they do on 3rd and 1 or 2. So anyway. I'd love to know what the play was going to be on the 4th and 2 that the Bills were going to go for and got the false start.
Yep.
So we don't get to know that. On punts and kicks and field goals, the field goal to go 7-3 by Ben Baldwin's numbers on win percentage over whatever was fine to kick the field goal. It was a very slight go for it, but not big enough that you'd care. So field goal there was fine.
Tomlin gave you his punt.
He did.
4th and 1.
Yep.
4th and 1, down by, what were they, down by 9? And he punted late in the 3rd quarter. Sweet.
Sure did.
Keep that guy around as your coach. Good luck.
The 1 seeds currently belong to Drake May and Caleb Williams. Or no, I'm sorry,
Denver won last night.
Denver jumped back ahead of them on tiebreakers.
I think if New England wins tonight, they'll go back to first, though.
Yeah, because they'll be 11 and 2.
If they win tonight.
They're going to lose.
Jacksonville also, the 3 seed suddenly.
And they look a little
First place in the South.
They look a little live. Who is ready for the AFC South to be the best division in the AFC?
I mean, they could get 3 playoff teams.
That's right. We'll get more calls in, so if you're on hold, stick with us. We'll get to Sal as well. It's Victory Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com.
Back to pass, pressure coming, gets rid of it, and it's complete to Brandon Cooks, the new addition for a first down.
And the Bills have credited the hit from the Steelers, was Patrick Queen who hit him, and that turned it around. Like, it kind of woke up Allen. They felt like there should have been a flag. Can I give you a semi-controversial take? Are you ready for it?
All right.
I think Allen is less and less likely to get those calls because of his theatrics. He's a flopper, guys. Did you see earlier in the game he tried to flop and got held up by his offensive lineman?
No, I missed that.
Okay.
That was in the first half?
It would have been, I don't even think he would have fallen to the ground, but it might have been like somebody giving a little push.
Yeah.
And he starts to do the, whoa!
Yeah.
And it might have been Vandermark there. He's like, oh, I got you.
Yeah.
I think Allen's, his theatrics, trying to, let's be real, imitate headshots, he does that a lot. He did that last week when sliding, somebody brushed his helmet, he shot his head back. Officials know.
Yeah.
And not to say that you don't get those calls, but I think one of the reasons maybe he won't get one is because he's begging for them.
That's probably one reason. Doesn't it seem like, though, in the league they're calling that less this year? The QB slide.
Like they're giving
player committed.
more leniency to the defenders?
Yeah. And Queen maybe didn't commit. The broadcast was making it sound like he committed way after the slide. I think it was pretty close. Bang, bang. I think they're calling that less in the league this year because they know that quarterbacks are trying, and maybe this is part of the Allen point because Allen's one of the people that's probably doing it. Quarterbacks are trying to suck you in to throw that hit when they slide.
Absolutely.
To get the penalty.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of evidence of that.
I agree fully with the idea that quarterbacks have weaponized the slide.
And I think that's part of why they're not calling it as often. Like, you're just trying to get a flag out of me. That's all you're doing. Now, sometimes guys are, like when Stroud got hit a couple weeks ago, sometimes guys are hitting so hard that you kind of have to throw it.
Sure, but even in that spot, like that's when Lawrence got hit last year, I thought, like, it's his fault he got hit like that.
Right.
Like, the slide actually puts you at risk more than diving forward.
Right, your head gets slammed back on the ground. Yeah.
So anyway, that's my semi-controversial take is that I think Allen's own actions might lead to a little less.
And also, it could have been worse. Like, maybe the makeup there was immediate in that the Bills players, like linemen, went after him, Queen and the other guy that was involved, and they kind of threw him on the sideline, and they never got a 15-yard penalty. So, sure, you want the 15 yards there on the late hit, but also your lineman went over and fought the dude, and they didn't get flagged either. So they at least made it up on that, I think. Just doing some numbers on. So Shaq Thompson started yesterday at middle linebacker. Bills had a great day run defense, right? Like, hey, we stopped the run. We proved we could stop the run.
How do you have like splits of Bernard against the run?
I just looked it up.
Shaq Thompson against the run.
Games that Thompson started, and I split the Atlanta game because Bernard got hurt in the second quarter, and then Thompson played the entire second half at middle linebacker.
Sure, and in the second half they were much better.
Right. So in the games that Bernard has started at middle linebacker this year, plus the first half of the Atlanta game, which I guess he did start, 267 carries for almost 1,500 yards. Shaq Thompson, in the games he started at middle linebacker in the second half of Atlanta, 59 for 221. So it's 5.5 yards per carry when Bernard is in there, and it's 3.7 when Thompson is in there. I'm at a point where I almost feel like we have enough evidence. It would be malpractice to put Bernard back at middle linebacker at this point. How can they possibly see this season the way it's going, and Bernard being banged up on top of it, if you want that, and think that it is a good idea for here on out, if Bernard gets healthy, to think that he's a better option for them right now at middle linebacker? What would tell you that that's the case other than you paid him? Other than you paid him, why would he play middle linebacker?
I think the only other way you would say it is because he gets the defense lined up, right? He's your green dot.
Is that a problem though with Thompson?
I don't think so. But
McDermott is talking about Shaq Thompson this week is the guy that's getting up in the locker room and giving a speech. Like, the guy just got here, by the way, and he's a veteran, right? He's been around a long time, so maybe it's not stunning that he would do that.
He wants the defense to play nastier, to get meaner.
Sure. If he was like a sixth-round rookie that was playing really well, and you wanted to tell me about green dot and communication and getting guys lined up, like, all right, I would listen to that. But this dude has been in the league for a decade doing this. So I'm not sure like if there are any problems with him doing all of that. So maybe I think it would be amazing if they put Bernard back at middle linebacker. They probably will. Wouldn't you expect they will?
I'm not sure. I mean, I thought he would not go back at middle linebacker, and then there was a game or two where, oh, look, now you can tell he's healthy. All right. He has trouble. Right. He definitely has trouble staying healthy.
The Bills able to rally against the Steelers after a lackluster start. They win by a score of 26-7, and with the win, they're 8-4 and remain the 7th seed in the AFC playoff picture. James Cook had an impressive performance, tallying 132 yards on 32 carries on the ground, was also the leading receiver for the Bills with 3 targets and 33 yards. Joey Bosa made a big play, forced a fumble that Christian Benford returned for a touchdown, which turned the momentum in the Bills' favor to start the second half. And Josh Allen had 1 passing touchdown to Keon Coleman and also scored a rushing touchdown on the day, where he claimed the record for most rushing touchdowns by a quarterback in NFL history with 76, surpassing Cam Newton. The Bills now gear up for another AFC North opponent in the Bengals coming up next Sunday. The Sabres had a weekend that was a microcosm of their season so far. They got shut out 5-0 against the Devils on Friday, only to win in exciting fashion over the Wild 3-2 in a shootout on Saturday. Up next, the Jets take on the Sabres tonight at KeyBank Center with puck drop set for 7:30. The Bandits shut down the Swarm the other night, 15-11 in their home opener at KeyBank Center. They'll have some time off as they gear up for their next matchup on December 13th. And around the NFL, some big scores from yesterday. The Dolphins outlast the Saints 21-17. Texans beat the Colts 20-16. The Jets beat the Falcons 27-24. The Panthers upset the Rams 31-28. The Chargers beat the Raiders 31-14. And last night, the Broncos beat the Commanders in a nail-biter 27-26. Tonight, the Giants are in Foxborough taking on the Patriots with kickoff set for 8:15. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Sal Capaccio joins us here as we get ready to dig further into this Bills win over the Pittsburgh Steelers. 26-7, the Bills dominate and set records in the process. Josh Allen, the all-time quarterback with rushing touchdowns now, and the Bills' offense ran for more yards than any team had ever run for in that stadium in Pittsburgh since it is opened. So we'll kick a lot of it around with you as well. Give us a ring, 803-0550, as we welcome in Sal Capaccio, who is back from Pittsburgh. Sal, good morning.
Yeah, it was a really, really great day running the ball for the Bills. I mean, they did an excellent job of that. And that's a pretty interesting stat that I didn't know until after the game either. You're right. The most yards ever allowed by the Pittsburgh Steelers at Acrisure Stadium.
Yeah. You know, Sal, I'm eager to get your feel for it because you've been to Pittsburgh a lot. That's a franchise with a big identity, and the Tomlin thing, him being a great coach but being there forever. Like, I don't know if it's like James Franklin, Penn State vibes or what the vibe is, but
I think it was the first time they chanted "Fire Tomlin."
yeah, well, all right, because the whole thing feels like it might really finally be coming to an end there in Pittsburgh. Whether it's Tomlin looking tired, being tired, wanting something else, them wanting something else, because the spinning of the wheels is it's Pittsburgh every year.
Yeah, it's really interesting. First of all, have you guys ever seen the movie All the Right Moves with Tom Cruise, high school football?
Yeah.
I mean, it really is straight out of there when you're in November and going to a game there. And it was misty and wet, and you're on that bus. Like I'm going from the hotel to the stadium, and even come from the airport to the hotel. And I was thinking about that. I'm like, man, this is just like right out of the movie, because you get that football feel. Like, okay, well, we're gonna play football here, and you're coming to our stadium. It's gonna get messy, and there's a mystique there. You know what I mean? Like, It's like, wow, like you understand why they play such tough football in Western PA. And I'm not trying to be romantic about it. I'm just telling you, like, there's a mystique about it. And you're rolling in that stadium. Like, how many times did you see like the Steelers in a late 4 p.m. game against the Ravens, or the Browns? I don't know, maybe the Patriots, or whatever, back in the 2000s, early 2000s, and you're like, okay, you're going in there. This is going to be a tough fight. Then you go in there, and it starts off, and the Bills start moving the ball, and things weren't going great for the Bills, and the Steelers, the Bills gave them a couple opportunities, but then Jeremy, you're right. That crowd turned on the Steelers so quickly. There were boos right away. Like the second offensive series maybe for the Steelers, I'm hearing boos. I'm like, wow, this is crazy. And it continued throughout the game. They were, they were not happy with the brand of football that they were playing. There were some cheers when Mason Rudolph came out, and then when he threw that pass, that interception, there were a lot of boos, and it went right back to it.
There were some Pittsburgh beat reporters, Sal, that said that it was the first time they ever heard Renegade get booed also.
Oh, so great. I'm so glad you brought it up, Joe. So we were debating on the broadcast if they were going to play it.
Yeah.
Because it was going so poorly, and they always play it right, like, beginning of the fourth quarter, like right around there. And we were debating on the broadcast. Chris and Eric and I were talking, are they going to play Renegade? Like, no way, right? Because they're down. What's that going to sound like?
Right.
And they didn't play it at first. And then they played it, and there were Steelers fans who were mad.
Yeah.
Like, there were Steelers fans who were mad. I walked down the sidelines. Do you remember in 2019 when the Bills took it over, right? Remember that, the iconic image of Matt Barkley, swinging the towel? Bills fans were doing that. Bills fans made that song theirs.
Right.
I'm not kidding you. It was insane. They were hooting and hollering and looking at Steelers fans like, yeah, that's right. That's right. Look at the scoreboard. We're getting hyped right now. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, it's the whole atmosphere there right now. Like I have some friends that are from Pittsburgh that I saw for Thanksgiving, and they basically told me, like, this is like how almost everybody now is feeling down there, which is that the frustration is that it feels like their identity isn't trying to win Super Bowls anymore. It's the graphic they put up on the broadcast. I didn't see the broadcast, but they put up the graphic of most winning seasons since whenever. Like that, right. Like their whole identity now is just get 9-8, and that's a successful year because we only care about the Tomlin streak. And I think a lot of Steeler fans are just sick of it.
Yep, and it is really interesting to hear and see and what's going to happen at the end of the year. Now, honestly, the way the Ravens are playing, these two teams are going to play again, and the Steelers could wind up winning the division.
Two more times.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. They're going to play twice, and the Steelers could still win the division, and we'll see, how the reaction is at the end of the year, because there could be a pretty major seismic shift depending on how the season ends. But that is typically an organization that does not make changes. As you guys know, they've had 3 head coaches ever in their franchise history. But it was definitely a feeling, and during the early part of the game, to get back to the game itself here, like, you got that feeling of, oh my God, like, the Bills are playing well, and they're just giving the Steelers opportunities, and this is Steeler ball. It's Chris said on the broadcast. It's how they play. It's like they wait for you to make a mistake. What it reminds me of is the old left wing lock of the Devils, right? It's like, we're just gonna let you. We're gonna play the most boring football or hockey you've ever seen, in football in this case. We're gonna take advantage of one mistake you make, and that's how the Steelers play, and that's what they did in the first half. And then the Bills just decided to run the ball down their throat in the second half, and it was game over.
Sal Capaccio joining us as we chat about the Bills' win over the Steelers. Let's do some of the Skyworks stats of the game, Sal, and we'll get into that run game. Skyworks equipment rental, building America from ground up. So James Cook has a big day on the ground. So does Ray Davis. So does Josh Allen. Like, the Bills were able to do kind of whatever they wanted to do in the run game. I've seen some of the All-22 already, and some of the clips on the Bills running the same play over and over again. And the Steelers are just getting absolutely blown off the ball, giant holes created for the running backs, the cutback for James Cook. Really, whatever they wanted, it was there. And that is with two starting very good offensive linemen out of this game.
Yeah, let's start with the run game itself. First of all, I hope I don't see many complaints because today about the Bills running the same play. How many times do we hear that? When they lose, people are mad because they ran the same play a couple times. Well, again, I go back to what they did in Carolina. If the play's working, you run it, and they couldn't stop it. So you keep running the same play. There's nothing wrong with running the same play. You want it to work, though, and that's what they did. And they went with the same formation, the same play sometimes, different formation, same play. And why not? It's running. I mean, it's working. They ran for close to 5 yards a carry, and that was including just not really carrying as much at the end and just more about clock. 249 yards rushing. You called it. 144 for James Cook. He didn't have this 60 or 70-yard run. His longest run of the day was 31 yards. That just goes to show you how they just leaned on him, and he just kept pounding and breaking off a chunk here and a chunk there, 10 here, 15 there. Then Ray Davis comes in. He has a great series. He does the same thing, 10 here, 15 there. And, they just really took it to the Steelers. Now, this was a Steelers defense. We talked all week, guys, about this is what happens to them sometimes. They do get leaky against the run, but when they want to shut the run down, they've done it. They did it against Jonathan Taylor. They were missing Derek Harmon. Big loss for them in the middle and really good young defensive tackle. They did get Alex Highsmith back. And the key to the game all week, I was telling you guys and other people that if you want to protect those two tackles, you run the ball. That's how you protect the tackles. Don't let TJ Watt or Craig Herbig become a factor. But I thought the Steelers would do a better job of really locking down on them. One area where I think the Bills did a great job in the run game was James Cook getting to the edge. And I asked him after the game, you guys saw it. I said, James, when you took the ball and you cut back to the edge, was that intentional or something you saw? And he just looked at me. I don't think he wanted to say anything like bad about the Steelers corners or their defense. He said, well, you see film and you know what you want to do. That's what he said. Right. And guys, it was intentional. They went after an older secondary and said, we're putting James Cook on the edge and forcing you to make tackles against him, and you're going to be a little slow getting there, and you're not going to tackle him once he's there. And they did a great job. And then you're right about the tackles, guys. I mean, big arrow up, game balls for me, whatever you want to call it, to both Ryan Vandermark and Alec Anderson. And yes, Alec Anderson had two very costly false start penalties early, no doubt about it. He gave a great answer about that. Please check it out if you get a chance. I wrote about it. I quoted him and tweeted out his answer. And it's just great insight into, look, this guy hadn't played right tackle since college. He played center, then guard, then tackle. And he's like, man, I got to go silent count. I got TJ Watt across from me. He goes, I see these guys. They are dudes come off the edge. They are just great athletes. And I got to block them. And he's trying. And early on, that got to him. And then he settled in. He did a great job. Ryan Vandermark did a great job. But I want to give a lot of credit to Aaron Cromer and Joe Brady for putting those guys in a type of situation where they didn't have to carry the load. And when they were asked to make plays, they were very prepared, and they did exactly what they were supposed to do. And TJ Watt had 4 total tackles in this game, none for a loss, no QB sacks, no QB hurries. The Steelers, as a team, 0 sacks, 1 quarterback hurry.
Yeah, not great for them. A lot of things went poorly for them. Offensively, it was a rough day for the Steelers as well. We're going to bring in Joe in Niagara Falls, who's got a comment on the defense. Joe, good morning. You're on with Sal.
Hey, what's going on? Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling,
Yep.
Joe. Go ahead.
First off, just wanted to talk about how the defense kind of really showed up for us this week. We've had a lot of trouble stopping the run. And I kind of wanted to reach back to what you guys were talking about earlier about starting Shaq Thompson in the middle. I think he's a great fit. He's been doing a really great job. Stats that you guys brought up when he's starting on the defense, he's only giving up around 3 yards per rush. And I think that's important. I think that's something we need right now. But I think the biggest turnaround in the game for us yesterday was evening up the turnover battle, keeping that 2-2. Even if we look back to last year and the years prior, it's something that really set our defenses apart was this bend not break mentality. Was that we'd let you drive, we'd let you get down into the red zone, but somehow, some way or another, we end up turning the ball over more times than you do. And I think that's what really helped our success last year.
Yeah, let me touch on a couple of things here. Good call, because I'll start backward. I'll start last and go backward. No doubt, the Bills guys, again, multiple turnovers on the road. I mean, they just every single game they're on the road, they give the ball away a couple times, and you can't do that. And that was the only way the Steelers were going to win this game, is you would give them the ball, and they did, or you don't take it away, and they finally did in the second half, and they did. I'm telling you, if James Cook doesn't fumble and give the Steelers the ball, the Bills might have a shutout in this game. That's how good the defense played, and how poor the Steelers offense was. Like, that was the only points they gave them was a short field, and that was it. Otherwise, the Steelers had 187 total yards in this game, 186 total yards, 3.9 yards per play. I mean, the Bills just shut them down. The turning point of the game, no doubt, was on the field, the score by Christian Benford. But I'm here to tell you guys, on the sidelines, the turning point in this game might have been when Josh Allen took the shot when he was sliding. Everything changed after that. When you're on the field and you're in that environment, and you can tell the energy and what's going on and how guys are acting, it was a little, I'm not going to say lifeless, but they didn't have a lot of energy, and it was that nervous anticipation. Remember, I was just telling you about how you're in Pittsburgh, it's that mystique, you give the ball away, oh man, and things aren't going your way. And you just have this, man, like you're playing well, but you're making these mistakes, these false starts and turnovers. Right before the 2-minute warning, Josh Allen slides, he gets hit by Patrick Queen. I thought there should have been a penalty. There was no penalty called. There was a skirmish on the sidelines. And I am telling you, the game changed after that. I talked to many people in the locker room about it. All of them agreed. That really, woke them up, energized them. Alec Anderson said, we realized then we got to set our jaws, and it's going to become a Mike Tyson fight. And look, I know we can all say, well, they should have been ready from the beginning. Yeah, I get it. But, when you're a competitor and you're in a violent sport like that, sometimes that's the kind of thing that happens. And that happened in that moment, and I think it just changed everything about this game. And then the last part, the Bills are going to be faced with an uncomfortable situation coming up, and that is deciding if Shaq Thompson needs to be the starting middle linebacker over Terrell Bernard. I agree, because he changes this defense, and he has changed this defense. Terrell's been dealing with the ankle. Now he's dealing with the arm. I don't know if he'll be ready this week. It feels like that would be a stretch. But in the meantime, they're in good hands with Shaq Thompson in the middle.
Do you think it's a tough decision, or is it – let me ask this way. Do you think it's a tough decision, or do you think it's a tough how they reckon it happened? Right?
Yeah, that's
right?
Probably more it, Joe. Jeremy, that's probably more it. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think that from the outside looking in, I don't know how Sean McDermott and Bobby Babich feel about this. From the outside looking in, I think there's a recognition that they're a better defense right now with Shaq Thompson in the middle. But Terrell Bernard's your team captain. He's been on this team. He's done a good job. He's made big plays. He's making a lot of money on an extension. That's not a guy you just want to go to and go, hey, you're going to lose your starting job. I don't know how that comes about, and that is very tough. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. And I've always said, the way that this defense is structured, and I think Matt Milano's starting to play some good football, by the way, so I'm not advocating for him taking Matt Milano's spot at all when I say this. I think Terrell Bernard might fit better as a will linebacker going forward. But he's a middle linebacker, and he's your captain. And Dorian Williams and Shaq Thompson and Matt Milano in a base set yesterday were really, really good together.
Yeah. Sal Capaccio joining us here. Sal, let's do eye on the quarterback, because Josh Allen had a very pedestrian day, ran for one, threw for one. They didn't need to throw the ball, and this is one of those games where they very clearly didn't need to. Eye on the quarterback, brought to you by Great Lakes Building Systems. We keep an eye on your business so you don't have to. Our business is protecting your business. Allen looked like, you're mentioning that play over where he gets hit by Queen. It could wake up the offensive line. Do you feel like it woke up Allen?
Oh, 100%. And I'm telling you, if I was in Vegas, or if I walked down to the Rivers Casino, I don't even know if you can bet sports in Rivers Casino, just giving a reference point here to say, I would have bet a lot of money that Josh was running the next play. Because the next play was a short yardage play.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding you. I knew, I'm like, Joe Brady, Josh was mad. They were mad. Everything changed, guys, on that play.
Yeah.
And when that happened, I said, oh, he's going to run Josh Allen here, because Allen will be absolutely determined to make sure he gets this first down no matter what. I mean, we're talking about the guy who not only was the Sportsmanship Award nominee, but also the biggest trash talker in the league, right? I mean, we know Josh's personality. We all do.
And
they were faced with, after that play, it was a 3rd and 2. And I'm like, oh, they're giving it to Josh here. And, of course, he did, and he got the first down. And then they only got a field goal out of it, but it changed everything. Yeah, you're right. It was the demeanor of him. And, he threw the interception early. He didn't flinch, but Josh doesn't. He knows that happens sometimes. I thought he was a tick off a little bit on some of the quick throws. The Bills went quick game because they wanted to protect the tackles. The throw to Davis wasn't great. Good job by the defender, Eccles. The throw to Shakir in the end zone, a little off there. There was another one the one to Knox. I don't know what happened on that near the goal line. So it wasn't the best day, actually throwing the ball for Josh. But I thought otherwise, he settled in on a couple of throws and he ran the offense. That was the biggest thing. I think Josh did a really good job of making sure they were in good plays and good situations.
Was that the same drive that that the Hayward situation happened with too? I think that might have been earlier.
I think, right? Do you mean the
knee? Hayward claimed that Allen kneed him in the stomach on purpose, made a point to try to hurt him, and then
that's what set him off.
And then talked about it afterward and said, "That's why I did it. I had to do something." So, Allen, I don't know if he gets a sportsmanship award for this game, but that's something that Cam Hayward, he flat out said what he was upset about.
Yeah, I didn't know that part of it, Joe, and I don't know what drive specifically you're talking about, but I will say that was part of, in fact, David Edwards mentioned Cam Hayward in the locker room when I was interviewing. If you want to hear that sound, we have it at the website, but when I asked him about, hey, on that play, everything seemed to change, and he said, yeah, and he said, and then on top of that, what Cam Hayward was doing or did, and so all of that was baked into it for sure.
Yeah. Sal, injury report. Let's do that. The Barnes Firm injury report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. For injured, for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. They went into this game with significant injuries. Were there any picked up along the way?
Joey Bosa has a hamstring injury.
Okay.
I don't know the severity. He went into the tent for a while. He came out, and when he came out, he went right over to Ryan Nielsen, his defensive line coach, without his helmet. He wasn't going to go back in. It was late in the game. The Bills had the game in hand. I was told he's questionable to return. And Bosa didn't I don't know what you want to read into it. I didn't think Kincaid's hamstring was all that bad at first when I watched him, and it turns out obviously he's missed some games. So I don't want to necessarily make that projection, but I would say he didn't do anything with his legs or medically after. He just went kind of over to where the D line was and was going over D line stuff, but he was questionable to return, and he was talking with trainers. He was pointing to the back of his leg a little bit, so we'll see. Hopefully it's nothing too serious, but you guys know how they treat hamstring injuries, and especially older players and veterans and playing the long game. You're getting closer to the playoffs here, so we'll see where this goes. That was the only one. It stinks. Joey Bosa played a nice game, had the forced fumble, obviously. It's good that it was only one, but it could be a significant one.
How thin are they if he's going to miss time? Oof. They're already only dressing 4 right at that position?
Yeah. I wonder if Morgan Fox gets a look then next week, Joe. He is still on the practice squad. Shaq Lawson is now on the practice squad. These guys are not Joey Bosa, but Morgan Fox would offer you more of a pass rusher ability. And then once again, TJ Sanders had to go out and play defensive end in this game, and he was out there. So they're pretty thin there. So we'll see. But hopefully it's nothing too serious. But that was the only one that came out of this game. And, from the Steelers side, obviously they had a few. Patrick Queen left the game. Pierre left the game, concussion evaluation. And then obviously the big one was Aaron Rodgers. He had the bloody nose. And then I think maybe even the wrist was bothering him. I'm not really sure. I didn't check in on that after the game, but, he came back out again
Also,
later.
I don't know if I saw what became of this, but on one of the last, was it even the last Bills offensive play that TJ Watt had a knee injury and he slammed his helmet? I don't know if that was
I did not see that.
That was on the Steelers sideline. I don't know if he actually, there might have been no report, though, because it was so late in the game. So he might be someone to watch.
Good question.
Too.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Good question. I really don't know. I didn't see that, so we'll have to, check on that for sure. But unless we hear something different, and sometimes things do happen, afterwards. Now during the game, I did see David Edwards. He was banged up a bit, but he went back in and played. And I'm trying to think. There was someone else maybe that happened to, but that happens a lot during the game. But nobody officially on the field that we had any. James Cook. So James Cook fumbles, and he goes to the sidelines, and he was really working on his hand. I was concerned, like, is James Cook going to go back in this game? But we never got anything. He went back in the game, obviously, and he had a great game. So just to be aware of that going forward.
Yeah, at one point on the broadcast, they said like they thought maybe he had a helmet issue at some point. I don't know about that either. So
he did. That was separately. He did.
Gotcha.
He did. He came off the field with an equipment issue separately before that happened.
Okay, very good. Sal, thank you. We'll be talking Cincinnati. One quick question for you, though. You know the scheduling stuff. We had somebody ask, could Bills Patriots get flexed? And I think the answer to that I've heard now is no, because the network is guaranteed one matchup in the division if they want that, right? And since the previous Bills Patriots game was on NBC, CBS gets this game if they want to keep it. Is that correct?
Okay, first of all, you're the probably 458th person to ask me this.
Okay, good.
Okay, so it's okay.
Which means you have
about
the
it last night.
It means I count on you to have the answer.
Yeah, I get texts about this last night. To your specific question, I don't know lockdown for sure, but yes, I do know there is some provision about each network having an opportunity in division games. So that's probably it. That said, they could decide not to protect it if that's the case or whatever. It's a 1:00 game. But here's why I think it's not happening. In my opinion, I don't know of any time other than Week 18, which is a separate deal, a game got flexed into prime time that was already a prime time matchup that year. Like the league doesn't do that. You know, like I can't think of one. Maybe along the way someone could say, "Oh no, that happened," but they already played primetime this year, so I don't know. Secondly, the Patriots are on Monday night tonight.
Right?
They're going to put them back on Monday night in 2 weeks. You know, I mean, like
or Sunday.
Because
and if you're looking,
are we talking Sunday or Monday? I mean, I don't know.
Well,
I thought it was a Monday night flex people are talking about, but maybe I'm wrong here. What's the Sunday night?
The Sunday is the Cowboys, so that's very unlikely to move.
Yeah, very unlikely.
The Monday is Dolphins Steelers, and even moving it to 4:25. The 4:25 slate is amazing.
Well, that's where I do wonder one thing, because if you do want to flex a game into that spot because you don't want Dolphins Steelers, guys, they have Chargers Chiefs, but that was already that primetime game earlier this year to start the season.
Packers Broncos, Lions Rams, Colts Seahawks. Like, it's a great week.
I know we're late, by the way, too. But even though it is Dallas on Sunday night, because I've not thought about that game in a while because it's Dallas. Minnesota might be so unwatchable at this point that it doesn't matter the opponent. They've just got to get them off Sunday night.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I didn't ask Tracy last night in the sidelines, and a lot of times this time of year, she would say probably they don't even know till a week ahead of time. But sometimes I'll get a clue on if they're scheduled to do the game. And if they were scheduled to do Patriots-Bills, they would not flex it. You know what I mean? If that was already something CBS penciled in for their, national game at 1:00 or whatever you want to say. But by the way, it has to be done 12 days in advance, so you'd have to do it by like tomorrow at the latest. I just don't see it happening, but you never know, I guess.
Right. Thanks, Sal.
You got it.
He's got the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up at 10 o'clock. Open segment on the other side, 803-0550. If you're on hold, Rob, please wait. If more Robs want to get on hold, we could try a full Rob segment.
Set the record.
Yeah.
A 3-Rob segment.
How many Robs can call in the same segment? So we'll get to your calls. Chris Brown at 8:30. It's a Victory Monday, a Buffalo Bills Victory Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Also, when we get back, the updated division odds, the Patriots, what could happen tonight on Monday Night Football, and some scenarios. We'll dig into those here on Victory Monday.
It was an effort, game planning wise, of get some hands on these defensive ends, the ball out type throws, and again making sure that I'm getting through my reads quickly, and if it's not there, find a way to either run and get some yards or find a way to dump it off, and thought we did that well tonight.
Anyway, he becomes the quarterback in the NFL with the most rushing touchdowns and
all time
and counting.
That's what. Where does that rank on Bills records ever?
To have the NFL quarterback with the most rushing touchdowns
all time. Like how many all-time records would they even have?
4 straight Super Bowls.
Sure, right. Does an individual Bill have a more prestigious record? One, there's an obvious answer. I know it if you're yelling it in your car right now. Bruce Smith has the all-time sack record.
Right.
I'm aware. That's number 1. Is Allen with the all-time rushing touchdown record for quarterback number 2? I don't know of another Bills individual that has a record that's good.
Bills player has a record. It's probably
OJ doesn't have records anymore, right? Like those are all good for NFL at least. Those are all gone. Does Thurman have something like receiving for a running back? That's probably done. I don't know. Who else would have something? I think this is probably number 2.
Yeah. The thing about Allen is, of course, he's going to continue to add to it because he's got a long way to go. I mean, OJ was the first 2,000-yard season, and that held up for a long time.
Right. Yep.
But that's since been bested and will continue to.
A couple times, I think, right?
Yeah. He's been beaten 8 times. Now, every one of those guys had longer seasons, right? Other than maybe Eric Dickerson, who in 1984. Mm-hmm. But, yeah, Peterson, Lewis, Sanders, Derrick Henry, Terrell Davis, Chris Johnson, and Saquon Barkley, all 2,000. So, but that's not a record. Yeah, he held the record, but it's since been passed.
Yeah. I don't know that they've ever done this, but the fire Tomlin chants in the crowd, there's video of it, and they weren't that quiet.
Yeah.
And Tomlin got asked about the fire Tomlin chants. He's like, I'm frustrated too, whatever. But I don't know that they've ever had fire Tomlin chants in that crowd. They finally reached their breaking point, and it was the Bills just running the same play over and over and over and over. TJ Watt mad about that. Yeah, it was awesome.
The same play. The same.
It really was the same play.
Yeah.
And by the way, we could play the audio later. TJ Watt said after the game, I've never seen a team run the ball, or not even run the ball. He said run the same play over and over and have it work that well.
Yep.
4 weeks ago, the Cincinnati Bengals did the same play to Jamar Chase 5 times in a row on the Steelers, and everybody pointed it out. It was on a night game. Like, this just happened to you a month ago. Yeah, they just ran the same play. You didn't adjust. That's the Steelers.
Yep.
That's the Steelers.
That's the Steelers. My favorite comment was something to this point where Seth Rohrbaugh, who covers this Pittsburgh sports for the Tribune Review, tweeted, Mike Tomlin will say something like, we can't eat soup with forks. We need spoons. And the Steelers will sign a 2018 Pro Bowler to the practice squad.
Yes.
There you go. That's the Steelers. And
also, Aaron Rodgers now folded into all of that, and he's out after everybody. He called it a poor practice week. He said that there's receivers not running the right routes.
It's accountability, and he said, I'm sure Jonnu Smith is sick about that when referencing that he didn't run the right route. Flat out
said. He named Jonnu Smith?
He said Jonnu Smith. I didn't see that. And on the play where he threw it to no one because Jonnu Smith broke out and he was thinking he was going to break in, he said, I threw it in, he threw it out. I'm sure he's sick about that. There it is. There's the guy that has garnered even more respect in the Pittsburgh locker room after playing through a hand injury.
Which he really should not have played through.
Probably not.
Right? He was ineffective.
Probably not.
The Bills able to rally against the Steelers after a lackluster start. They're able to win by a score of 26-7. With the win, they're 8-4 and remain in the 7th seed in the AFC playoff picture. James Cook had an impressive day, tallying 132 yards on 32 carries on the ground. It was also the leading receiver for the Bills with 3 targets for 33 yards. Joey Bosa made a big play, forced a fumble that Christian Benford returned for a touchdown, which turned the momentum in the favor of the Bills to start the second half. Josh Allen had 1 passing touchdown to Keon Coleman and also scored a rushing touchdown on the day, where he claimed the record for most rushing touchdowns by a quarterback in NFL history with 76, surpassing Cam Newton. The Bills now gear up for another AFC North opponent in the Bengals next Sunday. The Sabres had a weekend that was a microcosm of their season so far. They got shut out 5-0 against the Devils on Friday, only to win in exciting fashion over the Wild 3-2 in a shootout on Saturday. Up next, the Jets take on the Sabres tonight at KeyBank Center with puck drop set for 7:30. The Bandits shut down the Swarm the other night 15-11 in their home opener at KeyBank Center. They'll have some time off as they gear up for their next matchup on December 13th. Last night, on Sunday Night Football, the Broncos beat the Commanders in a nail-biter 27-26, and tonight the Giants are in Foxborough taking on the Patriots with kickoff set for 8:15. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550. This holiday season, we're kicking.
Playmaking is what sets things off, and when you're not making plays, it sucks. And we need to find ways to be able to make plays. And I mean, I've never seen a team run the same play as much as they ran it tonight and have as much success as they had.
TJ Watt, that is Locker Room Audio, brought to you by Reimer Home Services. Homes rely on the Rhino. It's a victory Monday. TJ Watt, I've never seen a team run the same play so many times and have so much success. The Bills ran the same run play a lot and ran through the Steelers' face. So, happy victory Monday, Bills fans. On to Cincinnati. 803-0550. All right, so wanted to get you a couple things here first. First, want to let you know you can treat yourself and help furry friends. Now through December 10th, stop by any Paula's Donuts location. Grab the Scooby-inspired donut. 50% of sales from these special donuts benefit the animals of the SPCA serving Erie County. Stay tuned for the Radiothon, SPCA Radiothon, presented by Trocare College on December 11th on WBEN and The Wolf. I got a dog at a SPCA Radiothon one year. Hank, long time ago.
Hank was from there?
Hank was from a Radiothon.
Nice.
Yep.
Nice.
Hank was 2007, so a long time ago. Yep. So get a dog. Go get a dog. Why not get a dog? All right, playoffs. The Bills are going to make the playoffs. I feel pretty confident about that. I felt confident about that before this win.
Yeah.
I still feel pretty confident they're going to make the playoffs. They're in a very good spot. The division. Does it feel like we shouldn't talk about the division? Right now, the odds, it still is more likely they miss the playoffs than win the division.
Really? That's still true?
It's still true. 11-9. 11, according to the New York Times playoff machine, 11% chance they miss, 9% chance they win the division. If the Giants win tonight, that changes. Now it's a little bit more likely to win the division than miss the playoffs, 15-11. So basically, the Bills' chances to win the division would not quite double tonight if the Giants won, but it would, it would help.
I guess my biggest holdup is New England's got to lose a specific game. Probably for the Bills to win this division.
Well, they have to. Well, the specific game is the Bills game.
Well, there's 2 then.
And then they just have to lose 2 more, and the Bills run the table.
Or they lose to Miami.
If they lose to Miami...
If they lose to the Bills and the Dolphins, and the Bills run the table, the Bills, I believe... I don't know what the next tiebreaker is.
They would need to lose to more than just the Dolphins.
Okay, so because that would bring them into a tie in division record.
No. You're right. You're right about that. Sorry. I did this last week where I got confused.
They have 0 losses in the division. The Bills have 2.
Right.
You beat them.
And
there's 1, and you need Miami probably to beat them. There's 2.
Yes.
And then we go to the next tiebreaker, and then we're figuring that out. And I don't know what the next one is. So I need tiebreakers to start going in my direction. I don't know. I don't want to think it's totally cooked.
I don't think it's totally cooked.
But it's hard for me to take it seriously until I see them actually lose one of these games. Like, if they lost tonight, tomorrow it's all I'll be thinking about. Like, you beat them, you tie them in the standings, and now we could start fighting the fight on tiebreakers and figuring that out.
Yeah.
But I gotta, they haven't done it. They haven't come super close in many of them. I mean, Atlanta, it was an extra point, right? Like, that was the difference in that game. And Tampa came pretty close, but Tampa's not a bad team. All the other bad teams, like, they smoked Carolina. They smoked Cleveland. They crushed the Titans. They won pretty comfortably against the Saints. Like, it's not coming down to last plays of the game when they're playing these bad teams. So, that's my holdup. Are the Giants a bad team, though? Like, are they better than your typical bad team because the quarterback is pretty good and he's playing tonight?
So here's the way to lay that out, basically. You said that the Patriots have to lose a specific game and the Bills are on the table. And that's true. If the Patriots were to lose to the Giants tonight, it no longer has to become a specific game. Now they can just lose to the Bills, and then they lose to the Ravens or the right?
So you would need another one.
You would still need another one, but it wouldn't need to be Miami. There's a scenario you're laying out where it needs to be Miami because the Bills need to be a full game ahead of New England on tiebreakers.
The difference is in your scenario, they're losing 3, and in mine, they're losing 2.
Right, that's right. So basically what I'm saying is if they were to lose tonight, it could be Miami, it can be the Jets, it can be Baltimore, and they're all the same.
That's right.
If they indeed lose to the Bills. So it's still a long road, but it could happen.
And them having the bye week going into the Bills game is probably pretty helpful.
You would think, yeah. Rob in North Tonawanda is up. Hey, Rob, good morning.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Happy Victory Monday.
Happy Victory Monday.
I wanted to say I went into this game being confident for the Bills' defense because of watching like the Steelers' offense. They've just been out of sync. I mean, especially DK Metcalf and Aaron Rodgers, and and probably because of Aaron Rodgers' age, and I'm just so confident about our defense, but our offense. With the weather changing and that, I like that we can game plan around Cook. That's what we need. That's what I feel confident more of, him running the ball well. And then you see Ray Davis coming in for Cook and getting 10 yards, over 10 yards of carry. And it's like, if I'm Joe Brady going in the rest of the season, we gotta really use James Cook till he, and quote unquote, when Shane Galley said something or whoever it was about CJ Spiller, do it till he pukes because that'll lessen down the turnovers. And I think, and especially, like I said, the rest of these teams that we're playing, they give up a lot of big runs, like Philadelphia and Cleveland and, Cincinnati does too.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if the Bills are able to have game scripts where all they need to do is run the ball, then they're in very good shape.
Yeah.
Because they're very good at that. One thing I would say about the defense yesterday, the defense looked pretty good. And that's, to me, hey, take it for what it is. The Steelers' offense has been going the wrong direction.
Yep.
Very much the wrong direction. The last 4 games, Pittsburgh's offense is 26th in EPA per play and 29th in EPA per dropback. That's a bad team. It's not. I'm not trying to take anything away from the Bills here. Like, any win was a good win considering the number of injuries they had. You want to say the defense looks great in this game? I'm with you. I would not get to I feel great about the defense yet. That's a Pittsburgh team that can't throw it. And next week it's Cincinnati. Now, if they hold Cincinnati to 17 points. I think that'd be pretty good. 20 points would be pretty good.
Yeah.
We'll see. I think Cincinnati, despite a worse record, is a much, much bigger challenge for this Bills team because they might find themselves getting to a script where they have to throw the ball. And when they have to throw in obvious passing situations, that's when this team is, not at its best.
To be fair, though, when's the last time you felt like they lost a game because of their defense?
Fair.
I'm not saying it's great.
No, that's right. The last time they lost a game because of their defense, it was not Houston.
New England?
It was not New England. They gave up 23 points.
So then it hasn't happened this year.
It probably hasn't happened.
Hasn't happened this year. It's how I can't get too worried. I don't think they're great.
It should have happened against Baltimore, but they won.
There you go.
Right?
It should have been Baltimore.
Atlanta, they gave up a lot in the first half, and then
they shut them out in the second half.
They
basically.
locked them down.
I don't know that I would say it about any game this year. You're right to say Baltimore would have been that. And when I look at the playoff field, did you watch Denver last night?
Yeah,
they can stop Denver. Maybe they can't stop the Colts if they're healthy. I still cannot believe Daniel Jones is playing on a broken leg. He did not run yesterday, so that might be different. Can they stop? They can stop Pittsburgh. We know that. I think they can stop almost everybody that would be in the playoff field. Am I that worried about Jacksonville? Like, who am I worried about them getting blown like by 40 points?
Yeah.
How many teams are they going to get thrashed by? I just don't. Other than Indy, maybe, because if you're that afraid of their ground attack just going nuts against you, that would be the team. But other than that, I'm not really worried about their defense. Well, I can't get there.
The other answer, of course, is
Kansas City.
Sure, yeah.
But they're not going to make it.
While we're at the weather changing point, all right, if you want 30 seconds here on the playoffs and what they have to prove, what happens in the playoffs every year? Every year in the playoffs, the Chiefs come and play the Bills, either here or there, and they go to elite level offense.
Yep.
And they don't do it running the ball. Like the idea that in the playoffs you're going to have to run. Well, every year in the playoffs you get beat in the passing game by the Chiefs.
Yes.
That's what happens. So is your counter to run?
The one time the Bengals did it too.
That's right. But the counter is going to be to run the ball. Okay, like that might work. We'll see. I think the Bills have a good chance in the AFC. They don't match up well against a couple different teams. The New England game, I hear the New England game consistently kind of just explained away as like, hey, they turned it over 3 times and they needed a last-second field goal to beat you. It's like, yeah, that's right. On the road, you turned it over a couple times, or whatever, at home. The Patriots are on the road, forced a couple turnovers, something you do regularly, and beat you in a game where your offense didn't look great. That's not that unusual either. So Nate and I were talking about it in pregame, how there's no team in the AFC that you have to fear. And the same time, I don't think any of those teams has to fear the Bills right now.
I would agree with that.
They don't look like a team I would be afraid of.
Right, they're part of it.
Yes.
They're part of the lack of fear.
Yes. Which is unfortunate because maybe you feel like this would have been a year to, buy something big at the deadline. Had you gotten that done and taken a big step forward, a couple of teams tried to do that. In the AFC, who's the biggest buyer? Who was it? It was Seattle in the NFC. And then
biggest buyer?
It was Jacoby Myers to the Jags, who, by the way,
Indy traded for Sauce Gardner.
That's true, too.
And they lost him yesterday to a calf injury. Although I guess it's not his Achilles. Everyone was assuming that was a torn Achilles, and I guess it's just a severe calf injury.
By the way, Jacoby Myers has gone right into Jacksonville and looked good at 6 for 90 and a touchdown yesterday.
Yep.
So it was a good move by Jacksonville. We'll see. You and I are going to talk about this all week because it's my new thing to talk about with you, which is we're still living in the world where the AFC to us is a team where you're not allowed to win it unless your quarterback's amazing. We still live in that reality where we think that is the norm.
Well,
and yet here we are. We're in the craziest, wildest season. Wow, this is so crazy. What do you think's going to happen? And I think a lot of people are like, well, one of the good quarterbacks will win it. It'll either be Allen or Lamar or Patrick Mahomes or whatever. You're not going to trust Bo Nix to do it.
Right.
Because Bo Nix hasn't made the Super Bowl out of the AFC since like 2006. In the NFC, Bo Nix, finger quotes, has made the Super Bowl 7 times.
Right.
The AFC has long been just completely owned by 3 quarterbacks.
Maybe a Bills fan's most fearful of Houston right now.
Maybe
that's the team you're most fearful of. Just because of the defense.
I mean, it was pretty scary. Yeah. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Right back to your calls and, more analysis. Bills beat the Steelers. And we'll also just, enjoy listening to what happens in Pittsburgh as it all breaks down there. I've been loving it for years there in Pittsburgh. So give us a ring, 803-0550 on WGR.
But I'm here to tell you guys,
handoff to
on the
Davis,
sidelines,
through a hole.
the turning point in this game might have been when Josh Allen took the shot when he was sliding. Everything changed after that. When you're on the field and you're in that environment and you can tell the energy and what's going on and how guys are acting, it was a little, I'm not going to say lifeless, but they didn't have a lot of energy, and it was that nervous anticipation. Remember, I was just telling you about how you're in Pittsburgh, it's that mystique, you give the ball away, oh man, and things aren't going your way. And you just have this man, like you're playing well, but you're making these mistakes, these false starts and turnovers. Right before the 2-minute warning, Josh Allen slides. He gets hit by Patrick Queen. I thought there should have been a penalty. There was no penalty called. There was a skirmish on the sidelines. And I am telling you, the game changed after that. I talked to many people in the locker room about it. All of them agreed. That really, what do you want to say, woke them up, energized them. Alec Anderson said, we realized then we got to set our jaws, and it's going to become a Mike Tyson fight. And look, I know we can all say, well, they should have been ready from the beginning. Yeah, I get it. But, when you're a competitor and you're in a violent sport like that, sometimes that's the kind of thing that happens. And that happened in that moment, and I think it just changed everything about this game.
Just doing some numbers on. So Shaq Thompson started yesterday at middle linebacker. Bills had a great day run defense, right? Like, hey, we stopped the run. We proved we could stop the run.
How do you have splits of Bernard against the run?
I just looked it up.
Shaq Thompson against the run.
Games that Thompson started, and I split the Atlanta game because Bernard got hurt in the second quarter, and then Thompson played the entire second half at middle linebacker.
Sure, and in the second half they were much better.
Right. So in the games that Bernard has started at middle linebacker this year, plus the first half of the Atlanta game, which I guess he did start, 267 carries for almost 1,500 yards. Shaq Thompson, in the games he started at middle linebacker in the second half of Atlanta, 59 for 221. So it's 5.5 yards per carry when Bernard is in there, and it's 3.7 when Thompson is in there. I'm at a point where I almost feel like we have enough evidence. It would be malpractice to put Bernard back at middle linebacker at this point. How can they possibly see this season the way it's going, and Bernard being banged up on top of it, if you want that, and think that it is a good idea for here on out, if Bernard gets healthy, to think that he's a better option for them right now at middle linebacker? What would tell you that that's the case other than you paid him? Other than you paid him, why would he play middle linebacker?
I think the only other way you would say it is because he gets the defense lined up, right? He's your green dot.
Is that a problem though with Thompson?
I don't think so. But
McDermott is talking about Shaq Thompson this week is the guy that's getting up in the locker room and giving a speech. Like, the guy just got here, by the way, and he's a veteran, right? He's been around a long time, so maybe it's not stunning that he would do that.
He wants the defense to play nastier, to get meaner.
Sure. If he was like a 6th-round rookie that was playing really well, and you wanted to tell me about green dot and communication and getting guys lined up, like, all right, I would listen to that. But this dude has been in the league for a decade doing this. So I'm not sure, like, if there are any problems with him doing all of that. So maybe. I think it would be amazing if they put Bernard back at middle linebacker. They probably will. Wouldn't you expect they will?
I'm not sure. I mean, I thought he would not go back at middle linebacker, and then there was a game or two where, oh, look, now you can tell he's healthy. All right. He has trouble. Right. He definitely has trouble staying healthy.
Can you talk about it or?
Being kneed in my stomach, and then just jawing back and forth, and then ticked off the entire game because as a quarterback they're protected, but I'm not. It just pisses me off.
You're saying he needs you or someone else?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Is that on purpose by him, you think?
Yes. He even said after, I had to do something to get you off of me.
Cam Hayward upset at Josh Allen. He kneed him in the stomach.
He was mad the whole game.
Allen did. Yeah.
Listen, it's not that far to think that Josh Allen would have done that on purpose.
Oh, God, no.
At all. In fact, I would be surprised if he wasn't aiming for something else.
Yeah, Allen, he is a beautiful oxymoron's not exactly the word I'm looking for, but he's an enigma. He's a beautiful contradiction. That's what I'm looking for.
Mm-hmm.
The Sportsmanship Award and the Best Trash Talker?
Yeah, those can't. The Bulls can't be the same thing.
Maybe it can be.
I mean, he got a guy so hot the whole game that is. I mean, like CBS is showing him doing the turkey donations. He's got the Walter Payton Man of the Year crest on there. I saw a bunch of Steelers people I've never seen Hayward this mad in his entire career. He's been in the league for 12 years. And Allen doing one thing got him that hot and bothered the entire game?
I guess so.
Didn't Hayward punch Justin Herbert
he did
a few weeks ago?
I saw that video.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah, never mind. Maybe there once before. He punched him in the abdomen, didn't he?
Right, he dove on top of him.
Okay,
and,
that's right.
Punched Justin Herbert in the stomach.
All right, so maybe he's not. He's not a total angel.
I don't know.
Casey Hayward, I'm not sure.
Wide open phones for you on the other side. Rob, Joe, stick with us. We'll get right to your calls.
Cameron Hayward.
Chris Brown at the bottom of the hour at 8:30 to wrap Bills and Steelers and get on to Cincinnati. We're on to Cincinnati. It's Jeremy and Joe. It is a Buffalo Bills Football Monday, a Victory Monday here on WGR, brought to you by Northwest Bank for what's next. Get started at northwest.com.
I don't know that they've ever done this, but the Fire Tomlin chants in the crowd, there's video of it, and they weren't that quiet.
Yeah.
And Tomlin got asked about the Fire Tomlin chants. He's like, I'm frustrated too, whatever. But I don't know that they've ever had Fire Tomlin chants in that crowd. They finally reached their breaking point, and it was the Bills just running the same play over and over and over and over. TJ Watt mad about that. Yeah, it was awesome.
The same play. The same
It really was the same play.
Yeah.
And by the way, we could play the audio later. TJ Watt said after the game, I've never seen a team run the ball, or not even run the ball. He said run the same play over and over and have it work that well.
Yep.
4 weeks ago, the Cincinnati Bengals did the same play to Jamar Chase 5 times in a row on the Steelers, and everybody pointed it out. It was on a night game. This just happened to you a month ago. Yeah, they just ran the same play. You didn't adjust. That's the Steelers. That's the Steelers.
That's the Steelers. My favorite comment was something to this point where Seth Rohrbaugh, who covers this Pittsburgh sports for the Tribune Review, tweeted, Mike Tomlin will say something like, we can't eat soup with forks. We need spoons. And the Steelers will sign a 2018 Pro Bowler to the practice squad.
Yes.
There you go. That's the Steelers. And
also, Aaron Rodgers now folded into all of that, and he's out after everybody. He called it a poor practice week. He said that there's receivers not running the right routes.
It's accountability, and he said, I'm sure Jonnu Smith is sick about that when referencing that he didn't run the right route. Flat out
Did he name Jonnu Smith?
He said Jonnu Smith.
I didn't see that.
And on the play where he threw it to no one because Jonnu Smith broke out and he was thinking he was going to break in, he said, I threw it in, he threw it out. I'm sure he's sick about that. Oh, there it is. There's the guy that has garnered even more respect in the Pittsburgh locker room after playing through a hand injury.
Which he really should not have played through.
Probably not.
Right? He was ineffective.
Probably not. Anyway, he becomes the quarterback in the NFL with the most rushing touchdowns and
all time
and counting.
That's what. Where does that rank on Bills records ever?
To have the NFL quarterback with the most rushing touchdowns
all time. Like they don't. How many all-time records would they even have?
4 straight Super Bowls.
Sure, right. Does an individual Bill have a more prestigious record? One, there's an obvious answer. I know it if you're yelling it in your car right now. Bruce Smith has the all-time sack record.
Right.
I'm aware. That's number one. Is Allen with the all-time rushing touchdown record for quarterback number 2? I don't know of another Bills individual that has a record that's good.
Bills player has a record. It's probably
OJ doesn't have records anymore, right? Like those are all good for NFL at least. Those are all gone. Does Thurman have something like receiving for a running back? That's probably done. I don't know who else would have something. I think this is probably number 2.
Yeah. The thing about Allen is, of course, he's going to continue to add to it because he's got a long way to go. I mean, OJ was the first 2,000-yard season, and that held up for a long time.
Right. Yep.
But that's since been bested and will continue to.
A couple times, I think, right?
Yeah. He's been beaten 8 times. Now, every one of those guys had longer seasons, right? Other than maybe Eric Dickerson, who in 1984.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, Peterson, Lewis, Sanders, Derrick Henry, Terrell Davis, Chris Johnson, and Saquon Barkley, all 2000. So, but that's not a record. Yeah. He held the record, but it's since been passed.
Yeah.
The Bills able to rally against the Steelers after a lackluster start. They win by a score of 26-7. With the win, they're 8-4 and remain in the 7th seed in the AFC playoff picture. James Cook had an impressive day, tallying 132 yards on 32 carries, and was also the leading receiver for the Bills with 3 targets for 33 yards. Joey Bosa made a big play, forced a fumble that Christian Benford returned for a touchdown, turned the momentum in the Bills' favor to start the second half. And Josh Allen had 1 passing touchdown to Keon Coleman and also scored a rushing touchdown on the day, where he claimed the record for most rushing touchdowns by a quarterback in NFL history with 76, surpassing Cam Newton. The Bills now gear up for another AFC North opponent in the Bengals next Sunday. The Sabres had a weekend that was a microcosm of their season so far. They got shut out 5-0 against the Devils on Friday, only to win in exciting fashion over the Wild 3-2 in a shootout on Saturday. Up next, the Jets take on the Sabres tonight at KeyBank Center with puck drop set for 7:30. You'll be able to catch all of the action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. The Bandits shut down the Swarm the other night, 15-11 in their home opener in a sold-out KeyBank Center. They have some time off as they gear up for their next matchup at home December 13th. Around the NFL, some of the scores from yesterday. The Texans beat the Colts 20-16. The Jets beat the Falcons 27-24. The Chargers beat the Raiders 31-14. The Panthers upset the Rams 31-28. And last night, the Broncos beat the Commanders in a nail-biter 27-26. Tonight, the Giants are in Foxborough taking on the Patriots with kickoff set for 8:15. We're kicking off Mission Give Where You Live today to benefit Buffalo City Mission, powered by NYSEG. Now through December 19th, you can donate brand new sweatshirts, sweatpants, hats, gloves, scarves, and non-perishable food items to help keep our community warm and fed. Just stop by any Dashes Market location and drop your donation in the Mission Give Where You Live donation bin. You can also donate online through the Buffalo City Mission's Amazon wish list. Shope and Bulldog will be broadcasting live from Dashes Market, Hurdle Street, this afternoon. Mission Give Where You Live is starting today, sponsored by the Barnes Firm and Dashes Market. Get all of the details at WGR550.com. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
We're going to need him. We're going to need his ability. He's a very talented football player. He's made some real crucial plays for us this season, and we're going to need more of that moving forward.
Josh Allen on Keon Coleman, who caught a touchdown. On ESPN, Dan Orlovsky is saying that this was the most embarrassing loss of Mike Tomlin's tenure. I don't know, man. It's just a Week 13 game. He's got plenty of those in the last 10 years.
He's got playoff games that are embarrassing like that.
Absolutely, but we'll see. It might be the end for Tomlin soon enough. I don't think it'll ever be in season. That's an end of season situation.
What would it be? Because the Pittsburgh Steelers have not fired a head coach since 1968.
So it'll be
which was 3 owners ago.
It'll be a trade or a stepping away or a what? If he wants to come back, does he just come back?
That's the thing. Like, what are the mechanics of it? Is it him deciding I'm going to go do something else? I don't want to do this anymore. I don't like the vibe of this all, and it's time for me to do something different. Could they trade him? I guess they could trade him. Someone would want to do that, right?
Sure.
The Giants. Just seemed like the Giants would want to do that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Quick fun with the New York Times playoff machine. Like, the Bills are in good shape. Here's one that's fun to click.
Mm-hmm.
This week, Kansas City at Houston.
Okay.
And the leverage swing on make and miss the playoffs. It is a swing, Joe.
That game's in Kansas City, by the way.
Okay, sorry. I only read it at Houston because
Sunday night.
New York Times playoff machine lists the team on the left no matter what. So sorry about that. Okay.
Texans and Chiefs.
So Sunday night, Texans at Chiefs. Right now, that has a 41% swing for Kansas City. If they lose, they're 12% to make the playoffs and 53% if they win to make it. Big game for the Chiefs. I'm looking forward to everyone telling me the game is fixed for the Chiefs.
I mean, they have how many games left? 5 games left?
Yeah, and they don't have easy ones. The Texans, the Chargers, the Broncos, 3 tough ones. They might have to win out.
They could probably only lose one more game. You're right. Even if they lost one more game, that'd get them to 10 wins.
They're 50-50.
Because they don't have any tiebreakers.
Right.
So 10 wins, they'd be the team to miss with 10 wins.
Maybe.
Wow. I think they're dangerous still, but them running the table, how many gimme games do they have left?
1.
1?
They play the Titans. 2. They play the Titans and the Raiders.
Okay.
And
they'll win those games.
You decide on the Chargers because who knows?
Well, who are the other 3 then are Texans, Chargers, and Broncos?
Yep.
I wouldn't pick them to win all 3. I don't know which one they'll lose, but I would think they'll lose one of those 3.
Bills beat the Steelers, and you might have been frustrated in the first half. Defense picks it up in the second half, and then they get the Bills to get their positive game script where they can just hand it off 100 times with great success. And that is a good formula for the 2025 Buffalo Bills, and we saw it yet again. It said earlier that it's a game where we know the Bills were missing a number of important players, but you would not have known it. They looked a lot like what they've looked like all year.
Who'd you miss yesterday?
Kincaid,
because you couldn't throw it if you probably needed to.
No Kincaid, no Palmer, no Samuel, no Brown, no Dawkins. And they look like this same offense they've looked like in most games this year,
Right.
which is a really good power run team that doesn't get a lot in the passing game. You know, they've had a couple games where they've thrown the ball. It's what? Tampa, Baltimore.
Yep.
This was not a game where they either needed to, and I'm not sure if they could have if they wanted to, maybe, but
Well, they were not very efficient when they targeted their receivers. Shakir 1 for 5 on 4 targets. Gabe 1 for 5 on 2. Coleman 2 for 9 on 3. Cooks only had the 1 for 13. That led them in that department. Really what it might have become is a game like Detroit last year where you had a running back that was going to be leading the way. Or maybe both.
Yep.
Because Cook and Johnson, I mentioned all those receiver ones, between Cook and Johnson, on 8 targets between the two of them, they went 6 for 53.
Right.
That's better.
It's been something that's been missing from the passing game is the backs, and they're starting to come back into it.
That might have been where they would have attacked if they really needed to.
Rob in Connecticut, you're up next. Hey, Rob, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Jeremy. Good morning, Joe. I hope you had a nice little mini vacation and time with your family for Thanksgiving, Jeremy. Missed you while you were away. One of the things I actually wanted to ask, how many receptions and how many yards did Knox have yesterday? Because he came up pretty big a couple times, What did he do, actually?
3 for 28.
3 for 28. But those 3 were big. I think all of them were first downs, if I'm not mistaken. So that was big. But, yesterday going into the game, I mean, one of the things that I was worried about was, are we going to, blow it like we did against Miami and Atlanta? And, I was a pessimist as a fan going into this game. But then, the first half was boring for me. But then, walking away with the 3, I was frustrated when the false start at the 4th and 2 at the goal. That's the only time that I really blew up all year long. And then, we came out in the second half and we did what we did. And, you always stick with what works. And that's definitely key. That was key. And we definitely could have walked away from this game with a shutout because that was a gift given to the Steelers when they scored that touchdown. But other than that, we need to run the table. And I know we're going to make it to the playoffs, but I would love to see us run the table. Go Giants. And also the most surprising thing yesterday in the league was Carolina beating the Rams yesterday. I was really, really surprised with that one. So thanks, guys. You always put out a lot of great stats and facts, and I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. The Steelers' drives before they kind of put together – they put together a garbage timey drive. They were down by 16 at the end. So what is their first 7? They went 12 yards, 6 yards, 13 yards, 39 yards, 17 yards, -9 yards, 18 yards, 9 yards. They really could have shut them out.
Yeah.
They definitely could have shut them out. Non-threat at all. And I think a lot of that was Rodgers playing. I don't know if Rudolph would have done much better. He came in and was terrible in the 3 passes he threw. But Rodgers was he wasn't going to be able to do anything. You could tell the ball had to come out so quick because they didn't want him getting hit. And then he did get hit the one time and you thought he wasn't going to return. So I think their big mistake yesterday is they should have never started Aaron Rodgers.
The Steelers' wins this year, they beat the Jets in the opener. You may remember that. The Jets, that made us think maybe the Jets are good.
That was a close one, wasn't it?
It was, 34-32.
Right.
They beat the Patriots with 5 turnovers. They beat the Colts with, 6 turnovers?
Yep.
They beat the Browns. They beat the Vikings.
They barely beat the Vikings.
Yep.
That was in Dublin. Yep. Not an impressive team.
No, they're
just
bad.
not an impressive team.
They're
at
very.
all.
I know their record is reasonably good, but so you're not going to say they're out here like the Saints, but I mean, they might lose to the Saints. Who knows? I think the Steelers are so bad. That game had me thinking. Think of it. It's 7-3 at halftime, and this is a good day for the Steelers.
Right.
This is a good day.
Yeah.
And listen,
no one was more thrilled than Mike Tomlin, 7-3 at the half against the Bills. That is a job for him.
You get a lot of this, and whatever. If you don't like Sean McDermott as a coach and think he holds the Bills back, whatever, fine. One thing I will not, I just don't have any time for, is that he and Tomlin are the same. Like
it's my least favorite comparison.
It's not even close. It's not close at all. They are not the same.
It stops that they both went to William and Mary.
It really might.
It should stop there.
It really might. I know in the locker room after the game, Sean McDermott, his speech is like, that's Buffalo Bills football right there. It doesn't matter how you win. You're going to say it's Buffalo Bills football. Like, your head coach giving a victory speech, you say, we did it our way. This idea that McDermott dreams of throwing for 3 yards and running the football to victory, you've got a good set of Bills fans that think that is his dream, and I just do not think that's true at all. He's been the coach this entire time. They've had incredible offenses that pass the ball. Now they have one that isn't so great at passing the ball, and guess what they're going to try to be in the future? Better at it. He does not sit here and dream of winning 6-0. So, I don't know. If you're out here thinking that McDermott and Tomlin are the same guy, I think you're working too hard. You don't have to like McDermott, but he's not Tomlin.
Well, he also went for 4th downs yesterday, right? And converted. Was there only 2 that he went for? But Tomlin's not doing that.
No, often he's not.
There were multiple opportunities he had to go for it that would have worked.
Tomlin, over a decade, is the wimpiest coach there is for this.
Right.
And McDermott has had multiple years in the top 5 of going for it. They're not close to the same. They're as close to the same as the worst quarterback in football is to the 5th best or whatever. Like, it's just, it's not the same.
The Bills went 2 for 2 on 4th down, and they would have gone for a 3rd, but they had the false start.
Right.
And one of them was a 4th and goal at the 1. Like, what is that situation? The Bills are they're up 10-7. So they just got the fumble, scoop and score by Benford. They're up 10-7 against Pittsburgh, and it's 4th and goal at the 1. Tony Romo on the broadcast is saying they should kick the field goal because that's the type of game this is, right? It's a gritty game. They should kick the field goal. What would Tomlin have done in that spot? Up 10-7 at the 1, he would have kicked the field goal. But I will bet everything I have that he would kick that field goal. And did Sean McDermott even think about it? They went right out there and they had a play ready, like with 22 seconds left on the play clock. Like, they knew that they were going for it. Didn't even think about it. And they were going to go for the other one and got the false start. So, like, that's another area. Those two they are not the same, I don't think.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Give us a ring. Wide open phone lines for you here on the Buffalo Bills Victory Monday, Football Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank for what's next. Get started at northwest.com. What do you make of Keon Coleman catching a touchdown? Much?
Not much.
Not much.
Not much.
I make very little of it. I think he might be the last receiver on the depth chart. Who didn't play yesterday at receiver? Nobody.
He played more than Cooks, I think.
Okay. Who's brand new here. But I mean,
got here a week ago.
Who's the best receiver that didn't dress?
Oh. No, the only healthy receiver, active or practice squad, I believe, that did not dress yesterday was Steven Gosnell.
Right. So he's ahead of him.
He's ahead of him.
If Josh Palmer is available for that game, Josh Palmer dresses, and who sits? Is it Cooks? It might be Cooks to give him more time to ramp up.
Maybe.
If it's not Cooks, who is it? It's Coleman.
Yeah.
And
do you think he could go back to?
I think he absolutely could go back to being inactive just based on personnel and what they think he can and can't do. He got a couple of targets. One is a 4th down kind of scramble drill, right?
That's the 4th and 1 touchdown.
A little bit.
Yep.
Another is Allen checks to a quick slant because he likes the coverage, and what happens? He drops it?
Dropped it.
Like, I just think
and then there was another one of those where he caught it.
Yeah.
That was very late in the game, though.
So he's kind of got to do what he does. He's got to just, like, make slow, incremental gains and get in their good graces a little bit. But I don't think there's really any reason to think he has moved any higher up the depth chart than he was before the game. I think he's the last receiver on the depth chart that they would dress. And if other guys were healthy, he would sit.
I would agree with that. Again, the guys that play his role played over him yesterday. Davis and Shavers played more. And if they're above him in the depth chart, and now they have to make the decision on Davis, and is there even a decision? They're going to put him on the active roster, right? Or no, they did that already.
They
did that already.
Yep,
so you're good on that. Like I think if he's behind those two, then he's not getting a game day jersey if everybody's healthy.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. There is one more thing. Tyler Bass, anyone?
Another missed extra point.
2 games in a row.
Slammed it off the bar. I saw some people complaining about the kickoff after that. I think that was on purpose, right? Didn't they even describe that on the broadcast? That right after Prater missed the extra point, he kicks it out of the end zone, and they get the penalty. But that's a loophole in the rule because it's 25 yards from where you kick it out of bounds. And if you kick it out of the end zone, you go to the 25-yard line. So because of the penalty on Hayward, Prater did that on purpose. So I wouldn't count that as a mistake as to get Bass in there. I guess they could go to Bass, but he did make a field goal, didn't he, also, in this game?
Yeah, chip shot.
So that's 2 missed extra points. Is that how slim a margin for error he had?
I don't think so.
Like, I would still expect he's their kicker.
I would too.
And are they not running out of IR elevations or return from IR spots?
Aren't they just flat out stashing players on the IR? Isn't that what's happening? Doesn't it look like that's what's happened? Tyler Grable's on the IR till the moment they need him to not be?
Right. Yeah. Probably happens a lot in the league.
Yeah.
Like, what are the odds Bass couldn't kick tomorrow if he needed to?
He probably is kicking, just not with the team. And if you're a kicker, like, what's to practice?
Which is the easiest thing to practice on your own.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think if something happened to Prater this week, I think Bass would be ready the next day.
Yeah, I think so too.
So I guess kicker's not really. The only thing of it would be if they don't want to use the call-up because they only get so many of those, you get that reset at the playoffs. And I guess you could have a conversation there, but what are the odds that depending on what Prater does, I guess, between now and then, what are the odds that anyone's going to feel super comfortable with Tyler Bass being your kicker for the playoffs without having kicked the entire regular season? You comfortable with that? He doesn't kick all year, and we get more IR call-ups now, so let's put him on the playoff roster and have him be our kicker. I wouldn't do that. Having him not watched him kick all season.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Everyone made it through the horrendous, stressful weekend. Of course, I mean Lane Kiffin endlessly on my screen everywhere. We made it through. Can we stop talking about Lane Kiffin?
Because now it's going to transform into in the next 10 days. It is Ole Miss going to make the playoff because Lane Kiffin left?
While I've got you there, I'm here to tell you I'd like to add scourges in sports. I now have a holy trinity of scourges in sports. 1, the NFL Offside Challenge. 2, the rules and listing
NHL, you mean, right?
What'd I say? NFL?
NFL.
Sure, the NHL Offside Challenge, number 1. Number 2, the rules and listing of the world. Number 3, the college football playoff. The college football playoff is a net disaster for people with brains. The sport doesn't exist anymore. All that exists are people talking about who you can and can't leave out. Why play the games?
Well,
why play them? Texas wins a game. Aren't we one of the best teams? I kind of think they are. The college football playoff existed in the NFL. We'd be like, you know what? I don't think the Colts should make the playoffs. I think the Chiefs should be in. Why? Because I think they're good. Buzz off. It's terrible. It makes college sports bad. It's worse than NIL. I'm going there. The college football playoff is worse than the transfer portal. It's worse than all of it. Because all I do is I may pop on the radio, see what's going on while we're not on the radio. And what is it? Indiana or Duke? Blah. Nonstop college football vomit. There you go.
It's Duke versus James Madison.
Of course. Who should get in?
James Madison.
Who cares?
Well, to be fair, I think that's all window dressing. Like, that's all mostly a distraction to what has actually happened, which is that they've made it more merit-based now. That you get your chance. Go win the games and prove you're actually the best team. Because before, when there were only 2 teams that got in, the debate actually mattered. Because only 2 teams are getting a shot. So who the subjective committee or computer thinks is the best teams, you're the only people that get a shot at.
Sure, fine. But
now they've made it so that, no, you're going to go out and prove it by trying to win your games. Because really, at the bottom of the playoff, who makes it between BYU, Miami, or Vanderbilt doesn't actually matter because those teams are probably not winning. So I like it more.
Dumb.
I think you just gotta work through the chaos that is the debates of it all.
803-0550. Chris Brown when we get back. The 3 scourges of sports.
Ole Miss might really not get in, by the way, because of this.
Good for them. Congratulations. Lane Kiffin.
Unfair.
prayed on it, came back and said, I prayed on it, and now all my assistants have to come with me right now.
That was wild. He meet me at the tarmac or you don't get a job. What?
Prayed on it.
I don't think anybody came with him either.
Good.
Like a couple of assistants maybe, but nobody. Like the coordinator stayed at Ole Miss.
803-0550. UB basketball's having a good year. It's Victory Monday. So is St. Bonaventure, and they play when?
Saturday at UB.
Right.
8-0 versus I think Bonaventure's 8-1.
All right. 803-0550. More your calls. Chris Brown. It's Victory Monday.
They'll be 8-1 after they beat Bloomsburg on Wednesday.
Oh, look at you writing off Bloomsburg.
Listen,
how could you write off the Bloom?
I looked off a team that when I look up Bonaventure's schedule and it pops up on Google, Bloomsburg doesn't have a logo.
The Bloomsburg.
It's an empty gray shield.
Shadows. The Bloomsburg Ghosts. What are they?
You're way off. The Huskies.
Obviously, of course.
The Shadows.
You said it was an empty shield.
Oh. That's because they don't rate enough to have a logo on Google.
The Bloomsburg Mist.
Those
you know what?
Those are all better names than Huskies.
I'm going to go say Mist would be a good name.
Bloomsburg Mist?
Yeah.
Do you think there's a school in America named the Mist?
No, but there should be.
We can start one.
All right, Chris Brown next here on Victory Monday.
Here's the handoff to Cook, cuts it all the way back, and he's up the right sideline, 30, 35, 40, and is forced out of bounds. And it's a first down, a carry of 19 yards.
Last part, the Bills are going to be faced with an uncomfortable situation coming up, and that is deciding if Shaq Thompson needs to be the starting middle linebacker over Terrell Bernard. I agree, because he changes this defense, and he has changed this defense. Terrell's been dealing with the ankle. Now he's dealing with the arm. I don't know if he'll be ready this week. It feels like that would be a stretch. But in the meantime, they're in good hands with Shaq Thompson in the middle.
Do you think it's a tough decision, or is it – let me ask this way. Do you think it's a tough decision, or do you think it's a tough how they reckon it happened? Like, right?
Yeah, that's
right?
probably more it, Joe. Jeremy, that's probably more it. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think that from the outside looking in, like, I don't know how Sean McDermott and Bobby Babich feel about this. From the outside looking in, I think there's a recognition that they're a better defense right now with Shaq Thompson in the middle. But Terrell Bernard's your team captain. He's been on this team. He's done a good job. He's made big plays. He's making a lot of money on an extension. Like, that's not a guy you just want to go to and go, hey, you're going to lose your starting job. I don't know how that comes about, and that is very tough. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. And I've always said, the way that this defense is structured, and I think Matt Milano's starting to play some good football, by the way, so I'm not advocating for him taking Matt Milano's spot at all when I say this. I think Terrell Bernard might fit better as a will linebacker going forward. But he's a middle linebacker, and he's your captain. And Dorian Williams and Shaq Thompson and Matt Milano in a base set yesterday were really –
just doing some numbers on. So Shaq Thompson started yesterday at middle linebacker. Bills had a great day run defense, right? Like, hey, we stopped the run. We proved we could stop the run.
How do you have splits of Bernard against the run?
I just looked it up.
Shaq Thompson against the run?
Games that Thompson started, and I split the Atlanta game because Bernard got hurt in the second quarter, and then Thompson played the entire second half at middle linebacker.
Sure, and in the second half they were much better.
Right. So in the games that Bernard has started at middle linebacker this year, plus the first half of the Atlanta game, which I guess he did start, 267 carries for almost 1,500 yards. Shaq Thompson, in the games he started at middle linebacker in the second half of Atlanta, 59 for 221. So it's 5.5 yards per carry when Bernard is in there, and it's 3.7 when Thompson is in there. I'm at a point where I almost feel like we have enough evidence. It would be malpractice to put Bernard back at middle linebacker at this point. How can they possibly see this season the way it's going, and Bernard being banged up on top of it, if you want that, and think that it is a good idea for here on out, if Bernard gets healthy, to think that he's a better option for them right now at middle linebacker? What would tell you that that's the case other than you paid him? Other than you paid him, why would he play middle linebacker?
I think the only other way you would say it is because he gets the defense lined up, right? He's your green dot.
Is that a problem though with Thompson?
I don't think so. But
McDermott is talking about Shaq Thompson this week is the guy that's getting up in the locker room and giving a speech. Like, the guy just got here, by the way, And he's a veteran, right? He's been around a long time,
Right.
so maybe it's not stunning that he would do that.
He wants the defense to play nastier, to get meaner.
Sure. If he was like a 6th-round rookie that was playing really well, and you wanted to tell me about green dot and communication and getting guys lined up, like, all right, I would listen to that. But this dude has been in the league for a decade doing this. So I'm not sure, like, if there are any problems with him doing all of that. So maybe. I think it would be amazing if they put Bernard back at middle linebacker. They probably will. Wouldn't you expect they will?
I'm not sure. I mean, I thought he would not go back at middle linebacker, and then there was a game or two where, oh, look, now you can tell he's healthy. All right. He has trouble.
Right.
He definitely has trouble staying healthy.
The Bills able to rally against the Steelers after a lackluster start to win by a score of 26-7. With the win, they're 8-4 and remain the 7th seed in the AFC playoff picture. James Cook had an impressive day, tallying 132 yards on 32 carries, was also the team's leading receiver with 3 targets and 33 yards. Joey Bosa made a big play. He forced a fumble. That Christian Benford returned for a touchdown, which turned the momentum in the Bills' favor to start the second half. Josh Allen had 1 passing touchdown to Keon Coleman and also scored a rushing touchdown on the day, where he claimed the record for most rushing touchdowns by a quarterback in NFL history with 76, surpassing Cam Newton. The Bills now gear up for another AFC North opponent in the Bengals coming up on Sunday. The Sabres had a weekend that was a microcosm of their season so far. They got shut out 5-0 against the Devils on Friday, only to win in exciting fashion over the Wild 3-2 in a shootout on Saturday. Up next, the Jets take on the Sabres tonight at KeyBank Center with puck drop set for 7:30. Last night, on Sunday Night Football, the Broncos beat the Commanders in a nail-biter 27-26, and tonight the Giants are in Foxborough taking on the Patriots with kickoff set for 8:15. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Handoff to Gainwell, bottled up at the line of scrimmage, and he's stopped for a turnover on downs by Buffalo. Matt Milano was in there with Greg Rousseau and Jordan Phillips, and they stoned him.
Highlights of the game brought to you by Northland Workforce Training Center. Train for what's next. Getting set to chat with Chris Brown on the Worcester Hotline as we break down the Bills' win over the Pittsburgh Steelers. Chris, good morning. A workmanlike, maybe that's one way to say it, but a dominating win once the Bills kind of got on the path that they wanted to get on. And they run away from Pittsburgh in the second half, run away, run around, run through. It was a big day for the run game.
Yeah, it was. And I think we kind of had the sense going in that it was going to be somewhat of a grinded-out affair, knowing that the Bills were going into that game without both their offensive tackles, down Josh Palmer, down Dalton Kincaid. It was really going to limit what you were going to be able to do in the passing game just in terms of time for Josh to throw, et cetera. So, Eric Wood and I were talking about it leading up to kickoff saying, you do have the number one rushing offense in football. Let's lean into that. And they did in a big way. They did get off to a slow start, but, the defense kind of sparked them and off they went. And then after that, it was basically the same two running plays for the last 2.5 quarters of the game.
Which appears to be demoralizing for the Steelers. A lot of the talk out of Pittsburgh is TJ Watt saying, I've never seen a team run the same play so often for so much success. The national response, the Pittsburgh response, seems to be that this is really, the latest low point for Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, it's not good. I think that the fan base in Pittsburgh in general believes that their defense is old and overpaid. That's the general consensus. Just from some of the people I talked to who cover the team down there in Pittsburgh, and the fans just feel like, Cam Hayward's crying about, getting kneed in the stomach after the game when he was also crying about being underpaid, as a 36-year-old. So that's not wearing well on the fan base in light of how the results have gone through the course of the season. The amazing thing is, they still have a chance to win their division. With as messed up as the AFC North is right now.
Right. They have 2 games left against Baltimore, so we'll see what happens there. And that was kind of the thought going in, was that they are old, but that's why maybe they seemed like a threat, because people know who TJ Watt is. They know who Hayward is. They know who Alex Highsmith is. And with the Bills not having tackles, maybe that seemed like a bad matchup, but I don't know. Should we be as surprised as we kind of are, Chris, that the Bills dominated that matchup?
Well, they had the best running back in the game, James Cook. Jalen Warren's a nice player, so is Kenny Gainwell, but they're not James Cook. And, there were times where James just bent runs all the way back to the backside and just decided, I'm going to race your cornerback to the edge. Not a whole lot of running backs that can not have the angle and outrace cornerbacks to the edge. And then he kept doing it. And I think I'm just more stunned by the fact that the Steelers, after seeing the same 2 run plays, it either went to the tight end side or away from the tight end side. That they didn't sell out to stop it at any point in time. Like, put 9 guys in the box. They're still playing their coverage on the back end. I was stupefied by it. So, hey, here we go. We'll just keep running it. And if you've scouted Joe Brady's play calling, if there's a play that's working, he's going to keep calling it. So, I don't know. I was mystified by the whole approach defensively by Pittsburgh.
Yeah, the Dallas game a couple years ago was one of those, right? Like, they ran the same draw play like 19 times in a row because they didn't stop it. So maybe that was predictable. The defense, Chris, in this game. Pittsburgh. Did you ever feel threatened by them? Like, I thought the first couple of drives showed that with Rodgers being in the state he was, that everything had to be quick, and that basically if they weren't going to be able to run the ball, I didn't feel like they were going to be able to do much.
Right. It's hard to feel like the Pittsburgh offense is going to run off and leave you at any point in time. It's basically chuck it up to Metcalf, hope Darnell Washington can run over 7 guys, and that's how they get their big plays. Kenny Gainwell's a nice player. He's been a spark plug for them at times and can run away from people. But on the whole, it's a pop gun offense, to be quite frank. And the only reason the Steelers have as many wins as they do is because they do get takeaways. And when we saw the Bills, with 2 takeaways early in that game, and knowing multiple takeaways in road games has usually spelled disaster for Buffalo, I think there was some genuine concern there. I know I was in the first half because it was playing out. The script was playing out as to how Pittsburgh somehow wins these games. But then I was reminded after watching last week's game that they had against Chicago. In the first half, the Steelers had an interception, a strip sack fumble in the end zone for a touchdown, recovered for a touchdown, and also had a fumble recovery in the first half against the Bears, had a 20-6 lead and still lost. So I was like, I'm a little concerned, but I'm not overly concerned. And I think it's to your point, Joe. The Steelers' offense is not an offense that runs off and leaves you, and rarely comes from behind to win either.
You were doing the broadcast, so you were obviously busy with other things. But did you get a sense at all of how negative the Steelers crowd got? I don't know if you could hear the Fire Tomlin chants, but that plus the Renegade booing?
Well, it's funny you mention that. So we could audibly hear the booing. I mean, we have a crowd mic, so that gets pumped into our headsets, what's going on in the crowd, to kind of give us a better sense of, the full atmosphere. And you heard boo birds pretty early. I would say by the third series offensively, because they had gone 3 and out, I believe, in 2 of their first 3 series, and the boo birds were already starting. And then come the second half, it got really ugly. And then Eric and I were looking at each other going, do you think they're going to play Renegade? I don't know. And so the fourth quarter starts, they do not. And then they eventually play it, I think, around 7-8 minute mark. And, yeah, that was probably the loudest boo of the night. Are you kidding me? You're playing this right now? The other thing that amazed me was how quickly that stadium emptied. There was 9.5 minutes left in the game, and I would say 2/3 of the people were on the way out. And, I mean, we got 5 minutes left in the game, and it's basically just Bills fans and maybe 5,000 people in the building. I've never seen a stadium empty that quickly.
Well, for the Bills, Chris, it's on to Cincinnati. Famously, we're on to Cincinnati. And the Bengals this week with a healthy Joe Burrow, which will be a interesting matchup, right? I mean, this is a team that has given them trouble. Granted, not the same version of that team. But I anticipate a bigger test than what Pittsburgh was able to give, because it's an offense that can probably put up some points.
Yes, and it's a team that plays with a bit of an edge. You've got to match that. So, yeah, and look, watching Burrow last week, it's like, is this guy really off for 2.5 months? It didn't look like he missed a beat to me. I mean, it wasn't perfect, but I was certainly expecting a little more rust than what we witnessed, in his first game back. So, yeah, they'll be able to run it up if they want, because they're just so talented at the receiver positions. And Gesicki is back, the tight end, from injury, so he's back in the fold too. I think Josevich is an underrated, tertiary option in their passing game. So, and Chase Brown can run away from people. So, yeah, they've got talent at the skill positions. So the Bills have to have all that buttoned up. In an ideal fashion, Bills hopefully can get out in front. They are a defense built to stop the pass. So I guess that could be deemed advantageous. And let's not forget the Bills are 5-1 at home this season.
Absolutely. Chris, thanks very much. We'll talk on Friday.
All right, sounds good, guys. Take care.
Chris Brown's appearance here on Victory Monday, Football Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. By Northtown Volkswagen, Western New York's #1 VW dealership. Shop online at northtownvw.com. And by Lockport Outdoor Store, high-impact gear for hard-working men and women. I have a very fast instant trivia. Would you like to play the game very quickly? Let's do it. Why not? According to Next Gen Stats, Joe, there are 3 running backs in the NFL averaging more than a yard over expectation per attempt.
3?
3.
Is James Cook one of them?
He is.
Is Jonathan Taylor one of them?
He is. Jonathan Taylor, #1. James Cook, #2 in rushing yards over expectation per attempt.
Is Bijan #3?
He is not. Bijan is well down the list. You probably won't get #3, if I'm being honest.
Ooh, that means it's not a star.
He's in and out of the lineup.
Because of injury? Because he doesn't play?
Because of injury. He's been in and out of the lineup for his entire career because of injury.
Oh, so not Bucky Irving.
He can stay healthy. He's good. He can stay healthy.
Who's awesome and can't stay healthy?
And goes from team to team to team also.
J.K. Dobbins?
Correct.
Okay.
He's third. Dobbins.
Surprising.
Yeah.
He's hurt now.
Right. He's always, Achane is fourth. Brees Hall fifth. Rico Dowdle sixth.
Achane is amazing. Every time I look up in Miami, the only thing that's ever good for Miami is that. Did you see the end of that game, by the way? Miami Saints was drunk. That game was insane. There was an onside kick that was recovered by the Saints. That was more than a yard short of the line. They reviewed it, and they're like, let's give it to the Saints. Let's give it to them anyway. They kind of converted an onside kick, and that's amazing. Let's just give it to them. They tried to explain why they thought it hit a dolphin, and there was no evidence it hit a dolphin.
The camera angle they showed was...
Did they use...
It didn't show anything.
Yeah.
Did they use Hawkeye technology?
They might have.
And now a timeout on the field as we do the virtual measurement. It's the greatest moment in NFL.
We got one of those yesterday,
Oh,
right?
I know.
Yeah.
It's so good, isn't it? It's so quick. It's so fast. See, when the Bills win comfortably, the only thing I can get mad about is stuff like this. And now we shall pause for a virtual measurement. Oh, okay.
Oh, wasn't there a really bad was there another rules analyst question from the game that was bad? Or am I thinking of the night game?
They're all bad.
Yeah, they're all
No,
bad.
I'm sorry. I'm thinking of Ohio State, Michigan. The Jeremiah Smith touchdown. Did you hear the rules analyst conversation about that?
No.
It was the most clear as day touchdown of all time. Like, guys, he kind of lost possession. What? It should be a touchback. If you missed it, you're glad. You should be glad you missed it. I'm losing my mind at them trying to describe why this clear as day touchdown shouldn't count because the ball moved an inch.
Yeah, I'm always glad to miss a rules analyst conversation. Always. 803-0550. We also had on Thanksgiving one of those situations where the same foot twice is not a catch.
Right.
Which
it should be.
It should be changed.
Which game was that? That was on Thanksgiving?
Yes, that would have been the Dallas game, I think.
Yeah, okay.
Somebody caught it and got Jake Ferguson. Touchdown.
Okay, right. Well, they won anyway.
Got the same foot down twice. Didn't count. Anyway, 803-0550, our phone number. You can give us a ring. We're wide open the rest of the way on the way to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Victory Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com.
Again, those are two guys that you never, ever have to worry about their work ethic or their want or their love for their teammates. They continue to grind. And again, like I said earlier, they've been kind of the offensive jumbo tackle, swing tackle type situations, but they did not blink tonight. And for us to go in there against that defensive line unit, that's some special stuff. And I could not be more proud of them.
Get a lot of this, and whatever. If you don't like Sean McDermott as a coach and think he holds the Bills back, whatever, fine. One thing I will not, I just don't have any time for, is that he and Tomlin are the same. Like
it's my least favorite comparison.
It's not even close. It's not close at all. They are not the same.
It stops that they both went to William and Mary.
It really might.
It should stop there.
It really might. I know in the locker room after the game, Sean McDermott, his speech is like, that's Buffalo Bills football right there. It doesn't matter how you win. You're going to say it's Buffalo Bills football. Like, your head coach giving a victory speech, you say, we did it our way. This idea that McDermott dreams of throwing for 3 yards and running the football to victory, you've got a good set of Bills fans that think that is his dream, and I just do not think that's true at all. He's been the coach this entire time. They've had incredible offenses that pass the ball. Now they have one that isn't so great at passing the ball, and guess what they're going to try to be in the future? Better at it. He does not sit here and dream of winning 6-0. So, I don't know. If you're out here thinking that McDermott and Tomlin are the same guy, I think you're working too hard. You don't have to like McDermott, but he's not Tomlin.
Well, he also went for 4th downs yesterday, right? And converted. Was there only 2 that he went for? But Tomlin's not doing that.
No, often he's not.
There were multiple opportunities he had to go for it that would have worked.
Tomlin, over a decade, is the wimpiest coach there is for this.
Right.
And McDermott has had multiple years in the top 5 of going for it. So they're not close to the same. They're as close to the same as the worst quarterback in football is to the 5th best or whatever. Like, I'd like to add scourges in sports. I now have a holy trinity of scourges in sports. 1, the NFL offside challenge. 2, the rules analysting
NHL, you mean, right?
What'd I say? NFL?
NFL.
Sure, the NHL offside challenge, number 1. Number 2, the rules analysting of the world. Number 3, the college football playoff. The college football playoff is a net disaster for people with brains. The sport doesn't exist anymore. All that exists are people talking about who you can and can't leave out. Why play the games?
Well,
why play them? Texas wins a game. Aren't we one of the best teams? You know, I kind of think they are.
We
the
were at Leo's last week, now
join
joined WGR
We'd
and
be
Bud
like,
Light
you know
for...
what? I don't think the Colts should make the playoffs. I think the Chiefs should be in. Why? Because I think they're good. Buzz off. It's terrible. It makes college sports bad. It's worse than NIL. I'm going there. The college football playoff is worse than the transfer portal. It's worse than all of it. Because all I do is I may pop on the radio, see what's going on while we're not on the radio. And what is it? Indiana or Duke? Blah. Nonstop college football vomit. There you go.
It's Duke versus James Madison.
Of
the debate,
course,
by the way,
who should get in?
James Madison.
Who cares?
Well, to be fair, I think that's all window dressing. Like, that's all mostly a distraction to what has actually happened, which is that they've made it more merit-based now. That you get your chance. Go win the games and prove you're actually the best team. Because before, when there were only 2 teams that got in, the debate actually mattered. Because only 2 teams are getting a shot. So who the subjective committee or computer thinks is the best teams, you're the only people to get a shot at.
Sure, fine. But
now they've made it so that, no, you're going to go out and prove it by trying to win your games. Because really, at the bottom of the playoff, who makes it between BYU, Miami, or Vanderbilt doesn't actually matter because those teams are probably not winning.
Once we got through the turnovers in the first half, you really saw the fruits of their labor. We were driving the ball in the first half against a good defense, and yet then we were shooting ourselves in the foot with a couple false start penalties, and and then losing the ball. So that was really the message at halftime more than anything, is to take care of the ball and make sure we're executing the way we know how to execute.
Sean McDermott.
It's not a good defense.
Who? The Steelers.
It's not a good defense.
No, the Bills might be.
Bills, yeah.
The Bills might
Bills
have,
defense is better than Pittsburgh's.
They might have a good defense.
Do you know the last time Mike Tomlin has had a defense that ranked in the top half of the league? I believe by what I'm looking at, it hasn't happened since COVID.
All right.
So it's been a minute. Have you seen the Bengals schedule? They're 2 games back. If they beat the Bills, if they can beat the Bills, then their remaining schedule is hosting Baltimore, who they just smoked on the road, and then Miami, Arizona, Cleveland to finish.
If they run the table, they have an 81% chance to make it.
All right. I don't think it's nuts that they could run the table. They got to get through the next 2. Bills, Ravens. If they can get through those 2 and finish Miami, Arizona, Cleveland, I think they could do it.
It could be in good shape, yeah. To the question you had, I was going to pick up with something you just said there about who?
Tomlin.
Oh, the defense. Chris Trapasso pointed this out. The Bills' defense, their points per drive allowed. That's very key, points per drive. Weeks 1 through 6, it was 2.2, which is about average. That's an average defense.
Yeah.
Points per drive, that's fine. It's not great.
Yep.
Since the bye, 1.8. All of a sudden, that's good.
Yeah.
So the defense might be kind of okay to good. And I know you've got your McDermott haters out there. I'm not telling you he's the best coach on earth, but doing it with what?
No stars.
None. No stars.
Unless we want to start calling Cole Bishop that.
Cole Bishop, nice piece. Max Hairston, nice piece. Joey Bosa, nice piece. Rousseau.
He might have better linebackers.
Shaq Thompson.
Yeah.
Like putting it together. Again, like all that's going to ultimately matter is can you do it in the playoffs? And do you have a game plan if you're going to go up against one of these good offensive minds or good offensive teams, which I'm not sure who those are right now.
Right. Steichen. Cohen, maybe. So one of the AFC South teams. That's where we're at. Yeah, who would you feel super impressed by McDermott shutting down in the playoffs? Really, it should just matter if he does it. But if he shuts down Denver or whoever, like, he'll never get full credit until he beats the Chiefs or wins the Super Bowl.
It is going to be wild when the Bills win the Super Bowl and at the parade we're all like, we didn't even think they were that good.
Yeah.
No, they're a good team. They have their flaws and they appear to be bigger. We'll see if they can get through them. They certainly were not exposed yesterday. Their flaws. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Bills win 8-4. It's a victory Monday. We're talking about it with you, and got a couple of good questions on the phone lines coming up about a trade. I want to get to that one. Of course, the deadline's passed, so it's a future trade. But your calls and Monday Night Football tonight: Giants and Patriots. A chance to root pretty hard for Big Blue if you're into that kind of thing. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. And the Bills have credited the hit from the Steelers. Was it Patrick Queen who hit him? And that turned it around. Like, it kind of woke up Allen. They felt like there should have been a flag. Can I give you a semi-controversial take? Are you ready for it?
All right.
I think Allen is less and less likely to get those calls.
Jeremy
because
White
of
here
his theatrics. AAA Insurance.
He's a flopper.
They're here to help you get it. Did you see earlier in the game he tried to flop and got held up by his offensive lineman?
No, I missed that.
Okay.
That was in the first half?
It would have been, I don't even think he would have fallen to the ground, but it might have been like somebody giving him a little push.
Yeah.
And he starts to do the, whoa!
Yeah.
And it might have been Vandermark there. He's like, oh, I got you.
Yeah.
I think Allen's, his theatrics, trying to, let's be real, imitate headshots, he does that a lot. He did that last week when sliding, somebody brushed his helmet, he shot his head back. Officials know.
Yeah.
And not to say that you don't get those calls, but I think one of the reasons maybe he won't get one is because he's begging for them.
That's probably one reason. Doesn't it seem like, though, in the league they're calling that less this year? the QB slide.
Like they're giving
player committed.
more leniency to the defenders?
Yeah. And Queen maybe didn't commit. The broadcast was making it sound like he committed way after the slide. I think it was pretty close. Bang, bang. I think they're calling that less in the league this year because they know that quarterbacks are trying, and maybe this is part of the Allen point because Allen's one of the people that's probably doing it. Quarterbacks are trying to suck you in to throw that hit when they slide to get the penalty.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of evidence of that.
I agree fully with the idea that quarterbacks have weaponized the slide.
And I think that's part of why they're not calling it as often. Like you're just trying to get a flag out of me. That's all you're doing. Now, sometimes guys are like when Stroud got hit a couple weeks ago. Sometimes guys are hitting so hard that you kind of have to throw it.
Sure, but even in that spot, like that's when Lawrence got hit last year. I thought like it's his fault he got hit like that.
Right.
Like the slide actually puts you at risk more than diving forward.
Right, your head gets slammed back on the ground. Yeah.
So anyway, that's my semi-controversial take is that I think Allen's own actions might lead to a little less.
And also it could have been worse. Like maybe the makeup there was immediate in that the Bills players, like linemen, went after him, Queen and the other guy that was involved, and they kind of threw him on the sideline, and they never got a 15-yard penalty. So sure, you want the 15 yards there on the late hit, but also your lineman went over and fought the dude, and they didn't get flagged either. So they at least made it up on that, I think.
Bills able to rally against the Steelers after a rough start to win by a score of 26-7. With the win, they're 8-4. They remain the 7th seed in the AFC playoff picture. James Cook had an impressive day, tallying 132 yards on 32 carries on the ground, and was also the team's leading receiver with 3 targets for 33 yards. Joey Bosa made a big play, forced a fumble, and Christian Benford returned for a touchdown, which turned the momentum in the Bills' favor at the start of the second half. Josh Allen had 1 passing touchdown to Keon Coleman and also scored a rushing touchdown on the day, where he claimed the record for most rushing touchdowns by a quarterback in NFL history with 76, surpassing Cam Newton. The Bills now gear up for another AFC North opponent in the Bengals next Sunday. The Sabres had a weekend that was a microcosm of their season so far. They got shut out 5-0 against the Devils on Friday, only to win in exciting fashion over the Wild, 3-2 in a shootout on Saturday. Up next, the Jets take on the Sabres tonight at KeyBank Center with puck drop set for 7:30. The Bandits shut down the Swarm the other night, 15-11 in their home opener at KeyBank Center. They'll have some time off as they gear up for their next matchup on December 13th at home. Around the NFL, last night for Sunday Night Football, the Broncos beat the Commanders in a nail-biter, 27-26. And tonight, the Giants are in Foxborough, taking on the Patriots with kickoff set for 8:15. We're kicking off Mission Give Where You Live today to benefit Buffalo City Mission, powered by NYSEG. Now through December 19th, you can donate brand new sweatshirts, sweatpants, hats, gloves, scarves, and non-perishable food items to help keep our community warm and fed. Just stop by Dash's Market, any Dash's Market location, and drop your donation in the Mission Give Where You Live donation bin. You can also donate online through the Buffalo City Mission's Amazon wish list. Chopin Bulldog will be broadcasting live from Dash's Market on Hurdle Avenue this afternoon. Mission Give Where You Live, starting today, sponsored by the Barnes Firm and Dash's Market. Get all of the details at WGR550.com. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's all Bills all day. Buffalo Bills Football Monday on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com.
I'm good. Found a way to win. That's all that matters.
Play action. Rodgers darting, pressure in the pocket. He's sacked and he fumbles. It's scooped up by Benford, and he races to the end zone for the touchdown.
That's who this team is. Guys go down, guys step in, do a phenomenal job, and just, again, the toughness of our football team on display.
Here's the snap. Allen going to keep it. Going to look to bust it outside. Lowers the shoulder. The surge pushing him forward. Progress. He's in for the touchdown. The beast has been released.
Got to continue to find ways to win football games. We feel like 4 losses that we've had, a big part of that has been turnovers, just making sure that we're better in that and understanding when we can protect the ball and move the ball and not hurt ourselves, we can be a really good team.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
Bills win. Happy Victory Monday. Setting up a big game with Cincinnati at Highmark Stadium on Sunday, 1 o'clock. Maybe you didn't hear. That game got moved. It was originally at 4:25. Now it's 1 o'clock. So Bills and Bengals, 1 o'clock Sunday. It's a big one, Joe. It's family chili cook-off.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a big one. Big
2-time
game.
champ?
One-time champ.
1-time champ?
Yeah. One-time champ.
Well, maybe this is the time for the second one.
That's right. I'm ready.
And you're bringing back the same thing, or you're going to spice it up?
You never bring back the same thing. You got to
adjust
tweaks.
a little.
Even if you think you have the best team and you're knocking on the door every time, you got to try to get better.
Haven't I seen something about like chocolate and chili is actually like a good little ingredient to throw in there?
Yeah, you can do like cinnamon and some chili can be good, and honey and chili. Yeah, chili cook-off this week, so stay tuned. Bills and Bengals.
A 1 o'clock home game, too.
Well, yeah, right. So that chili's got to be ready.
What's the weather going to look like?
Eating chili, like 20 degrees.
All right. As long as it's not windy and snowing, though, so that could be okay.
For the next 2 weeks, it's supposed to be colder than normal. That's what I heard coming in.
Yeah, like there's a low of, I see an 11 on the board for this week.
Oh.
There's an 11.
That's cold.
Posted.
That's cold.
For Thursday, overnight, or maybe morning. That's the low.
Speaking of which, there's probably not you know what? Is there a scientific term for this? We'll get back to your calls. We got our Christmas tree over the weekend and brought it in. Is there some scientific term for when you bring your Christmas tree home, it stays cold in your house like it is an ice, like a giant block of ice for hours? You go over there, and the temperature in that corner of the room drops 20 degrees. Stick your hand in that tree. That thing brings home the cold with it.
Interesting. Well, it was outside.
Yeah, right.
So any, like, water molecules in the tree would be frozen.
Water molecules.
Right? So it almost kind of is acting as like an air conditioner in a way.
A little bit.
Yeah.
It's cold.
And a couple hours?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I never thought about how long it would take to thaw a tree out.
It's a long time. That thing is cold for a long time.
That would make sense. Something very cold.
Yes, bring it inside. It's
going to make that area of it
still cold.
It's big. It's also big enough.
Sure, but it's airy. You feel like it would warm faster, but it's just Anyway, all right. 803-0550. Bills win. A nice win for them. Not sure how impressed you are. Not sure how impressed you could be beating a team of the Steelers' nature. Their offense is... Ugh.
There is something to be... There's a certain football coach, I mean, there's a lot of them, that love a win like that, where it is just you ragdolled them. Like, physically, right? Like, there's McDermott talking about toughness.
Mm-hmm.
It's you bullied them. And sometimes, depends who you are, like, I am moderately impressed by wins. I'm more impressed when you are able to throw for 500 yards on a team and you score 70 on them.
Right. For some reason, it's only bullying in the run game.
Exactly. But there are certain people and coaches especially that they look at a game like that like, oh, yeah, give me that. Just I'll run the same play in your face every time and you're only going to be able to stop it. Like, that's definitely a certain type of football fans win.
803-0550. Bills and Bengals is up next. Thursday Night Football is good this week, too.
What do we got?
We won't wait too long. The Cowboys and the
Lions.
Yes,
Cowboys,
Lions.
30% chance to make the playoffs at the simulator, New York Times simulator.
Yeah, the Lions are in trouble. And the Cowboys all of a sudden look like they're pretty good. Their defense, which was horrible, is better now.
Yeah, they're live. They are, what are they, a half game back? Well, they're a half game back of the Lions. The tough part is, like, this is why Detroit's not so likely to make it, is the NFC. The 7 seed right now in the NFC has 9 wins. Like, the Bills wouldn't be in the playoffs right now in the NFC, and they'd be having to fight for it.
Right.
Just because there's a gap in that top 7. And who are you going to get to fall out? Like, Detroit, there's no easy pickings. Like, San Francisco is the 7. You can't just assume San Francisco is going to fall off.
Yeah.
Green Bay or Seattle. Those are your wild card teams in the NFC. Seattle, Green Bay, San Francisco. Like, who are you supposed to knock off? Like, I guess it would still be Chicago. You might think that's the weakest team that's in the top 7, and they're currently the 1 seed.
Did you see Ben Johnson take his shirt off?
I did.
I thought it was great that he did that because it's one thing that, you know, your sports team can connect to your fans. This is not a commentary on the Bills or any other team in any other way. I'm just going to say this about the Bears. Your sports team can connect to your fans in a lot of ways. One is just by saying, they're the greatest fans in the world. Yeah, the greatest fans in the world. Another is by actually paying attention to what's happening. And in Chicago, the Wieners Circle, the hot dog place, said if Ben Johnson takes his shirt off, free hot dogs for everybody. So he celebrated and took his shirt off.
Right.
And said, before doing it, I think Chicago is kind of hungry too. Like, to pay attention and to know that well enough and to not be above it, but to get caught up in it and connect further with a city, like, that's good stuff. And I have watched every single Ben Johnson post-game kind of breakdown in the locker room because he yells the thing he yells, good, better, best, never let it rest. If you're good, if your good gets better, then your better gets best.
Mm-hmm.
I know it now because I watch it every time because it's so cool.
You must have. That's a mouthful.
Good, better, best. And then they all yell it, good, better, best.
Yeah.
Never let it rest. If your good gets better, then your better gets best. And they yell it, and it's the Bears. The Bears are a disaster. And now they have this coach, Ben Johnson, who the criticism of him before he got the job might have been, who is this guy? Sure, he's a play-calling wizard. We don't know anything about him.
Who do you think you are to turn down jobs?
Right. Is he really a leader of men? And he might have plenty of questions still to answer, but it's going pretty good. And good for the Bears. I feel, good for the Bears. Anyway, 803-0550 on the Bills and their win over the Steelers. I don't think Mike Tomlin's going to get fired in season. It would be pretty nuts to be the team that finally got him done if the Bills were to get Tomlin fired.
Insane.
But that's not an in-season firing in any way. Maybe they move on at the end of the year. Every year they run it back is just kind of funny.
I don't think they're going to fire him.
Well, he might have to step away or something.
Again, it's been more than 50 years since they fired a head coach. They don't do it.
CJ in Buffalo. Good morning, CJ. What's up? You're on Victory Monday.
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm calling because I really want the Bills to go for, like, a generational talent, like a Justin Jefferson. I'm not going to go into the numbers. That's Brandon Beane's job. It's just, as a fan, you see certain things and you want it. Real quick into context, last night, NFL Network played the Bills and Chiefs game late last night where Bob Miller got close to sacking them on their last drive, and Taron Johnson picked it off. I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But they played – I don't know if Josh Allen was mic'd up, or it was a sideline audio, but they had Josh Allen on the sideline saying, come on, Von, and he makes a play. And now I really want a player where Josh Allen can cheer for or distribute the ball to so bad that what player would it be? There's maybe 5 in the league that you wouldn't care what they gave up for. There's Packers fans that's mad at what the Packers gave up for Micah Parsons. I don't have him in my top 4. It's just Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, Myles Garrett, and maybe Patrick Surtain in my top 4. Derrick Henry and Micah Parsons is a tier below. That's just me, but I really want them to really go for something. As a fan, we really want those things. We don't know how they can make it work. We really don't care. But I'm tired of these old players. If you give up a house for Von Miller, but you won't give up a house for Waddle, I don't know what the plan is.
Thanks, CJ. Well, Von was just a free agent, not an actual, contract and draft pick.
Yep.
The question is, would you do the Diggs trade again with Jefferson? The difference is that Jefferson would cost you 2 firsts. And
more than that,
probably wouldn't get it done. He's 26. He's one of the top 5 receivers in football, arguably the best, whatever. So I just don't think it's realistic.
The reason he's coming up is because he's on a team right now that literally cannot get him the football, and he left. He did the thing that Diggs did after Cincinnati. He left early, didn't talk to the media, whatever. He stormed out of the building yesterday. Maybe even that's putting it way too far.
Gotta trade him.
I'm not sure.
Gotta trade him now, Joe. He's mad. He's mad they lost. You got to get out of there.
He's 26. If they are smart, they will never think about it in their lives, the idea of trading him. He's under contract. He's 26. They should go all in and find a quarterback that can get him the football, which I also believe is what they will do. Because
they'll just sign Mac Jones, and he'll be probably fine at it.
Right, because they're built to win right now. The only thing they don't have is quarterback.
Yeah,
and it's the worst quarterback situation in football.
Yeah.
And maybe it might be the worst quarterback situation we've seen in 5+ years.
Right, and they took it from Sam Darnold, who was very good for them for a year, and said, not this guy. We got a better idea, and it's a mess.
They also had Daniel Jones in the building.
That's true. One thing about the idea of, trading for a receiver, we made it to 9:18. We can entertain this conversation. I'm just going to give you a heads up on what my plan will be all offseason and how I'll make it work. It'll be that they should trade up. They should spend a first to trade up. And if you want that to be your sick edge rusher or your receiver, the case to me to trade up when you're a good team makes sense. When you're a bad team, it doesn't make sense. When you're a good team, you have fewer jobs that are available, right? It's harder to make the team. But here's really where it is. Why would the Bills, in a scenario in this offseason, if they fall short, what's the best case I could make for trading up? It's simply this. You cannot trade for cap space. Right? You can't do it. You can't trade for, we'll take someone else's cap space and we'll create this room. So what am I going to do? Well, instead of trading a first-round pick for a receiver that makes $26 million, I'll trade up and get a receiver that's worth $26 million for free.
Yep.
So that's it. Oh, wow, you spent 2 firsts? Yeah, the first pick was to take him, and the additional first was for $26 million in cap that I don't have to pay that guy for 5 years.
It's not 1 year. It's more like $90 million if you add it up.
It ends up being like an $80 million surplus to not pay defensive end, quarterback, receiver at the very top end of the salary scale, even like the tier 1 guys that aren't at the top. So that's the argument for good teams for trading up. You want to put together a super team, go ahead and trade up and spend the money on a proven vet or a couple of guys, build out your roster, and use that market inefficiency of the ninth. What's Ted McMillan's salary?
Oh,
right?
man, it's got to be what? It's less than 10. We know that, right?
For sure.
It's like 4, maybe.
Ted McMillan's full contract as the 8th overall pick in this draft. So, if the Bills trade up to 8th overall to get this guy, whoever it is, it's 4 years, $27 million.
Yeah.
That's the cost of a receiver his caliber for 1 year.
Right.
You get it for 4. And then you get a club option for the 5th year, which is half the price.
Right.
So anyway, it's always been about make moves for the expensive positions. So would a Jefferson trade, Diggs 2.0 be a good idea? Hey, if Minnesota will take 1 first, yes, they should do that. Instead, if he's healthy, that answers Brandon Ayuk, but that's another conversation for another day. Maddie in Virginia. Hey, Maddie, how are you?
Good. Good morning. I'm curious if this game actually tells us anything about the Bills, because to me, nothing's really that different. I'm just wondering if it gives you any more confidence or anything like that going forward. I kind of feel like we're in a similar spot with both the Bills and the Sabres, because they lose one game and we're all like, this team is terrible, and then they win another game and we're like, we're so back. I was at the game for the Sabres on Friday. We came in out from out of town, and, we had tickets because we come up to see a game for the year, and I was kind of just shocked with the environment there. But on a positive note, I will say,
how so?
Riding in, well, I've gone to a couple of games, and about half of them were losses. But that was it was a full house, and seeing everybody so mad was really. It kind of made me think that, like, okay, maybe I won't go to another game until they make the playoffs, honestly, because it was that bad. But I will say, going in, we rode the train in, and I saw actually a lot of fathers bringing their daughters into the game to go see a Sabres game. And as a young female sports fan, I just thought that was a really great thing to see. And I want to just thank all the dads out there, including you, Jeremy. You do this as well, raising their daughters to be sports fans, because even though our teams lose sometimes, I think when we are having a good time and we're winning, it's a really great thing to be a part of. So Thank you to all those out there.
Thanks, Maddie. Last Sabres game I went to, we went on Friday, the Chicago game, when they blew out.
That's where we were at, too.
Yeah, we went to the Chicago game. They blew out the Blackhawks. The thing I noticed, I was out before the game. We went out with some friends. I noticed how many people were out, how many young people were out, and it's like, yeah, this is good. Like, I'm encouraged that it looks this lively out on the town before a game. And they went and they blew the doors off Chicago, and that was great. The thing about the Sabres, we haven't mentioned them today. They lost 5-0 to the Devils.
At home, and as she mentioned, sellout building. It's the post-Thanksgiving game at home, 4 o'clock. People are off, right? You're probably going out after, and you lost 5-0.
Tage fought the guy.
He did do that early. I don't know how many people picked up on this during the game that were there, but the owner was in the building. So you got chants during the game.
Of Fire Adams?
Well, no, you got Sell the Team chants. There were also Fire Adams chants, but I heard Sell the Team chants on the broadcast, and I've never heard that before. I'm sure they've happened in the building. I've never heard them loud enough to go through the broadcast. So, yeah, people were like, the atmosphere in that game was maybe as negative as it's been. Part of it was the day it was, and that the building was full, on top of getting a 5-0 defeat.
Right.
So it depends. Like, it depends on what kind of game you go to. My wife's been to one game this year. It might be the only one she goes to. It's the Chicago game. So what's her perception of the Sabres atmosphere going to be? It's that game. I have another buddy who's been to 4 straight shutouts.
That's tough.
What's his perception? I mean, he's the most unlucky person in the world.
Tell him to stop going.
Right, like, that's what we're like, you got to stop going to games. They haven't scored a goal in like 200 minutes, well, more than that even, of hockey. So it really depends what game you go to, because from the Chicago game to New Jersey, totally different. Totally different. But that's kind of what they are right now. It's you might have a fun game you go to, and then they're the Sabres, so they're not gonna do this forever. They're gonna mix in a 5-0 loss.
Yeah. Quickly on the Sabres, this is like, I was off since last Monday, so I didn't get a chance to get any of this really in. When was the Pittsburgh game? Was that what day?
That was on, what day of the week was that? Saturday?
Okay, Saturday, yeah.
I think it was,
Saturday. The Pittsburgh game.
No. I thought it was Saturday because everybody was off the next day. It was Wednesday before Thanksgiving.
Okay, Wednesday before Thanksgiving. Yeah, the Chicago game was last Friday.
Yes.
Okay, so the day before Thanksgiving, the Wednesday game in Pittsburgh. Man, I angrily all caps tweeted, "Wave UPL now." Because watching that game, they were battling to get even. And they did. And what it was, maybe not the next shift. How quick?
It was quick. It was like 20 seconds.
And then he goes for a walk and loses his stick, and he's all over the place. And it's just like, you gotta go.
Yeah,
you gotta go.
I came on with Joe, and I did the same. It is never happening for him. I don't have anything else to say about it. It is never happening for him. he cannot. He is either mentally unable to calm down his game to a point where it can be even remotely sustainable, or they can't figure out how to get him to do it.
Yeah.
And either way, it's not happening.
I mean, that one you just needed to teach him to not fall over.
He just
fell down and lost his stick.
It was one of those ones where you see it all happen. Like, where are you going? What are you doing? What's happening? Oh, no. Oh. And I just, Lindy in the postgame saying, like, that was a tough one.
Yeah.
And then he said he could have made the save if he had his stick.
Well, he didn't have a stick because he, for some reason, was outside the net.
Yeah.
And then the puck went behind him and he falls.
There's a sequence of events. That was as mad as I've been about a goal given up in a long time. Just like, and then I can't help but also they win a game or two, and when people say I can't figure this team out, I'm like, what is to figure out?
I mean, listen,
what's to figure out?
If the other team is going to throw the puck into, if you can just get the other team to throw the puck into their own net more often, like you happen in Minnesota,
right? Or you play a bunch of games that don't matter because you keep losing,
right?
Then you can win.
And then
Great.
But then I get to the point, like, this kind of gets to Maddie's call, where I think, like, but there's really nothing to do about it other than just, like, keep showing up and hope someday it changes. Hope that Benson and Norris coming back. Hope that everyone can get on the Matthias Samuelsson track of, like, oh, actually, he's good now.
Right.
You need, like, 6 guys to do that and just, have a regular surprise season somewhere along the way. But they are on a 79-point pace.
You won't get, I don't think it's likely you will get significant buy-in from the fans again until the GM's gone.
That's probably
Simply
right.
put, you will never get full buy-in until they make the playoffs. You won't get significant buy-in from people until they do something in general manager.
Someone that, does Jarmo Kekalainen get the job done if he
even that? Something to sink your teeth into, to be hopeful about. You can convince yourself of anything. I convinced myself before we saw how bad it was that Ralph Kruger was going to be like a great idea for the Buffalo Sabres. It was the worst idea imaginable.
It was a different idea.
You can sink your teeth into something if it's change. And when you don't do that, you're not going to get buy-in.
Right.
You're going to get fire Adams' chance. You're going to get sell the team chance until further notice.
To the other part of Maddie's comment about, like, does this give you more confidence for the Bills? My confidence, I want to say, I think it's going to stay exactly where it is until the end of the season, and they might lose in the first round or might go to the Super Bowl. The AFC looks like it's weird. It's just a weird year for the AFC.
When we were looking at the NFC standings earlier in the segment, and I'm like, every team is good. Look at Chicago's at the top, but Rams, Eagles, Seahawks, Packers, Niners, Lions aren't even in it. Like, these are good teams. And I go over to the AFC standings, like Broncos stink, Patriots, Jaguars stink, Chargers stink, Colts, Bills don't even look good.
The Bills could definitely win the AFC. I don't think they would stand a chance to win the NFC. They would not come out of the NFC playoffs.
But luckily, you only have to play the NFC once.
Exactly.
Right.
If they had to go to the NFC side,
I agree with that.
Like, they would go to, I think they'd go to Seattle and get worked.
If they were the 7 in the NFC right now, I would think they don't have a prayer.
No prayer.
Yeah.
7 in the AFC, like, all right, you're going to New England. If the playoffs started today,
the
Bills go to New England, and if they win, they go to Denver.
Yeah.
And then they go to what, like Jacksonville?
Yes, that's your path. Versus, and let's say you're the 7. Like right now, what San Francisco is staring at. If they finish as the 7, they'll go in on the wild card round right now, it would be to the Rams. Then they would play probably Philadelphia in the next round, and then you're probably left with whatever's left between like Seattle and Chicago.
Mm-hmm. Seattle's nasty. Their defense is so good. So, I don't get any confidence out of that game yesterday, but I do get they're one of the better teams in the AFC, and someone's going to win it. Someone. So get Allen's pass catchers back. Can he lead them to the Super Bowl even with a pass catching core we think is not great? Maybe. Maybe he can.
The Bills would be the most normal result winning the AFC right now. Let's assume the Chiefs aren't making it. I don't think they're making it.
Normal,
let's say they don't make it.
Normal only if you continue to get to only the great quarterback is allowed to win the conference.
That's maybe all I'm saying,
But that's normal in the AFC. That is not normal in the NFC. In the NFC, Jimmy Garoppolo wins it. Brock Purdy wins it. Right? Like, it's...
Because Bo Nix winning. It'd be like, Bo Nix won the AFC.
Right.
Trevor Lawrence is going to the Super Bowl.
It would be nuts.
Herbert would maybe be a little different story if he, like, lit it up. But he's also got a busted hand now and might miss time.
Yeah. 803-0550, our phone number to join us. Thanks, Maddie, for the phone call. Go Bills.
Sabres and Jets tonight.
Go Bills, go Sabres. Sabres and Jets. 2 longest playoff droughts. No, it's a different Jets team.
Yeah, it's Winnipeg.
Yeah.
They didn't exist the last time the Sabres made it.
How's that going to go?
Tonight?
Yeah.
Hellebuck, I think, is still on IR. I'm crossing my fingers because Eric Comrie has been playing for them, so I'm hoping that's what's happening.
The Sabres are home for Winnipeg. They've played more home games than the Chiefs at Arrowhead. The Sabres are home all the time. Finally going to go on the road.
Hellebuck's missed over 2 weeks, so if he's not available tonight, then I think you got a pretty good shot.
If they don't win tonight, it's at Philly, at Winnipeg, at Calgary, at Edmonton, at Vancouver, at Seattle. And they're not a good road team?
No.
They've
won one road game.
Yeah.
No, 2 now. Sorry. Again, I forgot when Minnesota threw the puck in their own net.
Right. That's right. That helps.
Yes.
Hey, make your own luck. All right. It's Victory Monday. Victory Monday on WGR.
But I'm here to tell you guys, on the sidelines, the turning point in this game might have been when Josh Allen took the shot when he was sliding. Everything changed after that. When you're on the field and you're in that environment, and you can tell the energy and what's going on and how guys are acting, it was a little, I'm not gonna say lifeless, but they didn't have a lot of energy, and it was that nervous anticipation. Remember, I was just telling you about how you're in Pittsburgh, it's that mystique. You give the ball away, oh man, and things aren't going your way. And you just have this, man, like you're playing well, but you're making these mistakes, these false starts and turnovers. Right before the 2-minute warning, Josh Allen slides, he gets hit by Patrick Queen. I thought there should have been a penalty. There was no penalty called. There was a skirmish on the sidelines, and I am telling you, the game changed after that. I talked to many people in the locker room about it. All of them agreed. That really, what do you want to say, woke them up, energized them. Alec Anderson said, we realized then we got to set our jaws, and it's going to become a Mike Tyson fight. And look, I know we can all say, well, they should have been ready from the beginning. Yeah, I get it. But, when you're a competitor and you're in a violent sport like that, sometimes that's the kind of thing that happens. And that happened in that moment, and I think it just changed everything about this game.
Anyway, he becomes the quarterback in the NFL with the most rushing touchdowns and
all time
and counting.
That's what. Where does that rank on Bills records ever?
To have the NFL quarterback with the most rushing touchdowns
all time. Like they don't. How many all-time records would they even have?
4 straight Super Bowls.
Sure, right. Does an individual Bill have a more prestigious record? One, there's an obvious answer. I know it if you're yelling it in your car right now. Bruce Smith has the all-time sack record.
Right.
I'm aware. That's number 1. Is Allen with the all-time rushing touchdown record for quarterback number 2? I don't know of another Bills individual that has a record that's good.
Bills player has a record. It's probably
OJ doesn't have records anymore, right? Like those are all good for NFL at least. Those are all gone. Does Thurman have something like receiving for a running back? That's probably done. I don't know who else would have something. I think this is probably number 2.
Yeah. The thing about Allen is, of course, he's going to continue to add to it because he's got a long way to go. I mean, OJ was the first 2,000-yard season, and that held up for a long time.
Right. Yep.
But that's since been bested and will continue to.
A couple times, I think, right?
Yeah. He's been beaten 8 times. Now, every one of those guys had longer seasons, right? Other than maybe Eric Dickerson, who in 1984.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, Peterson, Lewis, Sanders, Derrick Henry, Terrell Davis, Chris Johnson, and Saquon Barkley, all 2000. So, but that's not a record. Yeah. He held the record, but it's since been passed.
Yeah.
Happy Victory Monday, Bills fans. Buffalo Bills Football Monday brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. We owe you Around the League, looking at the standings, brought to you by Dash's Market, serving Western New York for over 100 years. Shop the family of finer foods. Around the League. Who's the happiest and who's the maddest? I always like that game. We play that game.
Ooh.
The happiest
Well,
fan
happiest
base.
is Chicago.
Okay. Honorable mention, Carolina. 7-6, beat the Rams.
You know what's funny? I have a friend who is a Carolina fan who is mildly happy, not fully happy though, because he's terrified, I guess, that they're going to pick up the 5th-year option on Bryce Young when they make the playoffs at 9-8.
Okay.
Tricking themselves into thinking they have a quarterback.
Yeah. Bears are happy. Bills fans happy today. Texans fans.
Jets fans are furious because Tyrod's costing them draft position.
I mean, how? Listen.
And Nick Folk. Tyrod and old man Nick Folk. They went from like the 2nd pick to 7th.
It's so dumb. It is unbelievable that these teams could be this stupid. So stupid. It literally will cost you a 1st-round pick and a 2nd-round pick to get back the capital you lost by winning a stupid game.
They should have
It's
just left.
so dumb.
They had Justin Fields in, and he was going to get them to last, and they had to put the competent veteran in.
Well, did you see what happened in that game? So Falcons-Jets. This is Around the League here. It's 27-24.
Yeah.
The Jets score. Not only do they win, they score 13 in the 4th to do it.
Yeah. Tyrod led them on at least one long drive.
Yeah. It's the Falcons had back-to-back 3-and-outs. It's 24-17 Falcons. The Jets scored to tie it. 3 plays, 1-yard punt. How about this finish to a game? This is beautiful. 3-and-out Falcons, 3-and-out Jets, 3-and-out Falcons, 7 plays, 19 yards, field goal Jets. Like, there were 3-and-outs in the final 2 minutes of the game. Whatever. Congratulations, Jets.
So they're mad.
Good. They should be. All right.
Who else?
Actually,
the Steelers would be very mad.
Yeah, obviously they're the maddest. Indy is upset right now, probably.
They're mad at the refs. They got screwed a couple times in that game. I'm watching that game. I thought they got some really rough calls against them.
And now they're faced with 8-4.
They're faced with missing the playoffs.
Their remaining 5 games at Jacksonville, at Seattle, home San Francisco, home Jacksonville, at Houston. They don't have an easy game left. Unless you think Jacksonville is still not that daunting, but
I don't think
they're
Jacksonville's easy. Are the Colts going to miss the playoffs?
It's possible.
It really is.
Jones is on a broken leg. They did not move him around yesterday.
No,
he did a good job actually. I think for the injury, like he threw it well, but there's no more him out of the pocket. There's no more him running. Like a fractured fibula. Like teams are going to start to go after that, I think.
They lose to the Jaguars. They're a 50-50. They will lose to the Seahawks, I think.
Yeah,
Niners.
They needed that game
Jags,
yesterday. They needed that game.
They really did. They really did. All right. Let's get to tonight. It's a fantastic 4-way parlay with the Giants and the Patriots.
Mm-hmm.
Guess who's back?
The parlay killer.
OP.
Let's go.
Owen Parker, the parlay killer, took down our Thanksgiving parlay with a Jalen Phillips sack that never came.
Even though he hit the quarterback like 6 times.
Yeah, like all over it and just couldn't get him down.
We hit the other 3 legs, and Owen Parker, the parlay killer, has killed another one. A plus 1,800 payoff parlay killed by Owen. All right, let's get back to it. I got to get back on the horse. We're going to win as a group eventually.
It's got to happen.
Might go bankrupt while doing it. We're going to win. Owen, lead us off because, we got to follow your lead here.
All right.
Tonight, Giants and Patriots.
Riding with the Giants here. So I'm gonna take in his return, I'm getting on oh man, now I'm losing his name.
Jackson Dart.
Jackson Dart, thank you. Jackson Dart rushing touchdown. Get him back in there. He's a psycho. He's going to want to run one in because he wants to prove his brain isn't pudding anymore. So,
an anytime touchdown for Jackson Dart is a juicy lead to this.
Yes.
Okay.
I liked the number as part of why I thought maybe this is a good idea.
All right.
I'm going to stick with the alts here.
Okay.
It's your thing.
Alt Joe.
His over Jackson Dart I'm going to go with here passing. So over-unders 201.5. I'm going to go alternate passing 225 plus. I think he's going to have a heck of a comeback here from his concussion.
Let's hope so. All right.
Heavy on the dart.
Joe?
I gotta adjust here. Hold on. 225?
Yes.
All right. So we got some offense for the Giants, which I mean, that probably means New England's got to keep up. All right. Let's go with.
You could tell. Why do these guys lose all the time? They just pick them on the fly.
Yeah. Well, no. So I will have a pick written down, and then if I hear two legs that don't go with it.
What's your pick that wouldn't go with this?
I had the under on Dart rushing because I don't think they're going to let him run.
I was.
They might around the goal line, but like 30 yards. The volume is more what I'm worried about.
Okay.
But I don't want to do rushing and the under.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to go Hunter Henry over 38.5 yards.
Ooh. I like it.
I like that too.
Hunter Henry over 38.5 receiving. Okay, very good. Leading it to me here.
I left you your Keishon Butte. I don't know if you want two New England overs, though.
No, I'm probably going to want to play. The Giants' run defense is very bad.
Yeah.
So, you know what? I might even just go for like long. Can I get a longest run in here?
Longest rush?
Yeah.
Although it doesn't. It's one of those where there's no little SGP logo next to it.
Okay, so then maybe I can't. Maybe I can't. That's fine.
Yeah, it won't let us.
I think I'm going to want. Although I am mixed up here now with. Ramondre Stevenson is going to like be back in the mix.
He's in the mix.
Okay.
Yeah, last week, I'll give you what he had last week. He got anything. They rotated who got the goal line carry. Henderson got one, Stevenson got one. I think Jennings, the third string running back, also got one.
Yeah.
So last week, it was only 6 carries for 5 yards for Stevenson. And then Henderson's got 18. So Stevenson's back in the mix, but I think Henderson is still 1A.
I'm just going to throw a Trevion Henderson touchdown on the board.
All right.
Just do that.
Okay.
The Patriots are going to score in this game. The Giants' run defense is bad. Their pass defense is bad. This game script we have is New England scores and the Giants keep up, courtesy of Jackson Dart.
Yes.
So I like it.
All right.
Is this the one?
33-89.
This is it.
Now, would all this fit in with the Giants are going to win this game and upset them? I think yes. Right?
Yeah.
Yes, it would. Yes,
I
it
thought
would.
about just picking the Giants plus the points, but I like this number on Dart. So.
All right, we'll do it. That's plus 33.89. It's a big one. We got 2 touchdown scores. All right.
We get the touchdown scores right, and we get some offense, and I like our chances.
We say it every week. This is the year.
We do.
This
We
is the
do
week.
say it every
This
week.
time,
Most weeks.
This time we're going to do it. All right. Sabres play Winnipeg tonight.
We could have done that.
The Sabres?
We could have thrown something in on them. Samuelson to score.
Zach Benson goal.
He hasn't scored yet this year. He got booed twice in that New Jersey game. He didn't shoot on 2 breakaways.
Yeah. Well, he's trying to get his 70 assists like you have,
it's funny.
said.
I said he was going to get 70 assists, and you're right. He doesn't shoot the puck. 9 assists in 12 games. That's a 70 assist pace, almost.
It's close. It's getting there. All right. Extendo Sports coming up, 803-0550, our phone number if you want to pop in. And Sal's coming up at 10 o'clock with the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Get a lot of this, and whatever. If you don't like Sean McDermott as a coach and think he holds the Bills back, whatever, fine. One thing I will not, I just don't have any time for, is that he and Tomlin are the same. Like
it's my least favorite comparison.
It's not even close. It's not close at all. They are not the same.
It stops that they both went to William and Mary.
It really might.
It should stop there.
It really might. I know in the locker room after the game, Sean McDermott, his speech is like, that's Buffalo Bills football right there. It doesn't matter how you win. You're going to say it's Buffalo Bills football. Like, you're a head coach giving a victory speech. You say, we did it our way. This idea that McDermott dreams of throwing for 3 yards and running the football to victory. You've got a good set of Bills fans that think that is his dream, and I just do not think that's true at all. He's been the coach this entire time. They've had incredible offenses that pass the ball. Now they have one that isn't so great at passing the ball, and guess what they're going to try to be in the future? Better at it. He does not sit here and dream of winning 6-0. So I don't know. If you're out here thinking that McDermott and Tomlin are the same guy, I think you're working too hard. You don't have to like McDermott, but he's not Tomlin.
Well, he also went for fourth downs yesterday, right? And converted. Was there only 2 that he went for? But Tomlin's not doing that.
No, often he's not.
There were multiple opportunities he had to go for it that would have worked.
Tomlin, over a decade, is the wimpiest coach there is for this.
Right.
And McDermott has had multiple years in the top 5 of going for it. They're not close to the same. They're as close to the same as the worst quarterback in football is to the 5th best or whatever. Like.
But I'm here to tell you guys, on the sidelines, the turning point in this game might have been when Josh Allen took the shot when he was sliding. Everything changed after that. When you're on the field and you're in that environment, and you can tell the energy and what's going on and how guys are acting, it was a little, I'm not gonna say lifeless, but they didn't have a lot of energy, and it was that nervous anticipation. Remember, I was just telling you about how you're in Pittsburgh, it's that mystique. You give the ball away, oh man, and things aren't going your way, and you just have this, man, like you're playing well, but you're making these mistakes, these false starts and turnovers. Right before the 2-minute warning, Josh Allen slides, he gets hit by Patrick Queen. I thought there should have been a penalty. There was no penalty called. There was a skirmish on the sidelines, and I am telling you, the game changed after that. I talked to many people in the locker room about it. All of them agreed. That really, what do you want to say, woke them up, energized them. Alec Anderson said, we realized then we got to set our jaws, and it's going to become a Mike Tyson fight. And look, I know we can all say, well, they should have been ready from the beginning. Yeah, I get it. But, when you're a competitor and you're in a violent sport like that, sometimes that's the kind of thing that happens. And that happened in that moment. And I think it just changed everything about this game.
Did you watch any of the game last night?
Yes.
Did you hear Collinsworth and also Tirico pronouncing Marcus Mariota's name as Marcus Mariota?
Yes.
The whole game?
Yes.
But I never heard an explanation that, like, they were told, oh, he actually likes it pronounced this way, which is, I think, different than how everyone has always said it. Just kind of rolls up. Mariota.
Yeah.
Not Mariota.
It became a thing last night, I saw. I don't know where that came from.
It almost like they did it so many times, I wondered if it was on purpose. And it's not like those two have, I can't imagine they've never called a game of his before.
Is that impossible?
That he's never played on Sunday Night Football? He's at least once.
He's been in the league for 11 years.
Really? It's been that long?
Yeah. He came in with Goff.
Okay, that actually, so when we were doing last week a little of the, hey, 3 former Bills coaches have won a playoff game more recently than Mike Tomlin. One of the games, I think this is the Mike Mularkey win.
Okay.
Mariota is the quarterback for a Mike Mularkey Titans team. I think he throws a touchdown to himself in a playoff game. That sound familiar?
No.
He threw it. I think someone batted it back to him, and then he scored. And that was a long time ago. Like, that's Alex Smith Chiefs, I think he beats.
10-2 Patriots, 2-10 Giants.
And you like the 2-10 team.
Can I make a quick admission just between friends? Until 10 minutes ago, I thought the game was in New York.
Some site you're using's got you all mixed up.
Well,
you thought the Houston-Kansas City game was in Houston?
Yes, because New York Times Playoff Machine, if you pick the Bills, it puts the Bills on the left in every column.
Right.
So that's not home and away. It's just the Bills are on the left. Like,
right.
You know, I get why they do that. Anyway, so I've been saying the Giants are going to win this game. I thought they were home the whole time. But they're going to win anyway. Let's go Giants.
By the way, speaking of Miami, they've won 3 in a row. They've gone from, I think they were the 4th pick as of a couple weeks ago, and now they are pick number 12.
Congratulations.
1 pick ahead of Kansas City.
Congratulations.
How about that? How about the fact that the Dolphins have only one more loss than the Chiefs?
Fire the GM. What's the next GM's first order of business? Ruin the draft order. Definitely kill it. Let's lose the points you lose.
They're going to let the Rams get a quarterback.
Yeah.
All these teams are going to let the Rams get a quarterback. And Tennessee's going to pick number 1, and they're probably not even going to pick one.
Right, they're going to
is trade it.
Trade it for a king's ransom. The 4th pick on points in the draft value chart is 1,800. Where are they picking now? 14th, you said?
12.
12, okay. That drops them about 600 points, which is worth a first-round pick. You cost yourself the value of a first-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations. Hey, both the Jets and the Dolphins winning, root for it.
Yes.
Get them out of the top. It's perfect. Northtown Automotive Extra Point show is coming up. We've got the Sabres and Jets tonight as well. So let's see if the Sabres can, find something good. Start another win streak. If you want to get on the Lindy's 5 plan, you know what you have to do right
Lindy's
now?
5. I can't even. The plan right now is get out of last plan.
Lindy's 5. Win 6 out of every 10 points. What do they have to do to get to that number? They have to win 7 in a row.
Here, how about no context provided whatsoever? You haven't watched a game this season yet. And I tell you, you should watch the Sabres game tonight. If they win, they will pass Florida and Toronto in the standings.
Nice. Would they pass them in point percentage or just in the standings?
They'd be close.
They would not pass. I don't think they would pass them.
Not Florida, I don't think.
No, they would pull into a tie on point percentage. Depends. It'd be 26 and 26, yeah.
They could be 3 points out with 9,000 teams to go over.
3 points out, please.
That's our new banner. 3 points out.
3 points out. How many teams in between you and who isn't?
All of them.
Who isn't 3 points out? Answer: nobody. All right, we're back tomorrow 6:10 here on WGR.
We were at Leo's last week, now join WGR and Bud Light for Buffalo Football Friday happy hour at Mitchell's, 734 Sheridan Drive, Tonawanda. Shope and Bulldog will be broadcasting live this Friday from 3 to 7 and on December 19th. Join us for our last live broadcast at the Draft Room. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus.
Back to pass, pressure coming, gets rid of it, and it's complete to Brandon Cooks, the new addition for a first down. Here's the snap, looking on a slant for Gabe Davis, and it's intercepted. Picked off by Brandon Eccles. Hand off to Cook, gonna bounce it outside, avoids one tackler, but then fumbled the ball, and it's still loose, and the Steelers have it. Play action. Rodgers darting, pressure in the pocket, he sacked and he fumbled. It's scooped up by Benford, and he races to the end zone for the touchdown. Back to pass is Rudolph, looking left, and it's intercepted. Picked off by Benford. It was intended for Darnell Washington. He overshot the 6'7" tight end, and Benford has his second takeaway of the game. Allen fires into the end zone to Keon Coleman for the 1-yard touchdown reception. Here's the snap. Allen gonna keep it, gonna look to bust it outside, lowers the shoulder, the surge pushing him forward, progress, he's in for the touchdown. The beast has been released.
Some of the great sounds yesterday coming out of the voice of Chris Brown on the Buffalo Bills radio network after the Bills 26-7 dominating victory over the Pittsburgh Steelers in the Steel City yesterday at Acrisure Stadium. Setting records at Acrisure Stadium. The most yards ever given up by a Steelers defense on the ground inside that stadium. 249, a big part of what we're going to talk about today, as well as anything else you want to hear on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on a Buffalo Football Monday. And of course, on a Buffalo Football Monday, it is also the Catholic Health Extra Point Show, presented by Catholic Health, the right way to care, and brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Also by Northtown Hyundai, Western New York's premier Hyundai dealership. Shop online at northtownhyundai.com. Sal Capaccio with you. Glad to be here today in this environment, as opposed to a week ago Friday when the Bills had come off the terrible loss in Houston, where Josh Allen got completely battered and beat up. And that morning, landed at 4:30, came in here, did the show. Everybody's mad. People are calling. Everybody wants everybody fired. 10 days later, they go to Pittsburgh and completely dominate the Steelers.
I mean, if it wasn't for the 2 turnovers in the first half, which, by the way, bad, can't have that happen, definitely a criticism. If it wasn't for those, though, the Bills would have won this game by 35 points. I really believe that. I mean, they were moving the ball already, and that happened. And the only points the Steelers got were on a short field from a Bills turnover. So much to get to in this one, about this one. And we're doing it today here on a Buffalo Football Victory Monday. Here on WGR Sports Radio 550, got the Victory Monday t-shirt on. You can see that because you can go watch live right now over on YouTube. I always forget. I'll have to ask Owen. Are we on Twitch as well, right? Twitch, WGR 550, right? Okay, on Twitch. YouTube, WGR 550. Check it out. You can tweet me at Sal Sports, but hi to the bullpen. Always say hi to you on a Monday or Friday or whenever we get after it here after a Bills game. We got Hot Dirt and Steve Moore and Sabbath and Nick and Depew and Keenan and Bass 1151, JT from USA. We got AC Man in there as well. A lot of you. Hi, guys, girls, anybody. Thank you. My man Leotis. I like that one. Just reading some of your screen names. As I always say on a Buffalo Football Monday, I will not be able to interact with you in the chat box, but you are welcome to interact with each other, and you could still hate me, love me, whatever, and, kind of go from there, and then we'll make sure. But be nice, though. Be nice. Come on, be nice today. The Bills won. It's 26-7. It's a Victory Monday. It's the NFL, man. The Chiefs are, what's their record now? Are they losing record right now? What are the Chiefs right now? 6-6? Yeah, 6-6. Losing record. Almost not a losing record, but 500. Anyway, the point is, Chiefs are 6-6. Ravens are 6-6 in first place. Bills are 8-4. No, it hasn't gone great this year. I get it. But man, let's have a better day today than we did last Friday. The last Friday we were here together. And after that game and leading into next week and kind of look back on this dominating win. That's what it was. 803-0550 is the number to call. Here in the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show, you can tweet me at Sal Sports, like I said. And anytime we get connected with you, we are getting connected with our fans. Brought to you by Northtown Kia, Western New York's #1 Kia dealer. Shop online at northtownkia.com. A little bit later, if you'd like, after this show, please go listen to It's Always Game Day in Buffalo. Matt Bove and I just recapped the game we just recorded a little while ago. I'm going to throw that up on the YouTube page at Sal Sports. You can also get it wherever you pod. And the reason I say that is there's a lot more to get into as well from his perspective, my perspective. We'll talk about it, but I want your perspective today. That's how a Monday works. You give a call. You call me. You have the floor. You have the forum. You say what you want to say about this game. Good, bad, indifferent, agree, disagree, doesn't matter. We can start on the offense or we can start on the defense because I think both sides of the ball have a lot of storylines and deserve talk today. It wasn't all totally positive, but it certainly was much more than negative. I'll start with the defense because I thought the defense played a dominating, suffocating game against a team they should. This is not a great Steelers offense. This is a Steelers offense that throws the ball shorter than any team in the league. But you have to know that going in. Give credit to the Bills coaches for having a game plan that very much reminded me of a game plan against a Tua Tagovailoa-led Miami Dolphins offense, which means they're going to go to their first read, and if it's not there, you have a chance to extend the play and make a play. And if they don't complete their first read, it's incomplete. They're going to second and long, third and long, whatever. They're going to try and run the ball. Have to stop the run game, take away the first read. You know what the Bills did? They stopped the run game, and they took away the first read of Aaron Rodgers. To the tune of total net yards for the Steelers, 166. Yards per play, 3.9. That's minuscule in the NFL. For a Bills defense that has been battered against the run this year, they gave up 58 yards rushing and only 3.2 yards a carry. For a Bills defense that has been number one against the pass this year, it's not just because, but a lot of it is, I get it, teams running the ball on them cause an effect. They don't throw the ball a lot on the Bills because they run the ball. But the Bills also are very good in the yards per play department. They don't allow things over the top. But in this game, they said, we're also going to not allow anything underneath. 108 yards passing net for the Steelers. And I thought one of the biggest things about the Bills defense in this game, tackling. They were good They tackled well, and that's not something they've done well this year. The Steelers led the league going into the game. I don't know if they still do. Yards after catch from the receivers. Their running backs are tough to bring down. The Bills tackled well. They attacked well. They had a great game plan. Sean McDermott, Bobby Babich, the defensive coaches, great game plan, great execution from the game plan by the players. And, of course, the game turned early in the second half, first play on the scoreboard when Christian Benford scooped and scored a Joey Bosa forced fumble. Bills never looked back. They were up 10-7 after that. Next possession, because Aaron Rodgers gets hurt on that play, Mason Rudolph is in, airmails one to the sideline. Christian Benford, right spot, right time, makes the play. Christian Benford could get Defensive Player of the Week in the AFC. He had a scoop and score pick six and an interception separately. And oh, by the way, Christian Benford shadowed DK Metcalf. Now, in this offense particularly, but even overall, DK Metcalf isn't quite the receiver he used to be. He's even less in this particular offense with the Steelers. But the Bills said, we're not going to let DK Metcalf beat us. We're going to put our number one corner on him. Christian Benford shadowed him. Man-to-man zone. Didn't matter. He was on him all game. DK Metcalf, 5 targets in this game. He only caught 3 passes for 32 yards. Very good job by the defense overall. A lot of you wondering, why didn't Max Hairston play very much? Well, Max Hairston was only on the field for a total of 13 snaps. Tre'Davious White was on the field for 33. My answer is probably because Max Hairston was going through concussion protocol last week, so therefore you're missing some reps early in the week. But today's not the day to complain about that because Tre'Davious White played well. He's played well lately. They targeted him early. He made a play on a ball. Steelers fans thought it should have been pass interference. It wasn't. So today's not the day to complain that Max Hairston wasn't playing. I think it's more so probably because he was going through concussion protocol. He probably missed some reps. They were confident in Tre'Davious White, and he's played well lately, Tre'Davious White, so give him credit. And again, not a great group of threatening wide receivers. Austin have some speed, and they put Benford on DK Metcalf. Jordan Hancock didn't play a lot in this game. This is all going to, by the way, I'm bringing all this up for a reason. I'm bringing all this up because I thought the Bills had a great game plan, not only scheme-wise, but personnel-wise. Jordan Hancock didn't play a lot in this game. You could say, well, there we go. Why are we not playing Jordan Hancock? I'll tell you why. The Bills didn't need the speed in this game. They needed more physicality from a guy like Jordan Poyer because the Steelers love to run 2 and 3 tight ends, and they have these behemoths at tight end like Washington. This was not a game where they needed speed on the field as much as they needed physicality, and they matched the physicality. And I give them credit for understanding that and knowing that, and it worked out. Final point on the defense. Folks, I don't think it's any revelation to tell you they have been a better defense with Shaq Thompson in the middle than they have with Terrell Bernard in the middle. And I do think Terrell Bernard has been really impacted by the ankle injury and now the arm injury, but the ankle injury especially, but also because there have been injuries up front. That's allowing more offensive linemen to get on a smaller linebacker in Terrell Bernard, who's more sideline to sideline than he is, downhill, A-gap attacking. But right now, that's what they need. And Shaq Thompson has offered that to them. I wouldn't be confident that Terrell Bernard would be ready to play this week. They didn't put him on IR, but man, that injury looked pretty bad. But at some point, when Terrell Bernard is healthy, depending on how this continues to go for Shaq Thompson, this team may be faced with a bit of an uncomfortable decision on who's going to be playing middle linebacker. It might not be a hard decision for you from the outside. I get it. But that is your middle linebacker, who's your team captain, who you just paid, and he's not a bad football player. All right? But it's clear that right now, it's a better defense with Shaq Thompson playing. And I think they have to continue to roll with that, and you have to make those uncomfortable decisions. I think Matt Milano's playing better, partly because of this. I think that Dorian Williams has offered them what they needed from an extra linebacker coming on. Base defense yesterday. And that's nice. Be a different deal next week with a team that's going to throw the ball much more than run the ball. Probably. I mean, they do run it with Chase Brown, but with those receivers and Joe Burrow. We'll get to that a little bit later. But anyway, yeah. In fact, I'll stay on the defense, and I'll do this early today. The Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. Joey Bosa has a hamstring injury. And we don't know the severity of it. It was at the end of the game. He was on the sidelines still with, defensive coaches, but he didn't go back in the game. He was questionable. And it's Joey Bosa, and he's older, and he's had injuries, and the Bills have played the long game with these soft tissue muscle injuries. So, I don't know. We'll see what happens this coming week. And you'd love to have him against a Bengals team that has had issues on the O-line and gives up sacks. But you might not. Speaking of injuries, the Bills were without their 2 starting tackles, Deion Dawkins and Spencer Brown. In comes Ryan Vandermark. In comes Alec Anderson. They played their tails off. Now, Alec Anderson, 2 very costly early false start penalties. I asked him about it after the game, and I hope that people understand the context. It's not to absolve him. They were bad penalties. They shouldn't have happened. Totally get it. You can criticize him for it. I did. I gave him an arrow down for the penalties. But, folks, this is a kid that did not play. I call him a kid. I'm old. This is a kid that did not play right tackle since college. Okay? He went from center to guard to tackle. And what he said about the penalties was, hey, it's TJ Watt over there. I'm trying to time up the snap count because he's wide on me, and I got to get out and block him. And he's an athletic freak, and I didn't time it up right. He took accountability, and he's explaining. He says, hey, man, you look out. These guys, he says, these dudes are athletic. They're beasts off the edge. And he got a little antsy. But he settled down after that, and he played well. So criticize him for the false starts. He deserves it. But the rest of the game, he played really well. And I give Aaron Kromer and Austin Gunn a lot of credit. That's O-line coach and assistant O-line coach for having these guys ready and prepared to play in the way they did. And Ryan Vandermark as well. TJ Watt had 4 tackles. 4. 0 quarterback hurries. 0 tackles for loss. Dan Orlovsky had a great tweet a little while ago. The Bills created 138 yards before contact. Pittsburgh created 34. Great game plan by the Bills coaches, by the guys executing up front, and, of course, James Cook, 249 yards rushing for the team. Overall, James Cook had a total of, my number right here so I don't screw it up, 144, 4.5 yards a carry. Ray Davis, nice game from him, 9 carries, 62 yards, 6.9 yards a carry. Give the Bills credit. They had a good game plan. They executed it. Really nicely done by the Bills in this one overall. And walk away and come away with a 26-7 win. Should have been larger, I thought, but not gonna, what you going to complain about a 26-7 win in the NFL? I mean, you're just looking for things at this point to nitpick. Doesn't mean it's perfect, folks. And I'm going to say it. Every game has its own DNA. You play that game next week. Maybe it goes a little different against Cincinnati, and they hit some more plays down the field, whatever. Maybe you can't have that conservative type of approach against Cincinnati next week. I don't know. But they won this game, and they did what they needed to do in this game. They dominated this game, and it was nice to see. And they came out of it, other than Bosa's injury, which could be impactful, I think relatively healthy and hopefully getting guys back as well. No Josh Palmer in this game, no Dalton Kincaid in this game. Brandon Cooks plays a handful of snaps. He has a catch on the first series. Keon Coleman gets back in, but he plays the least amount of snaps of any receiver. He does have the touchdown. Sean McDermott goes for 2 fourth downs. Actually would have went for 3, but one was a false start. Goes for 2 fourth downs. They convert one on a run, and they convert one on a touchdown pass. Okay, get to the phone lines here in just 1 second. 2 other things I want to touch on because you've been talking about it today. After the game, I talked with a lot of players in the locker room because I felt, and I said this on the radio this morning, folks, this game changed on the sidelines. It changed for me when Josh Allen got hit by Patrick Queen, and there was nothing called. There was no call, and maybe you feel there shouldn't have been, but the Bills felt there should have been, and guys were pissed. They were getting after it after that. And I thought this game changed attitude-wise, demeanor-wise from that moment on. Now, some of you are saying online to me at Sal Sports, well, that just means they weren't ready to play. No, I don't think that at all. They were still dominating the game. They just made critical mistakes up to that point. But, man, when you're in a competitor and you're in an environment like that and you are in a violent sport like that, to me it's no different than a hockey fight sometimes that energizes the bench or some hard fouls in basketball that get teams, okay, you want to play that kind of game? Here we go. I mean, it doesn't have to be a criticism because they a negative, right? Why? It's so weird to point out, hey, man, these guys really, they didn't want to take no crap after that. They saw their quarterback get hit. Well, that means they're not ready to play. Man, like, do we have to go to the negative and criticism all the time immediately on everything good that happens? Or anything that happens? I get it. Like, you might say, well, Sal, you just want to look at the positive. No, I'm just telling you, they were still playing well. They made a couple critical mistakes. But that changed it. That changed the game for me from being on the sidelines with the energy. There was one other piece here. Oh, yeah. So TJ Watt comes out after the game. He says, I've never seen a team run the same play so many times. Mind-boggling, basically. Like, I couldn't get around. And a lot of you, again, are taking that as a negative against Joe Brady. Why would you not run the same play if it's working all the time? They ran for 249 freaking yards. Keep running it. The same play. You can't stop it. What are we doing here? That is not a negative. That is TJ Watt going, they ran the same play and we couldn't stop it, and I can't believe we couldn't stop it. He wasn't saying, I can't believe they ran the same play because they're dumb. He's saying, I can't believe we couldn't stop it. Well, guess what? Keep running it. It was the perfect game plan against that group. The perfect game plan. And it worked. 803-0550 is the number to call. All right, I spent a lot of time talking. Your turn now. Michael in Atlanta, what's up?
Sal, great win. You said a lot of what I was going to say. All right. So I got a comment and I have a question. A lot of criticism about the Bills' downfield passing game. Where's the downfield passing game? To me, the Bills had 2 goals in this game: win the game and keep Josh Allen safe. I don't care about a downfield passing game. You got 2 substitute tackles in, left or right tackle. You got a windy day. You're running the ball well. Who cares? They did what they needed to do. They executed, I thought, pretty much perfectly in keeping Josh safe and winning this game.
That's right. Every game is totally different. You have a game plan for this game and a game plan for the next game. You have a game plan for the Chiefs that's different than the Steelers. And when you're without your 2 tackles, your game plan is keep the quarterback safe, especially after what happened, run the quick game, run the ball. And they did that. They did it well, very well.
Absolutely. And the question was, it's kind of complicated. All right. So There was a face mask, a bad call against the Steelers early in the game. And it was somehow it was reviewed by the in-booth officials, correct?
Yes. That is a new rule. Is this what you just want to ask what happened there?
No.
Okay.
I understand what happened there, yes. But why doesn't that same rule apply to when that late hit occurred on Josh Allen?
Because I'll tell you why. The new rule is you can pick up a flag on a personal foul. You cannot throw one that wasn't thrown.
Yeah.
Make sense?
To me, it should be. Yeah,
Okay.
It doesn't. It doesn't. If it's going to be reviewed, it should go both ways.
Okay, but I'm just telling you, the reason is there is the rule now in the NFL that if there's a flag thrown for a personal foul for face mask or, I think there's a couple other instances as well, and the booth says it shouldn't have been thrown, they can pick it up. But the booth can't call down to throw a flag.
Right. Okay.
All right.
And I do have one last question. Did Shaq Lawson play yesterday?
He did not. He was inactive. He's on the practice squad. He was not elevated.
Okay. All right, sir. Well, thank you so much, and let's build on the win.
Okay, you got it. Thank you very much, Michael. Let's go to Billy in Toronto. Hi, Billy.
Hey, Sal. Yeah, listen, that game started off yesterday, and I was going, oh, here we go again. But, the defense, those 2 plays that start the second half, of course, ignited us. And, the thing that just absolutely baffles me is I think with Pittsburgh, a lot of times teams go on tape of the game that they seen them play the week before, and I just thought they were saying Josh Allen is not going to beat us with his arm. And that's why we just ran roughshod over them. I mean, it was ridiculous. You usually don't do that to the Pittsburgh Steelers, but I just thought it was like the last caller said, a nice, easy game for Josh. Just keep handing the ball off, run it down their damn throats. And, of course, with Josh, though, he's got to scare the hell out of me late in the game when we're on about the 8 or 9 yard line, and he just runs into the end zone, just running over everybody. There's nothing subtle about Josh. He gets a little bit of a push to get him in the end zone for that, but it just scares me that if something happens to Josh, I think everybody knows we're in big trouble. But the most important thing, and you said it, Josh, you said it, Sal, was that both Kansas City, and by the way, Kansas City stole that win last week. Otherwise, they would basically be eliminated. Kansas City and Baltimore both lost. The 3 teams that we got ahead of us, do they scare you? Denver, New England, and Indianapolis. They remind me, Sal, of a racehorse. They're just cheap speed as far as I see it. And once they come around the far turn, let's see what they got when the real run-in starts. A great win. We're 8-4, and it's on to Cincinnati.
All right, you got
Thanks,
it.
Sal.
Yeah, you got it. Thanks a lot for the call. Frank has been waiting in his car, so I'll get to him before the break. Hi, Frank.
Hey, good morning, Sal.
Good morning.
Just want to get you. I heard a lot of the points this morning about different game plans for different teams and whatnot. And I understood that we played Houston the week before, and they got a really tough defense. But I just was wondering what happened to Trail Shavers. I mean, he had a breakout game a couple weeks ago, and everyone's talking like, "Oh man, this is something that we need. This is something that the team, puts a little juice into our offense." And now he's had 0 targets over the last 2 games. And I mean, at 0 targets, I don't understand.
Okay, well, hold on, because the game again. Let's go to Frank. I don't know about last game. You're right. I thought he should have played more, have been more involved. This is not the game to say that, though. This was a run game. He was on the field more than any receiver, and he was good blocker. And this game was about running the ball and getting the ball out quick. This was not a receiver game. I agree with you that I'd like to see a little bit more of that because he was really good a couple weeks ago. But that was a different game plan and game. This was not the game for that.
Right. Like, what about Houston, though?
Yes, I agree. But I know, but we're not talking about Houston today, and I agree with you on that. That was a different game. I am with you. They should have used them more in Houston. I thought they should have. I said that right there. But they didn't play Houston yesterday. They ran the ball well, and they got the ball out quickly yesterday, and they didn't need them to do that.
No, I agree. And I just want to see, hopefully, in the future, they try to feed him a little bit more because I picked him up on my fantasy team, and now he's getting no targets, so I'm a little salty. That's all.
All right, you got it. Yeah, I mean, he was on the field a lot, and he played well. And, you can't force that, just for the sake of forcing it. So, I want to see Tyrell Shavers more involved, too, in the passing game. I want to see the receivers more involved. In fact, receivers in this game, only 5 catches. You need more out of them. And again, no Josh Palmer, no Dalton Kincaid. That hurt, but this game was about running the ball, getting the ball out quick. The Bills did that. That was the game plan. They executed it. It worked. They win 26-7. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on a Buffalo Football Victory Monday. All right, everybody. Sal Capaccio here for my friends at Firth Jewelers. And if you're looking for that perfect holiday gift, I've got you covered. My holiday gift picks at Firth. Now, here are just a few. Think about this. A wrapped in love diamond heart necklace, a timeless Movado watch, I love mine, and a sterling silver paperclip style bracelet. And that's only a start, okay? There are a lot more picks in store, all at Firth-friendly prices. And when you buy one of my picks, you're going to get a free Lennox gingerbread ornament while supplies last. I've seen it. It's awesome. For the holidays, all of them, go forth to Firth Jewelers on Military Road in Niagara Falls, especially this holiday season, because they're my jeweler, and I love them. I'm telling you, you're going to make them your jeweler, too.
Tailgate Trivia is back, presented by Total Sports Enterprises Buffalo. Listen during every Bills game for your chance to call in, answer the trivia question, and win autographed Bills merch, courtesy of TSE Buffalo.
Shaves and Khalil, sticking their head in there. A lot of duos that we ran tonight, and they were going in there and digging out safeties. It's not easy to do as a wide receiver to go continually do that, but they did tonight, and it was awesome to see.
We got open phone lines right now at 803-0550 if you want to jump on board here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Got the bullpen running in full force. Man, I'm kind of glad I don't venture in there very often. I do sometimes. Holy cow! I'm gonna nickname. I'm gonna have to trademark this phrase. I try to think of something I can come up with. All right. The misery of winning.
Yeah.
The misery of winning. It is amazing. I got in there. I got in a little while ago. Sorry, Owen. Every time I do that, I think about you and having to moderate it, and I apologize.
Okay.
I apologize, but. I mean, imagine going through life just being miserable when good things happen, right? Like, I guess some people are just, hey, I don't know what's going on in people's lives, right?
Yeah,
I'll say that.
I mean,
but man, if you're going to be invested in a sports team and understand how sports work, why would you not be happy today?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of
wow,
deep-rooted frustration.
Oh yeah, and that's okay.
Yeah, exactly.
It's okay to be frustrated with the team and say. I mean, I talked to people this morning like, yeah, I still don't believe in this team. That's totally cool, man.
Right.
Totally cool.
Yeah.
But holy cow, when you're what it is for me is, and I'm just not like this, and I get this. Hey, man, I'm a very self-aware person. I understand I'm a very positive person. I understand I'm a very optimistic person. I bring that to the table. That's fine. And some of you say, Homer, whatever.
Right.
I have no time for that, okay? It's just, but I also know I've been involved in sports my whole life. It's sports. The other team gets paid. They have a lot of good players. They have great coaches, great players. You got to come up with a game plan. You got to come up with execution and do all of that. What gets me, though, is when your default mechanism, no matter what happens, is to tell me or tell everybody how terrible it still was.
Right.
That's your default.
I think a lot of
Is that how people live in their life?
I think a lot of people hunt for,
Yes.
and maybe it's not through their whole lives, but it's maybe this specifically because they're jaded because of 13 seconds
Sure.
or 4 Super Bowls or whatever it is. They're jaded, and I get that, and I don't blame you for it, but you also, this is reality here. Like, they just beat the crap out of the Steelers, and maybe it wasn't the way you wanted it, or it didn't look the way that you had ideally seen it, but they did it. And there's only so much you can do. And so here you are. Is it okay to ask for more? I think that you should. And that
there are certainly things to criticize they did wrong.
Right.
They turned the ball over. They had penalties early on, like no doubt. Like there are things. There's decisions. I could say, hey, McDermott to me should have elected to take the penalty on the extra point instead of taking it on like you can criticize things. That's okay.
Right.
That's what we do here, right? That's how we go about it. But yeah, you're right about this, which is like I don't want to be results based when I talk about it a lot. You want to go more process. But even the process was really good yesterday.
Right.
The results were great. If they would have won the Texans game on the last drive, it would have been, oh my God, they won. I can't believe it. But there was a lot that you did not like about that game, right? Like Josh still got beat up. If they would have won that game, you would have like, oh my God, it's great to win, but holy cow. That was kind of the Ravens game early in the year.
Exactly.
Right? That was the Ravens game. That was not the case yesterday.
Right.
The process was great. The game plan was great. The execution, the thought, were there nitpicky things here or there? Sure.
Right.
And the result was really good.
Exactly. And I think a lot of it is it all just comes back to the passing offense and these people. Like, I understand why you want to see that work and look functional at a much higher level than it has for this team this year. But if you're able to survive and win these games and get yourself to the playoffs, it's not a bad thing that you're doing that. Two things can be true, that they did a great job at just about everything yesterday and that they need to figure that passing offense out. I get why people are frustrated that they're not seeing the ball get thrown down the field, but it didn't affect them yesterday. They didn't need it yesterday, so we're okay right now. Is it okay to ask for more? Yes, but you can't disregard all the good that was done yesterday because of the one thing that wasn't.
They had a specific game plan yesterday. They executed that game plan.
Right.
Simple as that. And you should be thankful you had a coaching staff that understood the situation. And they did not execute a good game plan, didn't have a good game plan against the Texans. Actually, I didn't mind them going one-on-one with those edge rushers, but then when things happened that went awry, they should have changed. And Joe Brady deserves all the criticism in the world for last Thursday night in Houston. No doubt about it. He also deserves credit for this game and this game plan for having, and so does Aaron Cromer and Austin Gunn. Were you going to chime in, Joe? Were you going to say something? You look like you wanted to say something.
Yeah.
You're chomping at the bit over there to say something.
So I'm with Owen on this. I'm at the point now where on a just game result basis, I loved yesterday. I think it was a very dominant, and it reminded me of that Dallas game from a couple of years ago when Joe Brady was like, all right, you're not going to adjust. You're not going to stop this. We're just going to send James Cook down your throat at that point. And that's what the Bills did yesterday. They just ran him outside. I agree with you. We have to take away the positives when we can, because it's like, it could be, there's always negatives. Don't get me wrong. Like you said, there's everything to nitpick at any point in time.
Just like, by the way, there's always positives in losses. When the Bills lost to the Texans, I always do an arrow up, arrow down.
Mm-hmm.
And after the game, I always say, give me your arrow up and arrow down from fans. And how many people said, no arrows up? There were some things that happened that were okay in that game, right? Like, a loss is a loss. You're going to have a lot more negative things probably. A win's a win. You're probably going to have more positive things. It's sports, folks. It's sports. Sometimes I think people have never played sports, and I'm not trying to be condescending when I say that. Like, I just don't think people have ever played sports and understand there's another team, and they're trying to win too, and they have game plan against you, and sometimes they execute better than you. Sometimes they have a better thought process than you or game plan, whatever. You want your team to be perfect all the time. It's not always going to happen. The misery of winning. I might trademark that. 803-0550 is the number to call. Speaking of that, by the way, someone said if they called because they were mad about the game, that I would hang up on them if they didn't have the same opinion as me. I don't do that. Do I, Owen?
No,
I don't hang up on people.
The
Why are they
only
making stuff
time
up about
anybody
me?
at this station hangs up on people is when they start getting out there.
Nasty,
Right.
like disrespectful or swearing, I'll hang up on you,
Exactly.
because nobody needs to hear that. Nobody needs to hear that, right?
That's kind of part of the
I
job.
mean, but I don't hang up on people. You call up. This is what Monday's about. So don't make stuff up. Call up if you'd like. 803-0550 is the number to call. In the meantime, thanks. I got that off my chest. Let's talk about how this game went down. Bills beat the Steelers 27-6 yesterday. I think maybe the most important part of this game, despite the final score, obviously, and independent of the final score, the most important part of this game was the fact that Josh Allen stayed clean. You needed your quarterback to stay clean after him getting beat up and being on the injury report all week because he was beaten up. You had to keep him clean, and they did. And again, let's go back to how did they do it? 2 backup tackles. How they did it was, let's run the ball and have quick passes. There is nothing wrong with that as it's working. If it's not working and you got to change, that's fine. It was working. TJ Watt said, I can't believe this team ran the same play over and over. I can't believe this team ran the same play over and over. Yeah, because it was working against you and you couldn't stop it. That's what you do. If you're in a fight, in a boxing fight, and your opponent can't stop a right hook, what should you keep doing, Owen? Throwing the right hook.
That's
Just
all
do
you
it.
need to do. It's
If I'm playing goal, you're playing goal. Remember didn't we have this conversation last week
Yes,
about the goalie
exactly.
above the shoulder?
Yes.
I said, dude, they were shooting at the same spot every time. You're like, yeah, we couldn't stop it.
Because you can't stop
You can't
it.
stop
And
it.
it's
You
just the
do
way
it.
it is.
It's the way it is, right?
And yeah, that goes right back to that passing offense point, which makes people so frustrated.
Yes.
Like, he's running that play. I know. Is it boring to watch as a fan? Yeah. I don't love it. It's awesome when James Cook breaks one off, but is it the most entertaining or stimulating thing? No, but it's effective, and they win. And at the end of the day, what do you want them to do?
You know what the goal is? The goal is to move the ball, get first downs, not have negative plays, and then score.
Right.
And for the most part, they did that. They did not score in the first half, and that was on them. Self-inflicted wounds, and they have to clean that part of it up. It was not a good start to the game. It could have went elsewhere, but it didn't. They did a nice job in the second half. Michael in Buffalo wants to chime in. Hi, Michael.
Yeah, Sal. Yeah, this is Mike in Buffalo. Yeah, I see you every now and then. Your son used to go to the same school as mine.
All right, buddy.
Played at Chickawaga Little back in the day.
All right.
I love the misery of winning. That was just beautiful. That is absolutely what I feel we as Bills fans are. I'm not like that. I just want to win the game by any means necessary. I remember the Super Bowl against the Cowboys, the second one. I think it was 13-3 at half. We were winning. And the Cowboys came out and did this counterplay over and over and over. Emmitt Smith ripped his helmet off and they scored, and it just changed the game. You win by any means, and we got to be happy when we win, regardless of what the game looks like at the end of the day. I think Bills fans will win a Super Bowl ugly and be upset about it, as far as that goes. That's all I
Dear
wanted to
God,
say.
I hope that's
Y'all
never
love
the
y'all.
case. Thank you. I hope they win the Super Bowl. You're right. You're right, Mike. No, you're not wrong, though, when you say that. That's so funny. Dan in New York. What's up, Dan? What part of New York? New York City?
No, I'm calling from Leroy.
All right. Gotcha, buddy. We used to, hey, speaking of Cheektowaga Little Loop, used to play Leroy back in the day. All right. Thanks a lot, buddy. What do you got for me?
Hey, just really ticking me off about Josh taking hits, especially when he slides. Hitting him in the head when he slides and there's no call. There's got to be some kind of repercussions for these refs that don't call that. That's insane. He could have been out for the season from a hit like that.
Yeah, well, the Bills were upset about it, no doubt about it, and they took it personal. And I tell you what, guys, if I was a betting man at that moment in Vegas, I would have bet everything on Josh running the ball the next play. They were so mad. He was so mad. I'm like, it's 3rd and 2. He's running this ball, and he will not be denied. That's exactly what they did. James in Virginia. Go ahead, James.
Can we just talk about how Jalen Ramsey's forever going to be haunted by Josh Allen?
Do you remember when they first played after everything he said about him and Josh ran by him into the end zone his rookie year and all that?
Yeah. I was just thinking that. And forever, he's going to be on top of Josh Allen getting pulled into the end zone, and that highlight is going to be there forever, and that's just going to make me happy.
Love it.
Thank you, Sal. Have a good day.
You got it, James. Thank you. 803-0550 is the number. We'll take a timeout here. Having fun today on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Beats the alternative of coming in here on a Friday after the way the Bills played against the Houston Texans last Thursday, no doubt about it. But they played a much better game yesterday. They had a good game plan. They executed it. And now it's on to Cincinnati. Wait a minute. Did I just sound like Bill Belichick? I did not mean to sound like Bill Belichick when I said it's on to Cincinnati, but it is. But we can still talk about this one. 803-0550, the number here in the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Hey, Sal Capaccio here for the men A couple anecdotes for you, all right? Number one, I was going to open the show, and I totally forgot because I got off track. I was going to say, if I wasn't doing this show, I might spend 2 hours listening to the Fan in Pittsburgh today. That would be pretty fun, and I'm going to have to go back and look and hear what they're talking about. I go on with my buddies in Pittsburgh when the Bills play the Steelers and other things going on. My buddy Tim Benz, Andrew Filipponi, the Fan, right over there, they do a great job. And I went on with Donnie over at the Fan this week, and Donnie said to me this weekend, he goes, listen, I don't care if the Bills tackles are out. Steelers fans will think that means that Watt and everybody's going to have this massive game and they will get shut down and everybody's going to be mad. And he was right. It's exactly what happened, right? I totally get it. The other thing is I tweeted, is the misery of winning trademarked? If not, I might do it. And this is how I know it happens everywhere. Because Ben Albright, who covers the Denver Broncos, just wrote, bruh. And they won last night by the Commanders missing the 2-point conversion in overtime. That's great. That is just him telling me, oh, yeah, we got it here, too. Come on.
Yeah.
8-3.
That was a close one. I caught the tail end of that.
Here's what I thought should have happened. If you didn't see the play, I thought Mariota should have recognized that Benito went in the air and maybe pulled it down and had an easy throw after that. If he pulls it down, he's able to hit the running back for the 2-point conversion, but it didn't happen. Benito knocked it down, and now suddenly the Denver Broncos are the top seed in the AFC with the Patriots playing tonight. Steve in Orchard Park. What's up, Steve?
Hey, Sal.
Hey.
Just wanted to it was a tough game to watch in the first half.
Yeah.
Kind of frustrating, but everybody was a lot of swearing going around here. But credit to the coaching staff. I think they had a good plan going in to run the ball and keep Josh upright.
Mm-hmm.
I still think Josh is maybe playing a little nicked up with his elbow. You were at the game, correct?
Yes, I'm at every game on the radio broadcast.
Right. Just wondering, was it that windy on the field yesterday? Or
very windy, yes.
Yeah. So, anyways, just a great game plan by the coaches. I thought our defense played well. I know Pittsburgh doesn't have a great offense, but overall, it was a satisfying win for sure.
All right, thanks, Steve. I appreciate it. I shouldn't say very windy. At times, it was very windy. It was pretty breezy most of the game. Then some gusts came in, especially in the third quarter, started to get pretty windy out there. Real quick, let's finish up this hour with Ken, who's in his car. Hi, Ken.
Hey, so I wanted to start by talking about the rookies and ask you some questions about, maybe the first 3-4 picks. But in the context of that, I went and looked at Wikipedia the other day, NFL draft from 1998 or something like that, and it's amazing how when you go and look at that first round, how many guys were drafted, how many guys made All-Pro, how many are in the Hall of Fame, and it's just there's no guarantees there. With the first maybe 10 picks, the prevalence of Pro Bowls, things like that, a little higher. But, wow, you'll see guys in the third round that were all pro and, half the second round, no Pro Bowl appearances. So I thought that was interesting. In that context, also, the Bills had probably about an 8% chance of winning the Super Bowl at the beginning of the year, right? I mean, if you consider, the amount of teams that make the playoffs, right? I mean, at that point, you're 50-50 in the Super Bowl, 25% in the championship game, and it just gets worse from there. So I'm really happy with kind of where we are this year, and we've had some injuries as other teams have. For instance, Cincinnati's pretty much out of it, and they look like they have a really good team right now. The third thing was I wanted to just ask you about the rookies. How Hairston played yesterday, where you think his development is, and also the difference between – I was watching the thing over the summer where you had McGovern, the center. When you look at these guys that have been in an NFL training and weightlifting program, a food program for 5-6 years, and then you look at these guys like Walker and Hairston, who are first-year rookies, there's a huge difference between year one and year three. I'm wondering how you think that adds to their performance.
Well, Hairston hardly played yesterday. He had 13 snaps, and part of the reason I would guess is because he was in concussion protocol last week, so he probably was not a part of the game plan early in the week as far as reps are concerned. And actually, Tre'Davious White has been playing very well, and he played well yesterday. So I can't tell you on his performance yesterday because they didn't need their corners to do too much, and Hairston didn't play that much. But year 1 to year 2 is a massive difference, Ken. And we say it all the time. Here's the biggest difference. When you are a rookie, you don't know where you're playing. You aren't with a team yet. You have to go through the banquet circuit, the awards circuit, the draft process, and then you get settled in May at your hometown. You get to know the trainers and the coaches, and that's when it starts for you. Year 2, once January, February comes around, hopefully for the Bills, but once January comes around, your season's over, you have all that time to know where your feet are, where you're living, who your trainers are, what your regimented program is, and there's no doubt about that as far as development. So you can look at it from a standpoint of, guys coming in and understanding a little bit more and being ready from college sometimes than other guys, no doubt. But I think year 1 to year 2 should be a massive difference for a lot of people. And we thought we were getting that from Keon Coleman this year, and that did not translate, though. And, you hope that you still get him back on track to where he needs to be. He did play yesterday. No disciplinary issues, obviously, but he played the fewest amount of snaps of a wide receiver. It feels like he's pretty low on the depth chart right now for the Bills, and probably rightfully so. But he did catch a nice touchdown pass from Josh Allen. That was one of the plays where you needed Josh to do a little bit more, and he did yesterday. Didn't ask a lot of him yesterday, and the Bills win 26-7 over the Pittsburgh Steelers. An hour left of the show. We'll look around the league, but a lot more of your phone calls on the way. Sit up, stand down. Hey, buddy, the next hour, and you as well. 803-0550. All right, having a really fun day today, talking with all of you, watching you guys talk about it in the bullpen and the stream. Thank you. Sal Capaccio with you on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Hot Dirt, Keenan, Steve, Robert, AC Man, Chudley. Just want to give you guys a shout out. Somebody, who is this? Yen. I don't want to say your whole name there. I can't say it. Sal, do a victory Tuesday and Wednesday. I can't. I'm off on Tuesdays. When the Bills play on Sunday. My day off is Tuesday because that's the team's day off, so I do not have practice to cover, and it's the one time where I get a chance to kind of decompress and these days basically get to the honey-do list around the house. In fact, last week my wife called it not the to-do list, the Tuesday-do list because she knows I'm off on Tuesday, so... It wasn't that bad, though. Just gonna rake some leaves and stuff. It got me out of the house a little bit to rake some leaves. Oh, by the way, I don't really do leg day anymore at the gym. I don't really go to the gym as much anymore. I do a lot of home workouts. But, I know I should do legs more. I run a little bit. I don't do leg day. So, back in the day, I got to go squat, and I could squat and do all these leg. I don't do that anymore. I'm it's just not worth it for me. But sometimes I wish I did because, have you guys raked leaves and had to scoop them and put them in a bag? Have you done that? And the next day, the legs are killing me from it. I'm like, why are my legs sore? Oh, yeah.
It's all the
squatting
leaves.
down with the leaves and putting them in the bag.
Yep.
My God.
When we still had the place up in Canada.
Oh, yeah.
And we had to do the, acre of leaf raking.
Dude.
That was a day every spring that was you.
Dude, I don't want to hear from you. You're a world-class athlete. You were a teenager playing the highest level of hockey you could play, pretty much.
Yeah, all right. I don't really have much to debate that with, but it was hard.
Yes.
And I was doing a lot of squats at the time.
Right, yes.
So
yeah, right, come on.
It applies. Yeah. I was doing all the stuff you're saying you wish you still did, and it didn't.
It reminds me of Rocky when he's training, and you got Drago who's doing all the high-tech stuff.
Yeah.
Just have Rocky rake leaves.
I know.
And scoop them up. That'll
Right.
get the legs going.
I know.
That'll get the legs going there, right? I know. 803-0550. Go ahead, Joe.
It's fine. I played in a turkey bowl on Saturday with my friends,
there you go.
and was running all over the field with them, and I felt like I was 90 the next day. And it's just, we're not good. We're not good shape.
Chicken leg awareness day. I don't have chicken legs. I think I have good legs. I have good legs. I just don't want to do leg day anymore. Someone said, "How about the shoveling of the snow?" Yes, all about shoveling the end of the driveway. Same thing. IDL. I appreciate you. That's right. Shoveling can do that too. You get down, you have to with that tough snow. Anyway, that's what happened last week. Had that to-do list, had to go rake leaves, and the next day I was feeling it. Bills have pretty much just Sunday games from now on, so it's a routine week. And this week, Sean McDermott will speak to the media today. A little bit later this afternoon, we'll get an injury update. Told you about Joey Bosa. That's the only one we're really monitoring from this game, but there are others, of course, who didn't play, like Joshua Palmer, Dalton Kincaid, Terrell Bernard, and we'll hear about them. And, of course, Deion Dawkins and Spencer Brown as well on the offensive side. So we'll get that. And then Wednesday, McDermott will address the media before practice. Then there'll be a practice at 12:30. It's a regular Wednesday, Thursday, leading into the Bengals on Sunday, which, of course, is here on WGR. So is the Sabres game tonight. Sabres-Jets tonight. Winnipeg Jets come to town. And real quick on this, Hellebuck is injured. He's not playing, right? He's one of the best in the world. So he's not playing tonight.
Correct. Yeah, he's got a knee issue that's keeping him out for now.
And that could that affect both games? They play the Jets, I think, twice here in the next little while.
I would think that Hellebuck's been out for 2 weeks now. I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, it was like a 4 to 6 week sort of IR stint that he was looking at. So I would think if they're playing in the next week or so.
Okay, and then the second part of this is Josh Norris apparently is on the top line at practice. Do we think that means he's playing tonight? Have we heard anything on that?
He was with the top line and on the top power play unit a little bit last week.
But this is a game day skate.
This is
game day prep.
It could go either way, really. Lindy's been kind of talking about him like he's close. It just kind of depends on whenever his body sort of tells him is ready.
Okay.
It's ready, essentially. We'll see. I wouldn't expect them to rush him back in any... I don't know. Their season is such a weird place right now.
It is.
It's hard for me to imagine them thinking we need to get him back so we have a chance. but like that's kind of where they're at. So
I mean, they're
maybe.
5 points out of a playoff spot right now. They win tonight, they're back to within 3.
Right, but
I mean,
how many teams do
I
they have
know.
to climb
The East
over?
is the East. Well, you win tonight, you climb over 2, I think.
Yeah, you
But the
get
East
ahead
is-
of Toronto and Florida if you win tonight.
I mean, you talk about the misery of winning. I was joking earlier, but the frustration of the Sabres, the way that they play, their inconsistencies is maddening right now. They get blown out at home to the Devils, and then they go to Minnesota, a very good Minnesota Wild team, and they win in the shootout over the weekend. That was nice. At the hotel, watching on my phone with people around the bar, and, Bills fans are there, and they're still into it, right? And you're just waiting for this team to kind of go on a run. They haven't won 3 in a row all year. They have a chance for 2 in a row tonight. That game at 7:30, pregame at 6:30 here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Sal Capaccio with it is the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on a Buffalo football Monday. We just did our required hockey talk today. Sabres tonight, but the Bills win 27-6. I'm sorry, 26-7. I flipped that in Pittsburgh yesterday. And of course, Buffalo Football Monday is presented by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. It is the Catholic Health Buffalo Football Monday as well. Catholic Health, the right way to care. Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, just told you that. And by Northtown Hyundai, Western New York's premier Hyundai dealership. Shop online at northtownhyundai.com. Let's get to our extra point from the sidelines, a deeper look into something that happened from the sidelines. It is brought to you by Catholic Health, the right way to care. Okay, couple of things. Number one, I've been talking about this all morning, and I mentioned it earlier. One thing I wanted to talk about on the sidelines was how the demeanor and the attitude of the Buffalo Bills changed after Josh Allen was hit. I mean, it just really changed. And I believe that was a big, big moment in the game. Now, granted, it was 2 minutes before halftime. They only got a field goal out of it. But I think he came out with a bit of a renewed attitude out of the locker room at halftime. That does not mean they weren't ready to play. It doesn't mean that the Steelers wanted it more, like those things we heard a few weeks ago. Yes, I know those can be concerns. The Bills were still playing better than the Steelers, much better. But when something like that happens in sports, there's a fight, there's a big hit, something happens in a game. When you're a competitor, a highly competitive person, and they're competing, you're competing, and you're in that environment, I think that can matter. You think about big hits in hockey. You think about fouls in basketball, fights in hockey. This was a hit on your quarterback. It really kind of, I think, got the Bills to a different type of place from that point on. But the other thing I wanted to talk about was the Renegade song. And how the Steelers play this. It's kind of like the Bills have adopted Mr. Brightside, but this has been going on for years. Renegade. They play it generally either to start or in the fourth quarter. They play Renegade to get the crowd fired up, to get their team fired up. And yesterday, we were talking on the broadcast, are they really going to play it? They're down pretty bad. They're not playing well. People are booing. Are they going to play Renegade here? And sure enough, they did a little while later. And I got to tell you, everybody, Bills fans loved it. Steelers fans kind of hated it. They kind of hated it. They were like, you could see in their face, like, I can't believe they're playing this song. And Bills fans were fired up by it, taking it over. Much like Matt Barkley did, waving the jacket back in 2019 and saying, we're going to take it over. Back in 2019, the Bills played that song at practice all the time and said, you're going to hear this. You're going to hear this. This is going to be our song. We're going to take advantage of this. And if we're on offense when it happens, we're going to go with a shot play. And they did. Go back to 2019. Watch that game over. Bills win on a Sunday night. They clinch a playoff spot. Renegade is played, and the Bills on the sidelines loved it. And then Dable calls a shot play, and the Bills complete it down the field. This was very similar. Other than the shot play, Bills fans took it over. And they were like, yeah, rubbing it in, basically. It was amazing to see. I'll also say, not from the sidelines, but when you go to Pittsburgh and play a game in November, and it's like not the best weather, I understand why it's intimidating. Now, for all you OGs out there like me, okay, old school people, old people, if you've ever seen the movie All the Right Moves, and maybe some of you younger people have as well, if you've ever seen the movie All the Right Moves, that's Tom Cruise, Sean Penn, high school football, Ampipe, right, is the name of the high school, and they get the neck rolls, and there's a couple scenes in there. They're on the bus. They're this Western Pennsylvania. They're on the bus traveling to the game, and it's just, it's fall, it's rainy, it's misty, the leaves are off, it's colder, it's just tough, grimy. You're going to get down and dirty and play this game. And I'm telling you, it is like that. It is absolutely straight out of the movie. When you are rolling through these hills in Western Pennsylvania and you see those houses up on the hills and you see the bridges and the river and you're getting to that stadium, it's like, oh my God, like it can be intimidating. I think as much as like when people come to Buffalo and they're like, oh my God, we got to play the Bills in the snow and the cold and all the mystique that goes along with it, that's real. So when I go back to what happened with Josh Allen getting hit, I'm telling you, I think the first part of the game, that's like a feeling out game. Like you're there, you're in this environment and you know you're in a game. And you don't want anything bad to happen. So you're trying to play a little conservative, a little closer to the vest, because you don't want anything bad to happen. Then a couple of bad things happen, and you find yourself down, and it's 7-0. But then that happens, and it kind of just wakes you up and like, look, we're in this game, and we're taking it to them. Let's just go out there and do it more. And I love the way the Bills responded to it. I talked to several players in the locker room about it after the game, including Alec Anderson. Did you check on Alec for me on that? Are we okay to play it?
Yeah, I found it, and it seems to have been cut out already.
Okay,
so
good. Well,
there's a little gap there.
Alec Anderson in the locker room. I want to play his locker room interview for you. I thought he was great. He is a really good interview to talk to. Alec holds no bars. He doesn't hold anything back. He just tells you how he feels. And the reason I just asked Joe that is he actually had a couple choice words that we had to kind of edit out, but that's okay. That's what makes Alec. But I want to play this. This is Alec Anderson post-game after the Bills' victory yesterday in Pittsburgh.
It was honestly a very, I don't know, more comfortable game, I'd say. Once we got in there and we knew that the game was ours, we knew the game was ours, and we knew that that we could just run the ball. And obviously we had almost 300 rushing yards, so it was pretty evident that they weren't going to stop us unless we stopped ourselves.
Alec, when did you find out you're starting at right tackle?
I figured out on Tuesday. So, yeah.
And you haven't, correct me if I'm wrong, you haven't played right tackle in quite a while.
No, I haven't played right tackle since college. So, yeah, it was fun going out there and having to knock off the rust and, being able to go out there and fight with my guys. It was a great experience and kind of something I've always looked forward to as a kid.
Couple of false starts early, obviously. Is that jitters? Is that what's going on in those moments?
I just knew that TJ was going to be screaming up the field, and so when he was in the wide 9 or off the body 5 technique, I was really more hesitant about getting out there, and so I was trying to time up the silent snap count as perfect as I could, but I got caught a couple times.
Most total rushing yards an opponent's ever had in this stadium. What does that mean to you guys?
It means that we have the best offensive line in the league for the run game. I think, we come in here and, come into a place that's known for the Iron Curtain and kind of tear it down. I think it was a great experience for the entire offense this year and also the defense shutting them down and only holding them to 1 touchdown. So I think it was just a great collective group effort, and I think that everybody executed when they needed to execute.
What about the pride it takes you and Vandy in here backups and you still able to perform like that?
It comes down to our team, and our motto is do your 111th, and that's what Vandy and I did. We went out there and we knew that we were going to have to play lights out tonight and have to really dive deep into our technique, and that's what we ended up doing, and I think the results showed for themselves.
Who and how did you settle down after those couple false starts?
I was myself. I mean, you're out there on an island every now and then, and going from center and then to guard now to tackle, it gets you kind of thinking like, all right, these dudes are athletic. These dudes they're beasts off the edge. And so it was kind of me just the entire day, even when I woke up and kind of when we landed yesterday, of staying in like a even keel mindset and not letting myself kind of think too much of like, oh, what if this happens? What if that happens? Just go out there and wherever the dude's lined up, block.
Alec, it felt to me on the sidelines like this game changed on your sideline when Josh took that hit that they didn't call. Felt like you got your demeanor changed. Would that be fair?
Yeah, man. We try to keep 17 as clean as possible, and then when somebody goes out there and does a cheap shot like that, it kind of wakes everybody up to know, we got to set our jaws and we got to come out here and get ready to swing. It's gonna be a Mike Tyson fight.
How were you guys able to kind of stick with it through whether the early mistakes, turnovers, and penalties?
Just keep grinding, keep chopping towards, the end goal of, winning the game tonight. And that's kind of what we just kept saying on the sideline. We came back off the 2 penalties, the 3 penalties, and the sideline was really positive. Josh was a great reinforcement of kind of positive energy and just keeping your yin and yang, So it was ups and downs, but we were able to kind of tether the boat to more of the ups rather than downs.
I don't normally play a lot of sound on a Victory Monday show because we open up the phone lines, but less calls today, so had some time here. But we do have open phone lines right now at 803-0550. But I wanted to play that from Alec Anderson. I thought it was really interesting. I thought it was good. And again, a little insight into what we talked about earlier, what I did and mentioned about on the sidelines when Josh took that shot. He called it a cheap shot. And he said, yeah, anytime you see that, like, it's going to get you going a little bit. And I just think that that's part of being a competitor, man. Like, it doesn't mean they weren't ready to play. It doesn't mean, oh, my God, it takes them that to wake up. I do think they were a little bit more reserved and conservative because they're trying to play a game where they don't want to make mistakes, especially after what happened last week to Josh. You don't want to get him hit. And I think after that, they just realized, look, we're just going to go out there and play. And we're going to take it to these guys. And now they're pissed, right? And I just think that mattered in the game, made a big difference. But how about Christian Benford? His play made a huge difference in the second half. First play of the second half, this game turned on the field, which was Joey Bosa, strip sack fumble, Christian Benford picks it up, scoops and scores a touchdown. Bills in the lead. From there, they do not look back. And it becomes a pretty much just a dominating performance. And it actually was the whole game. The Bills just dominated this game from start to finish. And you hope it carries over and you see what happens next week, but there's no guarantees on that, of course. The NFL is fleeting like that. You could have a great game one week, a terrible game the next, and vice versa, just like the Bills, basically, in this particular contest. Arrow up, arrow down at WGR550.com. Go check it out. The usual suspects, what you think. James Cook, the running game. Ray Davis, Christian Benford. And how about those two tackles in the offensive line? 0 sacks allowed. 1 quarterback hurry allowed in this game after what happened to Josh last week. Hopefully he gets through this week without having to be on the injury report. We'll see how the elbow is. But very, very, very needed for this team. TJ Watt was a non-factor. 4 total tackles, none for loss, 0 quarterback hurries. He says after the game, I've never seen a team run the same play so much. Yeah. He was saying it to praise the Bills, not to say I don't believe they're that dumb to run the same play. He was saying it because they couldn't stop it. He was saying it really to actually criticize his own team, not to praise the Bills. That they just could not stop that play. And after the game, I did ask James Cook, it looked intentional, or I just said, was it intentional that you attacked the edge after taking the ball on a handoff and getting there? And he said, basically, yeah, like you watch film. Folks, I think the Bills saw that the Steelers secondary, as highly paid as it is older and slower, and said, we're going to take advantage of you. Those are the little things about the game that matter. We're going to hand the ball off, and you're going to get to the edge, and you can't stop our running back because you're older and slower, and we're going to take advantage. And the Bills did that on purpose yesterday. So give offensive line coach Aaron Kromer and his assistant Austin Gunn a lot of credit for that. Let's get to Miles in Buffalo. Hi, Miles.
Good morning, Sal. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
Off subject a little bit. I don't know if you watched any of the Denver game yesterday.
I was able to watch the fourth quarter and overtime, essentially.
Okay. I don't know if I'm trying to remember the game script because I watched so many games. But the one extra point, it went over the top of the goalpost. It looked wide. And their explanation was, if the ball's on the inside of the outside of the post, it's good, but it's non-reviewable.
Correct.
Of all the things not to be reviewable.
I know, right?
And then there was a second one that was, they called intentional grounding. I think it was Mariota. He was in the tackle box, but he threw it way out of bounds.
Yep.
They called it intentional grounding, but I don't think it was Sterator who said that it shouldn't have been intentional grounding because he threw it outside the numbers.
Yep.
And I don't know why they didn't question that.
Yeah, well, listen, you're right. You're right. The on-screen official, the Sunday night official, even said, who was that? Terry McCauley, I think. Terry McCauley said
yes.
That should not be a penalty, and yet they still threw it. And if you remember, a few years ago, not the game against the DeMar Hamlin game, it was the next one the Bills played in Cincinnati, I believe, the night game. The exact same thing happened to the Bills, and Josh Allen was called for intentional grounding. Gabe Davis broke off his route. Josh didn't think he would. Josh threw it too deep. It went out of bounds, and because Gabe was standing 15 yards before that, they threw a penalty on Josh Allen for intentional grounding. It's a stupid rule.
Well, I question the NFL totally with the whole virtual first down. What don't they understand? That doesn't matter in reality. It's where the ref puts the ball. And then my last thing is great job on the Buffalo movie. Did they fly you out to Hollywood or did you film it here? Thanks again for, thanks for taking my call.
You're welcome. You're welcome. No, we filmed it here on location. Everything was in Buffalo, but thank you. I appreciate that. Is that the new nickname? Can't call myself Hollywood, though. That's already been taken by too many people, and I don't want it. Let's go to Jacksonville. Dick in Jacksonville. What's up?
Yeah, how you doing? Oh,
Good.
just wanted to kind of reiterate what other people are saying about the run game. I really loved it. I loved that they stuck with it. Seems like too often they have a great run play. Cook is hitting it, and then it's like, oh, let's get away from it, and don't run it anymore until the next quarter. So it was great to see them stay with it. Kind of reminds me of some of the Simpson games, way back when. It was always exciting every time, listening to it on the radio because of all the blackouts.
Yeah.
And every time, you're a little out of breath walking the dog.
That's okay. I got you. I'll tell you, I know it's a different era, and I hate comparing that, but you're right, Dick, about the fact that it can be exciting when you're running the ball like that. It can be exciting. I know that everybody loves throwing the ball through the air and all these passes and exciting catches and plays. But when you're running the ball and dominating, that is just, there's something energizing about that to a team, to a sideline, to a fan base, to a coaching staff, to players. You just want to keep doing it. I mean, James Cook was asked yesterday, what's it like when the other team knows you're going to run the ball like that and you still do it? He's like, oh yeah, absolutely. Like there's something to that, and it's really cool to be a part of. By the way, somebody named Sal Capaccio here put in his 3 keys to the game: run the ball and stick with it. That was my key to the game. 2 keys I had for the Bills offense: protect Josh Allen. They did. That was a no-brainer. You had to do that yesterday. Second key I gave in my 3 keys to the game: run the ball and stick with it. Even when it's not going great, you got to stick with it. That's how you keep Josh Allen clean. That's how you continue to gain some yards that can get you into 3rd and short situations. They did that. I was totally fine with that game plan yesterday. So maybe one of the reasons why I'm even happier today is because the Bills got to listen to me. I'd like to think that, but they had a good game plan either way. 803-0550. Thank you for listening to me. We got a lot more to go here. Sit up, stand down. Hey, buddy. We'll do all of that. We'll take a look around the league. We'll get to a couple more phone calls as well. If you're on hold right now, we'll do that here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on a Buffalo Football Victory Monday. All right, folks, Sal Capaccio here, and we can all feel it now. The temperatures are dropping. If your house isn't properly insulated, the warm air you're paying for is slipping right out of the wall. So make sure you pay attention to what I'm about to tell you. All right, we'll get to sit up, stand down, hey, buddy, in a little while, but let's get out to Tom in North Tonawanda. What's going on, Tom?
Hey, Sal. How you doing? Another beautiful day today. You know, Mystery Mondays are always great. And credit to you for pointing out to Owen that only us old people are allowed to complain about doing all that work and stuff and hurting the next day.
There you go. That's right.
Yeah, you know, I thought yesterday, I think one thing, and the offensive line's getting a lot of credit, and of course they deserve it for all that run blocking, but it's a little hard sometimes to do when you're watching on TV, and I did not make the trip to Pittsburgh yesterday, regretfully, but it looked like to me, from what I could see, is that second level blocking for the receivers, Terrell Shavers especially, was just out of this world yesterday, and just, you know, that's a big part. And then I don't want to take anything away from the offensive line, obviously, but they deserve a lot of love too. Just seeing him and Jackson Hawes down there, and these guys that are going down to the second level, taking out the linebackers and the DBs and holding them up, especially when Pittsburgh's crowding the line. I thought that was huge, and it's just something that's, I don't want to say being overlooked, but maybe not getting quite enough credit, I thought, yesterday for what they did.
Yeah, I like it. I gave him an arrow up, so I noticed it as well. And I think, you know, people look at the snap counts today, and you see that Jackson Hawes and Dawson Knox were on the field a lot together.
Yeah, they were. And
they ran a lot of – now, we know the Bills like to run their 2 and 3 tight ends, and Latu was only on the field for 4 snaps. But how about this? Other than the O-linemen who are on for 100% of the snaps, the next closest, both Knox and Hawes, 53 snaps for Knox out of 74 and 52 for Hawes. They were on the field a lot together.
And Shavers, of all players, was their number one receiver for snaps, which is
45.
Which is quite, you know, an accomplishment for a guy with where he's came from, and good for him. And, you know, he definitely earned it yesterday. And I know, you know, people might want him to get targets. I wouldn't mind that either, but he certainly did his job yesterday. It just won't show up on the stat line under his name.
Yeah, that's right. We had a call earlier saying, I can't believe they're not using the guy. Well, they did yesterday. They're just not in the way that you want to see him used in the passing game, but that wasn't the day for it yesterday. And I'm with everybody, Tom. I'm with everybody when anybody says and has any complaint about the passing game. I'm with you. I'm there. Like, they did not get enough out of the receivers overall yesterday, meaning like they didn't have an opportunity to. You'd love to see the production, I guess, more. It's a tough needle to thread because yesterday wasn't the day for that. Yesterday was run the ball, get it out quick. But you'd like to see at the end of the day a stat sheet where, there's Keon Coleman with 3 catches for 40-something yards. And you'd like to see, to me, Khalil Shakir, 4 targets, 1 catch yesterday is not good enough, right? There were some times where they should have been better in the passing game to the wide receivers. There were times Josh Allen should have been better. But yesterday wasn't a day to really point to the deficiencies in the passing game because the game plan was to run the ball and get the ball out quick.
And it worked. And it worked to a charm, and they just, you know, I mean, you've talked about a bunch. They could run one play over and over and over again, and Pittsburgh couldn't stop it. So
why wouldn't you do it? That's right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Tom. Appreciate it. All right. 803-0550, want to chime in? Let's get to it's tough. And I know. I want to see more out of the receivers. I'm not telling you, oh, my God, they should have thrown the ball more. But the production wasn't quite even what you want when you look at the targets to catch ratio. When you see a couple balls that were off from Josh, there's a slant to Shakir in the end zone that was off. Man, they're lucky they didn't get that pick. It bounced. The slant to Gabe Davis that turns into an interception was tough. You know, you'd want to see only 1 target for Shakir, and that was one catch. They had that tunnel screen that got blown up. Those are the things that I'm saying, I didn't like that part of the game from the wide receivers, from the passing game yesterday. But I also think, you went in the game, you have to understand the game plan wasn't to use the wide receivers all that much. It was to get the ball out quick, find outlets, tight ends, running backs, and yes, wide receivers in a quicker passing game, and simply to run the ball. That was it. You wanted to run the ball. And that's what they did yesterday. And they were very good at it. And next week's a different week. But man, next week you're playing the Cincinnati Bengals, who also have had issues stopping the run this year. And I think the Bills should just continue to try to do that, especially considering you are playing Joe Burrow next week. And that's different than a banged-up Aaron Rodgers, an older banged-up Aaron Rodgers, or Mason Rudolph, where those guys, you're not as afraid of them being on the field, but you want to keep Joe Burrow off the field next week, right? So what do? Lean into that run game again. I'm fine with it next week. Next week might be a week where we go back and go, passing game's not there, but the run game was. And maybe that's concerning. But if it gets you to a victory and you have the plan and it works, that's what you do. You find a way to win each game. That's what you do. The Bengals defense on the year, 31st against the run. Okay, the Bills are actually better against the run than the Bengals right now. Are the Steelers the worst team now? Hold on. No, the Giants are the worst team in the league against the run, yards per game and yards per play. The Bills are 30th against the run in per game, 31st in per play. Bengals, 31st run defense per game, 29th per play, over 5 yards a play. But by the way, they're also bad in the passing game defense. They did play better last week against the Ravens. We'll get a weather update later in the week from Pat Hammer, Channel 2 chief meteorologist. So we will do that. And we'll talk more about that game as the week goes on. Pete in Batavia. Hi, Pete. What's going on?
Good, guys. Sal, how are you doing?
I'm good.
Yeah, well, first I want to say it's the first time I've ever called, but love listening to your show. Lots of intelligence, lots of heads up and information you give out. But I got a question for you. With that new kickoff rule, they'll line up at like the 35 or 40 or whatever.
Yep.
When the Bills accepted the penalty for the kickoff instead of the extra point on that personal foul, it really makes no sense to do that because they only move the kicker back 15 yards, and all these kickers kick it to the 5 anyways, even if they take the 15-yard penalty.
Right.
So
Sean McDermott was asked about it. He was asked about it, and I agree with you. I would have taken it on the extra point. Okay. It is a week-to-week conversation, so I'll just give you what he said, and I would have taken it on the extra point. I thought he should have done it differently than he did, but here's the reasoning, and you can take this for what it's worth. He said Chris Boswell is a very good kicker. It doesn't matter kind of where he's kicking from. He's going to probably, he didn't say he's going to assume he makes it, but he's going to think he's going to make the extra point even from 47. The kick moving back, even though that Boswell has a good leg, you're going to catch the ball further up than you do in a regular kickoff, and therefore that gives you an opportunity to have better field position. His explanation was he was hoping for better field position as opposed to them thinking they might miss the extra point. I thought they should have made the other call, but I understand it. I think in a different situation, maybe a different kicker, he chooses something different. It was a 15-yard difference, but you know what? The field position didn't matter. So to me, you're right, Pete. They should have gone the other direction, but I understand the thinking. Boswell's a good kicker. I would say, though, it was windy enough that I would have made him kick the 47-yard extra point.
Right. I just think it's a flawed rule because when you get back before, the whole line moved back 15 yards.
Yep.
Now it's just the kicker. They should move everybody back 15. That would make it a penalty that's worth, it's worth taking.
Yeah, you're right. And how about the other one where I saw people criticizing Matt Prater or the Bills for kicking the ball out of bounds after their penalty? No, he did it on purpose. You know why?
Yep.
Because then the Steelers only get it at the 25-yard line. The rule is it goes out of bounds. It's a penalty, but the penalty means you get it 25 yards from the kick. So they got it at their 25 instead of 35.
Yep, just a little loophole in the rules.
Yeah, you're right, Pete. Thanks a lot for bringing that to my attention. I got something else on rules or scoring in a minute I want to get to. Dennis in Silver Creek. Go ahead, Dennis.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Great game yesterday, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just talking about how I was able to listen to the game yesterday. Unfortunately, I couldn't watch it. I was working. I was delivering packages.
Oh, that's okay. We appreciate that.
Yeah. Everybody got their packages on time. So I get home and I watch the highlights, and after listening to it, I was like, I felt fortunate that we won, but after watching it, I got a greater idea that it was a very convincing win. Despite the hiccups with Josh in the first quarter and the turnovers that went against us. I think once we got on the game plan, which was run the ball, run it often, and then have Josh get rid of the ball quickly. I thought altogether it looked like we had something promising to look forward to like next week. If we could apply those same game plans. I don't know.
I'll say this, Dennis. The word that I like to use lately is control the game. The Bills controlled the game. And even when they were down 7-0, I felt they were in control, but they were shooting themselves in the foot, making critical mistakes. But they controlled the game from the start. They really did. And that was the important difference.
Right. Well, I think the fact of the matter, we had two starting offensive linemen out.
Yeah.
And with the fact that it's a lot easier to pass our run block than it is to pass block. So you're also using them guys to their strengths. I would imagine that was the game plan going in. We got
100%.
These two guys coming in. They're coming off the bench. We're going to run the ball and run it hard. We have two very capable running backs, 3 actually, if you want to throw Ty Johnson in there. I mean, but Allen Davis and Cook. I mean, they ran and they ran well. It was a great game plan.
Yeah, you tailor each game plan to the team you're playing, and that's what they did yesterday. Bills win 26-7. Thanks for the call. We'll take a timeout here. When we come back, sit up, stand down, and hey, buddy. And interesting, in the stand down, I want to get to a bit of a different one this week. Something that I saw a big debate on. I think is a debate, but I hate the fact that some people think it shouldn't be a debate. I'll explain when we come back. Okay, let's get up to sit up, stand down, and hey, buddy. Making sure I got everything else I did today. All right, I did. We are going to sit up today on these division races that are going on. I mean, it looks really good. And you hope tonight New England loses the Giants. I think they can. They probably won't, but they can. And then it becomes even tighter in the East. But how about 6-6 Baltimore, 6-6 Pittsburgh? Okay, well, I mean, 6-6, but in a dogfight there. Suddenly, the AFC South is a massive race. Jacksonville and Indy both at 8-4. Houston at 7-5. In the AFC West, because of Denver's win last night, they have a 2-game lead on the Chargers. And oh, by the way, we could also sit up right now on the Chiefs probably missing the playoffs, folks. Seriously. Like, it's more likely that they're out than they're in at this point. NFC East getting a little tight now with Dallas. By the way, good game this weekend, Dallas. And this week, Dallas at Detroit Thursday night. That's a good game. But Philly has a 2.5 game lead there, or 1.5 game, I guess, lead, I should say, which is tightening up. Chicago, Green Bay, and Detroit all in a big-time mess in the NFC North. And how about the NFC South? 7-5 Tampa, 7-6 Carolina after a big win yesterday. NFC West, Rams 9-3, Seahawks 9-3, 49ers 9-4. That's crazy. So I love these races. Okay. During the Eagles game on Black Friday, the Eagles they scored a touchdown to go down 15 points with they were down 15, they scored a touchdown. So now they're down 9 with about 3 minutes left. They go for 2. There's a big debate on if they should or not. There are some people say it's a no-brainer. Why would you not go for 2? You want more information to get it down by 7. You got to go for 2 at some point. I think there is a good debate on this. I kick the extra point because I think that what's being lost is, to me, you put stress on the offense when they're down, when they're only up 1 score, to have to manage the game differently. They can now, when you go for 2 and miss, which is 50% basically, you're giving them an opportunity to say, we can just comfortably punt the ball away. You still need 2 possessions. You kick the extra point, they can't just comfortably punt the ball away to you on the next possession because you're 1 possession down. Now, you can't assume you're going to make or miss the 2-point conversion or the extra point. But a 2-point conversion is about a 50-50 prop. The extra point's about 90%. So I'm not saying there's a right answer, but I'm going to stand down on anybody who thinks it's clear-cut that's not clear-cut. There are so many decisions and factors. How many timeouts? How much time is left? Team you're playing, wind conditions, all that matter. It's a great debate if you should go for 2 or 1 when you get to 9. I thought they should have went for 1. Put a little stress on the offense to have to play a little differently and manage the game. Once they miss the 2, the game's over. You kick the extra point, the game is in play. It's no different than fouling at the end of a basketball game to extend the game. So there's my rant on that. Let's get to Hey Buddy.
WGR Sports Radio 550 presents.
Hey, buddy. Dudes, you know this dude? What's up, dude? Hey, buddy. Buddy, sit down.
Who's my buddy this week?
I'm your buddy, guy. He's your guy, friend. I'm your friend, buddy.
On WGR.
Blue, you're my boy.
Sports Radio 550.
I have 2 buddies this week. The first is very personal because every year I do this. My son Max is turning 12 years old on Wednesday. My real buddy in real life, my best friend, my buddy, Max. A lot of you remember 12 years ago, I was doing a post-game show, the one that Nate Geary does now, the overtime show, and my wife was pregnant and sat in this chair across from me, and I said, if you hear dead air, we had to go to the hospital because she's going to have a baby. It didn't happen that night. It happened a little bit, about a week later. And we had Max. A lot of you have known and been listening to me since we were through that and going through that. And here he is, 12 years old, and I'm super proud of him. He's my buddy, and I love him so much. And I wanted to say happy birthday to Max. I love you, buddy. 12 years old. I hope it's the best day. Man, it's the greatest time, right, to be 11 and 12 years old and your friends and your buddies. So very, very cool. So happy birthday to him. Here's my other buddies. George Halkovich, head coach at UB. Jim Christian, head coach at Canisius. Mark Schmidt, head coach St. Bonaventure. Greg Paulus, head coach Niagara. Folks, good college basketball around here lately. And I know Niagara's only 2-5, but one loss was to Duke. They're playing decent basketball. They lost to Duquesne, and they went 11-20 last year. And Greg Paulus is doing a nice job there. But how about Canisius? They were 3-28 last year. They're already 4-4. They've already surpassed all their win total. Jim Christian doing an amazing job there. And then there's UB and Bona. They are both now in the top 100 in net rankings. UB, George Halkovich, 8-0. St. Bonaventure, Mark Schmidt, 7-1. They play Saturday at Alumni Arena at 2 p.m. It's going to be awesome. I love when college basketball is good in Western New York. Great job to those programs, those coaches. Looking forward to a really fun season of college basketball. Looking forward to One Bills Live up next on a Buffalo Football Victory Monday.